Hello everybody, so today we're going to be doing some more Digimon Super Rumble, from my Andromon race. Mostly going to be a chill stream, I'm not going to be talking as much, I'm having a drink, I'm just chilling, got done my D&D game. I'm just having a pretty chill farm for the night. I mean, I'll answer questions of course, but I'm not really too talkative tonight, basically. I'm kind of just in a chill mood. Just farming away. So, I apologise if I'm not as enthusiastic tonight. It's late. It's past midnight already, and I wasn't really planning on streaming today, but I know some people like it when I stream, so I decided to stream anyway for people. Because I'm just doing a bit of grinding, just chilling at the moment, really. But, yeah, we'll see. I'm not really in a very highly talkative mood today. I'm just really in a chill mood, like I said. So, please don't complain if I'm not very talkative this stream. I'm just kind of just chilling, just kind of watching stuff in the background, like YouTube videos and stuff. I'm just in a really chilling kind of mood, if that makes sense. It do be what it be. I got restream working at least. I doubt many people are going to tune in at this time. It's already midnight for me. Let everybody chill in. Good to see you. Definitely great to have you here. I'm just in a really chill mood tonight. Just getting my farm done. I'm about to run out of the 50% EVP reduction soon, which, you know, is what it is. I've got another one I can proc, which I will do, definitely. But just please understand that I'm not really in as much of a talkative mood tonight. I'm just merely chilling. And I've said that like 5 times now, but I just want to get the point across, you know? I apologise. But yeah, I'm mostly semi-AFK at the moment. Like I said, I'm just watching stuff in the meantime while I play. Hey Miles, surprised to see you streaming today. How are you? I'm good. I'm just in a very chill mood, bro. I'm just getting some farm done. I woke up really late this evening. I decided to have a really good lie-in. Did my D&D game. And now I'm just kind of in relaxation mode. I'm having a bit of a drink tonight. So, I'm just looking to chill, really. Just get some grinding done, get some farm done, make the most of this 50% EVP item that's about to run out. I wasn't planning on streaming, but I thought, well, if I'm just sat here anyway, why not? You know, if I'm just sat here grinding, I may as well get it on stream. It makes no difference. I'm not going to be as talkative tonight, probably. I mean, obviously, I'll answer people's questions, respond to them, but for the most part, I'm looking to mainly just chill right now. But I just figured if people want to watch me, you know, feel free to come in. How are you doing anyway? Are you having a good day? Oh, I can't watch any more of this YouTube video. It sucks, bro. See, the sad thing is, like, I was just watching, you know, Nogla. Don't know if you know about Nogla, but, you know, Nogla's a YouTuber that does a lot of Gmod videos with Vanos and everybody. You know, pretty entertaining guy. But one thing that I find whenever they're streaming videos, you know, well, not really streaming, recording videos for YouTube, they'll showcase a new game, and there's never been a game they've ever advertised or been playing that's ever made me go, I want to play that game. You know? Training level 72 Digimon, nice. Yeah, that's where you want to be. Honestly, the best grinding, one of the best grinding spots in the game. It'll get you through to late game. You get to 65, 70-ish, depending on how much you want to push it. And then move straight to the Mon in the human world when you can. Because they'll get you up to like 84 at least or something like that. So, yeah, definitely Digimon is a great spot. Streaming might make the grind faster after all. Yeah. Digimon content, yeah, it can be, yeah. I mean, they are very insane and they're very funny guys. It's just, whenever they try and do a different game, I've just never watched one of the videos and be like, oh yeah, I really want to try this game, you know? There's never ever been that moment, and I've been watching them for years. It just seems that they have their sphere of like Gmod content, and the rest of the stuff kind of just falls flat for me. Unfortunately. I mean, you know, No Good's pretty famous. He's got 7.39 mil subscribers. You know, he's quite a popular YouTuber, but... so they do a lot of Gmod hide and seek and stuff like that, you know, they do Gmod hide and seek, prop hunt, that kind of stuff, you know? And they're very entertaining to watch. It's just, I've just never been able to watch a game that they've played and just gone, yeah, I want to play that game. It sucks, really. Because they are definitely great content creators. I just don't think they're good at showcasing new games. In my honest opinion, you know? Other people might have different opinions, you know, but for me, I've just never seen a game they've played. I've just gone, oh yeah, I want to play that. Other than Gmod, really, you know? I just figured I'd just stick some YouTube videos on, grind away. Might make it faster. Yeah. But yeah, earlier when you asked me if I'm just sat there, I was just getting bonded up with these three. When I was sat with Digimon earlier, I was just kind of just chilling there while my D&D game was going on. I thought, well, I've got a few hours to kill, I'm not going to be playing the game. Just leave my guys with Digimon, get some bond. You know? Why not? Can't hurt. You know? At least gets my 3 hours of time done so I get all the rewards. The last team that I used yesterday got me 3 rift items. So I'm hoping this team does pretty much the same. We'll see. But look, I don't know. I've got like 10 teams to get through grinding with. So if I do get 2 to 3 every time, that's 20 to 40 more rift items, which would be great. Pardon me. I also want to check the market real quick. Because I did go to the market earlier and decided, you know what, I'll try and put some stuff on the market. See whether it sells, you know? I figured, why not? And some items, strangely enough, are worth a decent amount that people are selling them for. Like, I don't know, some of these crafting items are getting your crafting level up, are selling for like 25, 30k, which is kind of crazy to me. But, yeah, I put a bunch of items up. You know, some items are like 20 odd K, like I said. Some weren't. So I'm hoping some of these sell, especially these. These are new for machinedramon, so I'm hoping they definitely sell. That'd be fantastic for getting me some money in. For sure. Definitely. We got another blue egg, so we can slot that with that, which is great. Or not! 6 hours, and this one's a tradable egg, so I can't. Eesh. Okay, pen in the arse. 134. Wait. I've got 3 of these again that are tradable. What? I also learnt something about the market as well. So... apparently, when it comes to the market, you essentially have a timer on how long it's advertised for. which is important to note. So, what that basically means is, your item is a limited amount of time on the market, then it disappears. I'll show you exactly what I mean. So if we go over to my sold items, for example, you notice this says 19 hours. Apparently you can put it up to a maximum of 48 hours. If it doesn't sell, you get the item back. Does that make sense? So, it's 24 to 48 hours are the only options for the market. If they don't sell, they go back to your inventory, essentially, or your mailbox, so to speak. So, yeah, I'm just hoping that some of these items sell. I don't know whether any of them will, but if they do, I've essentially got about 1 mil worth of items in here. Which is much more than I get from selling to, say, a shop. So, hopefully they sell. I don't think they will. I mean, this is pretty cheap, but we'll see. We'll see. So, I know a lot of people want a Vmon egg. Interestingly enough, the Vmon eggs aren't that expensive. So, if we actually try and find the Vmon egg, I'm not too sure which section it's in. Let me try and find it for you. So, Vmon egg is about 5.8 mil right now. If you can get about 5.8 mil, you can buy yourself a Vmon egg if you're really hurting for one. You really want one that badly. 5.8 mil. Which isn't very bad. Is there an achievement for getting a Vmon egg? I don't know. I don't remember getting an achievement for getting the Vmon egg. Maybe there is. But I know if you want a Vmon egg, they're about 5.8 mil on the market right now. So if you really desperately want one, it is an option. I just feel like I should let you know. Honestly, I'd wait till you get one from the drop on a tree. But then again, I've got 2 of them, so... And I'm at the end game, so I could technically have bought one, which I did do. But I just thought I'd let you know at least, because I know you did want one. 400k for being able to afford dice. Yeah. So, you know, if you really want one, you could. Honestly, I just keep trying at the tree and wait till you get late game and you have a lot more expendable funds. But that's just my personal take. If you really want one right now, go for it. Definitely a great Digimon. It's not top tier. Aero Digimon isn't a top tier ultimate, but definitely a fantastic ultimate all the same. You know? Think of it like, if I was talking about, in terms of ultimate tiers, I guess where Garurumon, Garudamon, and Wargreymon probably SS, I'd put probably Aero Digimon at maybe an S rank for a vaccine. Quicker you get the Vmon egg, the better, because what Stigmas I did in Geography is out. Yeah, very true, very true. It's got a bomb in price. Yeah, it's gonna immediately increase. So yeah. So right now, it's not too bad. You can definitely afford one. It's definitely affordable. It depends how badly you want it and how much you care. But yeah, better to buy one now than wait till, you know, like end games. Depending if you're taking your time or not. But yeah, that price will definitely go up, lad. I'm thinking of maybe in the future doing some flipping. Or maybe buy, say, a Vmon egg and then wait for it to go up in price when Imperial Dramon comes out and just like sell a bunch of them. Get a bunch of money. But then again, I don't know whether it's actually going to get a flippable price. I assume it would. But it could be something I could definitely invest in. If I really wanted to. But yeah, I'd say in terms of ultimates for a vaccine, Aero Digimon is probably S tier. I'd probably put Metal Greymon, Garurumon and whatnot in probably SS. In my personal opinion for vaccine ultimates. Definitely a fantastic bond. It's not going to be as strong as obviously the top brass. Oh yeah. definitely going to rock it when Imperial Dramon comes out. I don't know how long we're going to be waiting for that, though. But, yeah. It might be a worthwhile investment to buy one now. And then that way, if you get any future eggs in the future, say off a tree or something like that, before you get to endgame, you could essentially sell it at a higher price when Imperial Dramon comes out. So you could technically make your money back and then some, you know? I mean, honestly, if my Aero V Dramon had a Mega right now, I would have definitely Mega'd it. 100%. Because I did make that one of my main mons in my team. It's just unfortunately when it came to the human world, it just kind of fell behind because it just couldn't get a Mega transformation. Right, let's Digimon up and down, get our SP back. You know, funnily enough, this team's doing much better than my previous one just because I've got 2 datas and not a vaccine on the team. So they're definitely guaranteed to KO if all 3 of them hit. Monochromon. So I'm actually having an easier time with this team than my other team. Despite the other team being stronger. But unfortunately, I think when it comes to the Waspmon, I'm not really going to have a chance. I don't know, we'll see when I get to 57 and we move to them, we'll see. But I don't think we're going to have a fun time at the Waspmon with this team. Just because 2 datas, you know. No vaccine to tank. I think we're probably going to get basically buried alive. Is that the last you need to get 60? No, not even close. No. I've got like 10 teams to get to 60, bro. Just like with the Bakamon. I've got a lot of teams to get through. I actually have more teams to get to 60 than I do with the Bakamon teams. Because I already had many level 50s and 54s and stuff like that already just sat around. So, honestly, like, if we go to my Digibaby Island, for example, we got like, I don't know, let's see, let's try and count this. It's going to be a hard count. 1 team, 2 teams, 3 teams, 4 teams. It's kind of hard to keep track of, so 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I don't know. I can't bother going through it. I've got about 10 teams to get to level 60. At least. Let's say I get 2 to 3 rifts per team, which seems to be the average amount. I should have about 60 by the time I'm done. Because right now I've got 40 rifts. Let's say I got 2 each time. Yeah, I think I'm going to end up with about 60 rifts. So between 50 to 70 like I predicted. It's a lot of teams, but at the end of the day, I need to work on getting these teams up in level anyway, because there's different megas that are going to come out. So, it seems like a lot of work, but in the end, it's going to pay off. I'll have so many megas I can get. When Neo Devimon gets his essential mega, he'll get one, you know. I've got like 2 or 3 Talmons. I think I've got 2 Talmons. Potential for a Kazuamon and Tsukiyamon maybe if I get lucky. Lilymon. I don't really need another Rosemon, but if I get another Rosemon, hell yeah, I'll take it. You know, I can sacrifice that. Get some items from it, so to speak. So I'm going to have a lot of teams I can potentially get to Mega. The ones that I don't want to get to Mega because I have no interest in them, I can just like literally just sacrifice for potentially an Ultimate Core or something like that to reduce my number of Digimon. Because let's be honest, I don't need 5 freaking Weregarurumons turning into Metalgarurumon. I just don't. So when they do eventually reach their level cap, I will be sacrificing them and just getting rid of them, essentially. Because I don't need that many. I may keep 2 Garurumons to see whether we get an ultimate Digivolution in the future. And I just sacrifice 3 of them. You know, that's a potential roll on 3 ultimate cores. The chance of me getting ultimate core is incredibly low, but still there, you know. So, in the end, I'm going to get something out of it. Along the way, I'm getting rifts the whole entire time, which is also a plus. I mean, I've got a bunch of level 1s already that I could literally just get up and fight Bakamon and then come here at Waspmon again. But I'm just leaving that for now. I've got enough work. I think once I've done with all these teams, I'm literally going to be focused on the main story and the... not really the main story. The side quests are the main story because I've already done the main story. I'm going to focus on those and get my endgame grinding teams set up. Honestly, I feel like that's what I'm going to do. It's gonna pay off in the end, for sure. I'm getting my Andromon Rift piece pretty much guaranteed with this many. Unless RNG is really gonna be a complete jerk to me, you know? I'm definitely getting my Andromon Rift item for my machinedramon, 100%. And at the end of it, I'm gonna have multiple megas I can use. And at least I'm getting something out of them while I'm grinding them up to level 80 and whatnot, you know? I mean, please bear in mind, all this stuff I'm doing is optional. I don't have to do this. I'm opting to do this, right? I could literally just get straight to endgame and grind at the late game foreign spots, which would be more profitable to me, honestly. It would be, 100%. The comparison between fighting the Bakamon and then these guys versus just straight up farming endgame, I would get way more out of endgame than I would doing this. I've chose to do this as an optional thing. And that's because I want to level these mons. So that's what people need to realise with this. You don't have to do what I'm doing. I've chose to do this from it. I've had like 50 odd Digimon that I've never used, just sat there and I thought, let's get use out of them, grind them up, and get rift items along the way. That was an option I chose to do. You do not have to do this. It's just more so the route that I've chosen to take. So, I want people to understand, for anybody who is, you know, may watch this stream later, you do not have to do what I'm doing. You don't have to spend a month grinding these rift items and all this kind of stuff if you don't want to. You do not have to. I chose to do this. I made it a choice. Like, really, I could have gone straight to late game, got my Lady Devimon Mantra Woman all the way up to, like, level 85, and then I could have farmed my arse off and then bought these rift items instead. But I want to give people kind of a, I guess you could say, a little sneak peek of, if you are a free-to-play player, like me, mostly, you know, I've been mostly free-to-play throughout this whole entire account. I bought crowns, like, maybe twice in this account. You know, a proper decent amount. If you really want to grind for it and earn it yourself, This is what you're looking at. This is how much time it could potentially take you. You know, that's the main purpose of this that I'm doing right now. Is I'm showcasing people, if for those that want to spend the time and earn it, what you're going to get out of it. Like, honestly, once I get to, like, proper late game, and I'm in the late game grinding spots, which is where you want to get to. Like, I'm probably going to save a certain amount of rift items in case any items get added to those rifts for potential megas in the future. Like the Andromon rift and the Skull Greymon rift. I'll probably save up, like, say, 50 of them, and then I'll probably sell the rest of them on the market. That's what I would probably do. Honestly. And then if, say, a new mega comes out and it's like, oh, you need to do this rift, you get from the in-game farm, you can do that to get the item. I'll have 50 of them waiting for me. The rest of them get sold on the market. Hey, we got a rift item. Hell yeah. Lovely. We got one. Love to see it. I mean, if you want to get a bunch of mons to level 80 to 90 and eventually turn them into mega, this is definitely a good route you can take. 100%. Do it manually, get your rift items without having to pay for them. You can definitely do it. Which people like, it's going to take you time. Like it's taking me time. Please remember at the end of all this, once I'm done with this grind, I'm going to have so many rift items to sit through. I'm going to get so much profit because I didn't buy the rift items and lose money on them. These rift items are going to earn me absolute millions of bits. 100%. I'm going to get so many bits at the end of this thing. I really am. I'm going to be earning a lot. Because most of my money is going to be going to maximizing my Digimon, right? Let's say you're at the stage, you know, I'm technically further in stages than what I'm playing right now. Let's say you're at the stage of where I'm at right now in the game. Let's say you're a player, playing through the story, taking your time with it, you have limited time to play, and you're not at the end game content, so you don't have all the perks from being at end game, being able to trade to bunch of Leomon for your V-Man egg and stuff like that. This is how you would essentially grind your mons up. What I'm doing right now is a great example of how to grind your mons when you're first going through the game. You take on these Monochromon and then move up if you don't have a full vaccine team. If you have a full vaccine team, you may go straight to the Waspmon. As you can see right now, I've unfortunately got a virus of 2 datas, so the best course for me is to go Monochromon, Dromojimon, then to Waspmon, once to level 57, for example, 58. Because then my mons will be better to be able to handle it. So I'm showcasing a lot of optional paths right now and what you can do. And at the same time, you're going to be getting these rift items for a potential machinedramon in the future. Even more bonus for it, you know, one of the strongest viruses in the game. Well, actually, it is the strongest virus in the game. Machinedramon was literally promoted as the strongest Digivolution. That's what it was promoted as. I doubt they're going to release another Mega Virus Digimon that's as strong as machinedramon. Because of the way they advertised it. I definitely don't see that being a thing. Obviously, past Mega's different. But, can't restart my Wi-Fi problems. Fair enough. Sorry you had to deal with that. I'm glad you got it sorted. But... I'm giving a very good showcase of what to expect with this game if you are somebody who has less time to play. How you should grind your Digimon. If you don't have a full vaccine team, this is the route you would take. You would take a Monochromon, like I said, Machinedramon, then potentially move on to the Waspmon if you can handle it, depending on what your team comp is. And then after that, you can potentially move to the Dark Tyrannomon to get 65 and move straight to the Tremon in Shogun Gekkomon's Palace. But in this team, I've got a virus and 2 datas, right? Let's say you're one of these players right now that has a virus and 2 data Digimon. And you're struggling right now because of the high amount of viruses that are in the game. You could potentially, instead of grinding against the Waspmon, move on to the spot I'm going to go to if I can't handle them. Such as the Siegramon in Infinite Mountain, for example. Because they're level 55, they'll get me to 60. Right? I could then move on to the Frigimon, which I have 2 datas against. And Frigimon is a vaccine. So I have a strong team against it. I could then get to 62 and then move to the Tremon instead. I feel like a lot of the grinding can be ignored at 65 if you grind the Gear Savannah dungeon enough. Yeah, definitely, 100%. You could essentially, you know, skip so much with certain choices throughout going through the game. But if you did train my Digimons up to 60ish with Gazimons, fair enough, yeah. There's so many different options. You don't have to always follow my leveling guide. You might not have a team that can get you through that leveling guide. Let's say you had all datas. Let's say you got really unlucky and you had all data Digimon for the most part, and you suddenly don't have any vaccines and you're having a really tough time in the story. There are other options you can choose to go through to get through the game. There are other options you can take. Sadly, it's still going to be a pain in the backside. Vaccines are king in the early parts of the game. No questions asked. Vaccine is king in this game, 100%. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You might not like it, but that's just the way the game runs. Vaccines are king, followed by virus, because obviously you want something that can counter the data that can handle your vaccines. And then you obviously need a data team late game to be able to handle the vaccine teams. But vaccine are definitely king in this game. Because of the stupid no effort reflex they do. Well, actually, yes and no. So the problem that you're having with a lot of viruses, a lot of virus Digimon do have dark type attacks. So because you have dark type attacks, Gazimon reflects dark type damage back. But if you had, say for example, a Datamon that does steel and fire damage, it's not going to be as bad for you because you're not having to reflect damage back at you. Does that make sense? So, yes. Dark users do struggle with other viruses. Mainly because a lot of viruses do reflect damage back. But not every virus is subject to the same problem. It depends on the type of attacks that your virus had. Like you saw when I was using my Darkdramon, instead of using the Dark skill, I leveled the Earth skill they had that had a bleed effect. Because that way I didn't have to worry about the damage being reflected back at me. Because I knew darkness got reflected, and I was mostly killing my own Digimon through the reflect damage. So I changed what skill to use to compensate for that situation. And unfortunately, you are going to run into certain fights where you do get countered and you have to use a different skill that you haven't leveled. Unfortunately, it's a part of the game. You have to accept it. Hey, Scorpion. Sorry, I'm just in the middle of explanation right now, so I apologize it's a little bit late. But, yeah. Honestly, the XP potions through the Dungeon of the Day can make a difference between you getting through the game massively, yeah. The amount of XP potions in Dungeons were insane, yeah. So, doing your Dungeons of the Day, doing what you can manage to get some XP potions can make a difference. Because essentially you can skip a bunch of grinding and difficult parts and essentially boost your Digimon up to be able to handle those parts. No problem, all of your teachings to go on. Appreciate it, Scorpion. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to teach and help people learn and get through the game. Right, so here's the thing that I am offering right now. If you ever get to the point, any future viewers, if you ever get to the point that you're stuck on Nanimon at the Dark Castle. Let's say you're at the Dark Castle, you're really struggling with Nanimon, you unfortunately did not get the team that you need for that situation. I am going to help you defeat Nanimon. Party up with me, and I will take care of Nanimon for you. I'll murk him. I'll turn him into dust for you. Because that's a big gate wall, essentially. Nanimon is a big gate that blocks your path. If you don't have a good team against them, and you don't have your backup team properly grinded up, you're going to really struggle. If you don't have a team of vaccines, even with a team of vaccines, you'll struggle against Nanimon. Nanimon is a ridiculously hard fight. Right? Nanimon is hard, even if you have a full team of vaccines. That's why you need a backup team. It's a good wake-up call to say, okay, maybe I should have some backup mons. But if you do go up against Nanimon and you're really struggling, party up with me. I'll bring up my level 90s and I'll murk that Nanimon for you. I'll disintegrate him. But while I do this for you, this is the point where you need to open up your mind and say, okay, I've had this person help me, and while I could technically help you through every single fight throughout the game, right, I could technically help you through every single fight in the game. I'm not offering that service. The reason why is because even if I help you, that's not going to prepare you for the whole entire story. It's not. You're going to need to learn that you do need a backup team. You need a vaccine team, a data team, and a virus team. You need these teams. So I'll help people with Nanimon, but that's where I draw the line. At that point, you need to take your time and say, okay, so this person's helped me here. I'm not streaming on Twitch, no. I've not got that sorted yet. Not got that sorted. But I will help people get through Nanimon. But please understand, when I help you get through Nanimon, you then need to work on your backup teams. You need a virus, data, and vaccine team to get through this game. Because that's going to be needed. Well, when I'll have the time, I'll post a sheet chat so you can have a free integrated chat next time. I appreciate it. The problem is, my OBS can only stream to one service at a time without an add-on. I need to work out how to set up the add-on. That's why I'm not streaming to Twitch as well. By 2024, I'll have that sorted. I'm in no rush right now. Honestly, yes, I do want to be able to... sorry, hiccups. I do want to get to the point where I stream to both, but right now, my main priority is trying to stream almost every day throughout this whole entire grind, show people the amount of time it takes. That's my priority. After this month's grind and I'm doing my guide videos, I'll look into more about streaming to multiple platforms. Apparently you can do it through Restream, but I need to do proper research and get that all set up. I will do it by myself when I come in and tell you I beat him. I need to get past that challenge. Yeah. Fair enough, Scorpion. I respect it. I respect the hustle. Isn't Nanimon's child play if you have Holy Andromon, Andromon, and Metal Atomon? No. I'm going to tell you why Nanimon isn't child's play if you have Holy Andromon, Andromon, and Metal Atomon. You're not going to have a Metal Atomon. Metal Atomon, you need to be at least level 90. You're not forced to use Meta either. No. Sea Fox, don't get it confused. You do not need a meta team to get through Nanimon. What you need to get through Nanimon is 2 teams. As long as you have 2 teams set up within like the 70 to 80 range, you'll get through Nanimon. 100% you'll get through Nanimon. It's not a meta team. You do not need a meta team to get through Nanimon. Nanimon's just really hard. You can't just always brute force it with a full vaccine team unless you got them maxed out. So to speak. Not literally maxed out, but you need a lot of investment to get through the Nanimon fight. If not, your only other option is you need a backup team that you can switch in during the fight. You do not need meta. See, Metal Atomon is level 90, so the chances of you having a level 90 by the time you encounter Nanimon at the Dark Castle, it's not happening. There are no mons that would allow you to get to level 90 in the Final Valley area. No mons that will get you to level 90. Because the 5 level difference when your XP drops off. Bear that in mind. There is no, I'm going to get a Metal Atomon and clear it. You can't. I'm sorry. Until you get to the human world, you're not getting to level 90. It's not happening. So, which team, sorry, what was that? Which is the best datas? Okay. So I'm going to tell you about Ultimate wise, because until you're into late game, you're not going to get level 90. So your best datas currently is Piccolomon, aka Pixiemon, with 790 base strength. The second is Pumpkinmon at 744 strength. And Digitamamon, which is 744 strength. Those are your 3 best datas for Ultimates. So those are the 3 that you mainly want, right? Metal Mamimon as well, sorry. Metal Mamimon, I missed out. I didn't notice that. Metal Mamimon is a 784 strength, a little bit low below Pixiemon. And has great speed too. So Metal Mamimon as well. Lilymon used to be like one of the top tiers, 100%. She used to be broken, but they nerfed her. Because her skills were ridiculously strong. Lilymon is still fantastic. 709 base strength, 366 base speed. One of the fastest datas in the game. Below Scubamon, but Scubamon doesn't have the strength to compare. So, Lilymon is definitely fantastic. But Lilymon used to literally be broken to a ridiculous degree. She needed the nerf. She outclassed every single data to a point it was ridiculous and pretty much pointless to use any other data. That's how broken she was. Let me point that out to you. She needed the nerf. I'm going to be honest. I don't like nerfing characters, but she was that far ahead of the curve, but literally she needed it. Because I believe she could get to like close to 200% on her skills or something like that. Something ridiculous. She used to be able to get to like close to 200% on skills. Like, it was absolutely busted. Oh, 1 minute. Why am I using food? I shouldn't be using food. But yeah, you don't need a meta team to deal with Nanimon. You just literally need a backup team to switch in during the fight. That's what you need. Then you can take care of Nanimon. If you don't have a backup team, mostly even if you have a vaccine team, you're going to lose. Or it's going to be an incredibly close fight. One of the two, depending on how much you've invested in them and what stat bots you have. Do I have Lilymon? Yes, I do. I have... You see my Lilymon? She's right here. She's here. Lilymon. She's right here. I've got multiple Lilymons, funnily enough. I've got multiple of them. I don't know what you mean by PM. But, you know, I've got multiple Lilymons, 100%. I believe I've got at least about 3 Lilymons. Scorpion... Oh, interesting Scorpion. Okay, got it. Right, sorry, my bad. But I'm thinking of getting a Palmon from the starter eggs. Honestly, if you want to get the Palmon line, I hate to say this, Scorpion, you're gonna need your cores. You need a guaranteed champion core and a guaranteed ultimate core, which you can get through the dungeons of the day. For Gear Savannah and whatnot. Go through all the Gear Savannah, get to stage 30. You will get a champion guaranteed core. Get it into Togemon, 100% guaranteed. And then I get the ultimate core from, say, Infinite Mountain. And use that to guarantee you're into a Lilymon. That's what I'd recommend. Honestly. Because the problem is with Palmon is Palmon is a lot... Alright, I'm going to show you the Palmon line right now. Out of all the starter Digimon, Palmon is the most ridiculous. I'm going to show you why she's the most ridiculous. So Palmon, immediately, off the bat, 37.5% chance of a Togemon, Vegemon, 10% Nanimon, 10% Floramon, and 5% Mutant. Right off the bat. And even if you get to Togemon, you've then got to deal with this. 42.5% chance of a Cherrymon, or Lilymon, or a Duramon. So, honestly, for that line, you kind of need to use cores unless you want to play with the chance. Yeah, she was incredibly broken. She used to be incredibly broken. Compared to all the other Digivolutions, she was probably the most broken in terms of what she was. But of course they fixed that, thankfully, which I don't like nerfing characters in games. But I also understand of how much she needed a nerf. So in this case, I'm going to sit there and say that's a good idea. They nerfed her. I understand. Because none of the other mons could hold a candle to her. Not a single data in that tree, regardless of how strong they were, whether they had more strength than her or not, just couldn't hold a candle to what she could accomplish. So in that case, I'm like, okay, I agree with the nerf. That's a good nerf. Not because of some stupid reason, she's a little bit better or whatever. She was fundamentally just busted. So that's why I didn't mind necessarily so much that she did get nerfed. Like, I used a champion core, I used an ultimate core to get my Rosemon, and I'm grateful I did. I honestly am very grateful I did. At least, if I remember correctly, I did. I don't know. I think I did because I wanted to make sure I got it. I'm pretty sure. I know I definitely used an ultimate core. I don't know if I used a champion core. Not sure if you know about the guaranteed start of Digivolution. You can guarantee Togemon Digivolution by fighting Monzaemon. That's what I did. Okay. So, fighting Monzaemon in Gear Savannah will guarantee Palmon turns into Togemon. That's what I did. And then I used an ultimate core to guarantee it to Lilymon. That's what I did. I remember. I remember fully. Thank you for that, Seafox. I appreciate it. You just refreshed my memory. That's what I did. I got Palmon to turn to Togemon through fighting Monzaemon in Gear Savannah. I'll show you exactly where Monzaemon is. You can actually check out my YouTube video if you really want to for guaranteed starter Digivolutions. But real quick, I'm going to show you. Monzaemon spawns around here. It's an RNG chance that your Palmon will turn into Togemon. Completely RNG. You make it on your first try, you make it on your 30th try. Believe me. It's how you guarantee a Togemon Digivolution for Palmon. I had a dry streak over here by Meramon. I literally went through about 30 fights, did not get my Birdramon from Biomon. But eventually it happened. It's a guaranteed Digivolution. You just have to play with the RNG chance. So over here, your Monzaemon will spawn. Guarantee. Yeah, you saw my vid. Thank you again. Appreciate it. Sorry if you already seen it and I kind of repeated information. But yeah, literally, get your Palmon to Togemon that way and then use an ultimate core through Infinite Mountain and whatnot. And you'll get your Digimon. Rosemon is a fantastic Mega. So, definitely a good choice. And Lilymon only has a 95% chance to turn into Rosemon. So, you pretty much guaranteed it the chances. So, definitely a guaranteed worth it ultimate core to use. You have an incredibly strong data for late game. 100%. No problem, always good to listen to the info again. I appreciate you being understanding. Really do appreciate that. But yeah, honestly, definitely a worthwhile mon. Like, I had a full vaccine team at the early start of the game. I got me a Palmon egg from Andromon's egg basket. I think, if I remember correctly. I ended up getting me a guaranteed Palmon egg. Yeah, I think I did. I know I definitely got a guaranteed Palmon egg. I don't know if it was through that egg basket, or I chose to go through the one when I got to Server Desert after defeating Devimon. One of the two. One of those two eggs that got me the Palmon, I think. I had a case where I unmutated Magamon and brought into that Shellmon and it wouldn't work. It was the Agumon that later evolved into Tyrannomon. Because the problem... Okay, so this is the massive issue. It's not that it wouldn't work. Unfortunately, Agumon to Shellmon is the most annoying Digivolution of them all. And I'm going to state why. Gabumon guaranteed Sujimon here. Guaranteed Unimon, for example, for Tentomon somewhere around here. Sorry, Tentomon to Andromon was here. Freaking, I think it was Gomamon to Ikakumon was around here. Meramon, Biomon, and whatnot. All of that guaranteed. It's a single Digimon you need to fight. Which is fair enough. The problem with the Agumon, you need to fight a very specific Shellmon that spawns near this fucking tree. And unless you're literally matching the text on the tree that I have in my video, you are never going to get a guaranteed Greymon. You need to fight a very specific Shellmon in the middle of 30 freaking Shellmon round here. It's so freaking annoying. Yep. And guarantee Kakumon after all, yep. No, there's no way to tell. The only way to tell is when you're in the fight and a certain text shows up. Once you know that, you can then make sure that Shellmon appears again and keep fighting that specific one that spawns. There is one Shelmon that's not marked. Fair enough. Okay. But yeah, generally speaking, you need to fight a very specific Shelmon out of the 30 Shelmon that are on that bloody beach, however many there are. That's just a rough estimate. It's incredibly annoying. Yeah. I've gotten my Greymon that way practically every time other than my first character when I didn't know about the guaranteed evolutions. But yeah, obviously Agumon to Greymon is the most frustrating one out of all of them because you need to fight that very specific Shellmon. There's only one of them that's a specific one, and it's so annoying. It really is. See, I think it's a really sad thing that Patamon and Salamon don't have a guaranteed evolution path. I think that's really sad. When is a good time for PvP is only past the full story. So, PvP, I'm not knowledgeable on. I'll be straight up with you, 100%. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not good when it comes to PvP. I've not really engaged in PvP. But from what I learnt from C-Fox the other day when he tried the PvP ladder, supposedly when you properly get into PvP, it's rookies fighting. So technically, you could get into PvP at any point. Because you just need to be in rookie form to do the PvP fights. It's level based, mind you. But as long as you're investing into that Digimon and maxing out its strength as best you can and whatnot, you'll have a fun time through PvP regardless of where you are in the story. That's my understanding. Do not take this for guaranteed truth. Like I said, I have no experience with PvP. But what I learnt from C-Fox, you need 6 Digimons and they need to be in rookie form and it's level based. So, essentially, as you can see here, there's a table that comes up on the screen. 1 to 15 is the bracket, then there's obviously 15 to 30 is another bracket, sorry, 16 to 30, 31 to 45 is another bracket. So, as long as you invest in your Digimon and make sure you get guaranteed strength blocks, 4% in every slot, I'm pretty sure you could enter PvP at any point in the game, as long as you're in ultimate form and you're within the level bracket. So, that's my understanding currently. Please do not take that as guaranteed information or whatnot, because I've never done PvP on ranked ladders or anything like that. I am not a go-to information on that. That's just my understanding from what I've learned from what people have told me. For the first, you need 6 Digimon in your party, no more or less. Between level 1 to 15. Yeah, for the first bracket, yeah. Unfortunately, if I ever do a guide on PvP, I really need to go into it and look into it and really learn my information first. Because I don't want to make a guide video where I don't actually have all the information. I know I've done that in the past. There's been certain guide videos I've made where I've not had all the information. I've not given all the info because of that. Which is why at the end of this 15-day grind, 30-day grind, I'm planning on releasing a bunch of guides, updating the information with all the new knowledge I know, and properly making them up to date. So a lot of my old guides will be revised, new guides will be made, of course, that I haven't covered. But right now, all my guides are incredibly viable, but there are other bits of information I could definitely add to them to improve them. 100%. Right? So, I want to make sure I have all the info before I make a guide, and then I'm sort of just like, you know, I can give you everything you need. Honestly, I'm way too far away from these tuber. Why am I over here? Let's see if channel 2 has less people. We'll rotate channels for the sake of getting my EVP back. Because this is eating into my freaking 15-day EVP chip that's about to run out. And I want to get as much work as I can. Try ladder 1 to 15, the higher you go, the higher chance you'll get tryhards. They can have specialized Digimon, but still, yeah. At some point in the future, I don't know how long it's going to be into the future, but I do definitely intend on, essentially, I'm going to do a 1 to 90 PvP video. My bad, my brain. I am going to do a 1 to 90 PvP video where I literally make a team that's completely decked out for the sake of doing PvP, and I'm going to go from 1 to 90 that way. I feel like that'd be an incredibly fun video, you know? In my free time, I'm watching your stream vids. This will be level 50. Sorry. In my free time, I'm watching stream vids. Yeah, we'll try level 115 just to see. Appreciate it, appreciate it, appreciate it. Thank you again for the advice. You're very welcome. Very welcome. At the end of the day, the whole reason why I've covered this game is to help people. I apologise I don't have all the information. I'd love to have it all and be able to completely divulge upon you and say, this is what you do, guaranteed. But unfortunately, I'm still learning things myself. Despite how long I've been playing this game, because I took a break for so long, there's a lot of content I've missed out on that I'm not up to date on and all the information. So, as much as I love to say I'm the guaranteed authority on helping you with this game, there are certain things that even I don't know. And that's unfortunately going to play into videos that I make. But I'm doing my best I can for you with the knowledge I have at hand. So I'm glad you're appreciative of what I can give you. I'm sorry I can't do better. I really do apologise. Indeed, agreed, Scorpion. I don't need to have it all, 2 sides to know all. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Agreed. I just hate when people sometimes present me a question and I can't answer it, and it's like, I really want to help you right now, but I can't. You know, I hate that feeling. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't really messed around with the market, and I learned about the market timers and stuff like that today, because I just hadn't really invested in it. One, I don't really have the bits to properly go spending on the market, and two, I've not much experience with selling stuff on the market at the moment. But the market is going to play a big play into a lot of the future guides that I make. Because obviously, when it comes to my leveling guide 1 to 90, as you know, I also talk about the crafting you should do alongside it. Now, you don't necessarily have to do that. You could buy stuff off the market and get all the things you need. Of course, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg to do it, but it's another optional choice rather than grinding through the mons to get the parts to level your crafting, you know? Oh no, is that you helped me from your vids. I'm glad I'm able to help you. That's what I set out to do. I'm glad I'm helping. Oh yeah, gotta check out if you can buy my crafting up to 120. You probably could. I don't know how much money you have. Let's say you have about 5 mil. I reckon you could probably get to about 120 crafting on 5 mil. I'm not guaranteed. I don't know all the prices for every item. You could technically do that. Honestly, in my opinion, I'd rather just grind the materials. In my personal opinion. At least up to the point in 120, then I'd probably farm the ultimate cubes myself rather than buying them from the market. At least in my opinion, personally. Good day, I say I got Dr. Tyrannomon, but I have the Master Tyrannomon. Ah, okay. Master Tyrannomon's a vaccine, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know what Master Tyrannomon turns into. But definitely good to get another vaccine, you know? Helps you get a long way in the story. Hey, Master Tyrannomon, let's see how he compares. He's got more strength than Garudamon, but less speed. Fair enough, fair enough. But he's close to the 800 range in terms of strength, which is definitely fantastic for an ultimate. He just doesn't have as much... he's still got great speed, honestly. I think Master Tyrannomon is honestly a very good mon. From what I'm reading here, for all these different Digimon, Tyrannomon is just below Metal Greymon, which is obviously a fantastic vaccine. He's a little bit less strength, but he has more speed, so I'd definitely say Master Tyrannomon is probably... In terms of ultimate tiers, I'd say he's about between S and SS rank, in my honest opinion. Compared to all the other vaccine ultimates in the game, 100%. He's close to 800 strength, which very few vaccine ultimates can claim. And on top of that, he's got over 300 speed. I'd say Master Tyrannomon is probably SS rank in terms of ultimates, in my honest opinion. I'd say he's definitely up there. Master Tyrannomon's a fantastic vaccine ultimate, for sure. So you've actually got a very great mon there. The only downside, yeah, he doesn't have an Evo. That's the only downside to Master Tyrannomon, is he doesn't have a Mega Evolution, but for an ultimate, he will get you far, 100%. Feel bad for deleting mine because I already have Metal Greymon. I recently got another Gizamon. You have 6 mons. Nice, nice. But yeah, Master Tyrannomon, definitely a fantastic mon. You're not going to go wrong with a Master Tyrannomon in your team, in my opinion. Like, honestly, in terms of Metal Greymon, he's about 20 odd points under, which is fair. Well, Metal Greymon is 297 speed at level 90, whereas Master Tyrannomon's 312. So he might be able to bridge that speed gap that Metal Greymon struggles to close, without needing as much speed investment. So, I'd definitely say Master Tyrannomon's probably S to SS rank in terms of what I would rate in terms of ultimates. In my honest opinion, definitely. He's definitely up there. So you definitely got a great mon there. So what happened was I already had Skull Greymon and Metal Greymon. Sorry, hang on. I have Garudamon, Andromon, Angelwoman, Mega Capitarimon, Master Tyrannomon, Bakamon, and the B1. Okay. Right, okay. You have Skull Greymon and Metal Greymon. Hang on, right. So, Scorpion, from what I'm seeing with your team right now, if you get Garudamon, you got Garudamon, right? So, Garudamon, fantastic mon. Definitely fantastic. Angemon, if you get that into a Magna Angemon, gonna be fantastic. Angelwoman, mwah, beautiful, amazing ultimate, one of the best in the game, if not the best in the game in my opinion. Mega Capitarimon, also fantastic. You've got a fantastic vaccine team right there. Even in their Mega forms, they are still great. You've got a very good team right there. Master Tyrannomon as well on top of that. Mwah! Beautiful, beautiful. Bakamon and the Beamon. Bakamon could turn into Phantomon. Phantomon is a fantastic virus. Has tons of strength. The only issue with Phantomon is terrible speed. That's the only downside when it comes to Phantomon. It's literally the speed. He has terrible speed, so he's always going to be practically going last. The B1, though, turned into Cannon Beamon, a fantastic virus used for late game grinding, so you definitely got a great mon there. You honestly, Scorpion, you have a fantastic team set up ahead of you. Make sure all those Digimon are around the same level. Make sure you catch up your other ones that are behind. Get them up to that level. And you'll probably be able to get through, if not all of the campaign, or most of. Literally. Off that. You need more data Digimon, though. Honestly, you do. But I think if you get those within comparable level, you'll be able to get through, if not most or all of the story. I'm leaning more towards most, because datas are very important. So, I'm saying, I'd say about 8% of the story, you are good to go. Honestly, you've got viruses to handle your vaccine weaknesses when they go up against datas. You just need a data team. That's literally all you need right now, Scorpion, and you'll be fantastic. Do you need Metal Andromon for Machinedramon? Yeah. You have Skull Greymon and Metal Greymon. Skull Greymon, again, fantastic. Suffers from lack of speed. But in terms of raw damage, flipping phenomenal. Metal Greymon, fantastic. Again, has an issue with speed, but in terms of damage, massively phenomenal. My Bakumon's on a habit of being exercised and turned into packages. Yeah, if you get a lot of Bakumons, there's not many Digivolution past from Bakumon, so I understand them getting turned into a lot of packages, yeah. But Bakumon is, if not, in my honest opinion, Bakumon is probably the best virus champion in the game. If you make that into a mutant, for example, that mon will get you be able to farm against level 72 mon. That mon will be able to help you grind any low levels up. Bakumon as a mutant is a fantastic mutant Digimon to have. It's just the one thing that Bakumon suffers from, low defense. It's very squishy. But in terms of damage output, that mon will get you far. I had a mutant Bakumon on my other character, and he was fantastic for lower levels up. Absolutely fantastic. Now I have my Wizardmon, I can go easy on them. I got all Digimon from Monster Evolution line now. I'm happy. Yeah, Bakumon ain't bad from what I've seen. Absolutely great. Fantastic speed, good damage. Honestly, let me have a look at the champions. Okay, so what I'm seeing here. So Bakumon has 677 base strength. Mechanorimon and Animon have more strength, but can't match the same amount of speed. Yeah, Bakumon, I'd say, is in the top 3 virus champions in the game. 100%. In my opinion. It's within the top 3 virus champions in the game. Bakumon is fantastic. Like, literally, Bakumon was even helping me in my story mode on my old character. If you ever watched my Season 1 when I started going through the endgame content for Human World, Bakumon got through so much content of that. It was just the issue that he got stuck at level 18, couldn't go past that, let him fall behind. Bakumon was even handling level 80 to 90 Digimon. Let that sink in. As a mutant, Bakumon was able to handle level 80 to 90 Digimon. Just didn't have the damage for taking damage from them, but in terms of dealing it, oh, it was definitely there. So, in my opinion, Bakumon is definitely in top 3 virus champions in the game. No holds barred. 100%. Yeah. And the babies in the farm have Nearomon, Puromon, and Beamon. Well, if you get a second kind of Beamon, you can use that as an ultimate form instead of 2 Lady Devimons to essentially do the late game farm against Blossomon. So, if you get a second Beedramon, if you get Fun Beamon into kind of Beamon again, you have 2 of them, you're essentially set. Now, I'm not too sure why people are saying to get 2 Cannon Beamon rather than 2 Lady Devimon, because Lady Devimon is much stronger, right? Lady Devimon is much stronger than Cannon Beamon, by far. So I don't quite understand why people are saying get to Cannon Beamon instead, if that's all you can get. But Cannon Beamon can also handle the Bossomon farm. And apparently you can use a third Digimon and grind them up while having 2 Cannon Beamon. I'll need to look into that personally myself before I know the full info. But supposedly by a lot of the green players are saying either Lady Devimon and an Atomon, or you want to get 2 Cannon Beamon. And I want to know why. So I'm going to have to try and figure that out myself, and I will figure it out at some point. Unfortunately, I need to go for a wee. I'll be back in a moment. I apologise, everybody. Okay, I'm back. So, yeah, let me explain why I'm a little bit confused. I'll explain exactly why. Okay. So, Lady Devimon, level 90, has a base 812 speed with no investment and 812 strength and 374 speed base. Without any investment to her stats. Lady Devimon at level 90 will be 812 strength, 374 speed. However, Cannon Beamon on the other hand is 732 base strength and 280 speed, which is a massive downgrade compared to Lady Devimon. If you look at the strength, for example, 812 on Lady Devimon versus 732 on a Cannon Beamon. Speed-wise, Lady Devimon is 374, and Cannon Beamon is 280. So why are people saying Cannon Beamon over Lady Devimon? That doesn't make sense to me, right? From those stats and what I'm reading, Lady Devimon is vastly superior. Supposedly, you need 76% strength for Lady Devimon over 60-odd% for Cannon Beamon. How? How is it Lady Devimon at 812 base at 76% is allowed for a one-shot, but a Cannon Beamon at less percent can also one-shot? I don't quite understand why. So I'm going to try and look at this right now. So Cannon Beamon is physical for his first skill. His second skill goes up to 145. His third skill goes to 211.65. Okay. Let's look at Lady Devimon. 145 and 55. Okay. I think I understand why people are saying Cannon Beamon. His Cannon Beamon as a skill goes to 211.65 for a third skill. I think that's why people are saying Cannon Beamon over Lady Devimon. I understand now. I'm beginning to understand. Let me have a look, though, at Megas. Real quick. Not 11. No. Is it Megas? No. Ultimate. Let's have a look at Blossomon. What's Blossomon weak to? So Blossomon is definitely data. Blossomon is reflects wind and is weak to fire. Okay. I understand now. Okay. That's why people are saying Cannon Beamon against Blossomon. That's the reason. Because fire, which Blossomon is weak to, and not only that, 211% base damage on their third skill. I understand. I'd still prefer two Lady Devimons, don't get me wrong, but I also understand why people are able to use that and then keep a third Digimon in the wings and level them up with Blossomon. I understand now. But both are definitely viable. Let's not forget about the big Tartars. Oh, yeah. See, I know a lot of people like Lady Devimon and Andromon and Lilithmon, for example. Definitely Lilithmon. But people fail to remember. Imagine if you annoyed Lady Devimon. Imagine if you pissed off Lady Devimon. Think about that for a second. What she could do to you. If you ever pissed off Lady Devimon in an argument, the things she could do to you is crazy. She would rip you apart. Like, honestly, she would definitely murk you. And there'd be nothing you could do. Yeah, if I just... if I don't stop so many baby bees that rotten food, I did the same thing. I got so many fun Beemons, I got so tired of getting them that I started using food to delete them because I got so fed up of getting so many. Yeah, but honestly, like, I would not like to be on the bad side of a Lady Devimon. You'd be screwed. Well, honestly, Lady Devimon would mess you up. See, people like to do, oh, what would win between Pokemon and Digimon? I'm sorry, but Digimon power scaling compared to Pokemon is completely out the park. The things some of these Digimon can do, they can literally rewrite reality. Compared to a Pokemon. The things these Digimon could do compared to Pokemon, they would rip you a new one and you wouldn't be able to do jack things about it. She would do Taekwondo on me. But I'll just shoot my Digivice and point it here. About the Digivice going in power. I mean, I don't know. I think you'd still be screwed. Because even if you try to use the Digivice against her, all she has to do is wait till you're not paying attention and just do an attack on you. You're screwed. Now, what are you going to do if she uses a split second decides... I'm going to use my most lethal attack on you and rip you apart. The arseholes Digivice did in the anime, alright. Jesus Christ. The amount of freaking Digivices getting us out of situations was crazy. Being able to completely defeat a Digimon on the shining light of a Digivice alone. Like, it is crazy what the Digivices were able to do. Let's be honest. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to shine my Digivice at a Devimon and beat his ass. Because I made the light from my Digivice shine on him. Let's be honest, that's a bit far-fetched. I'm pretty sure if Devimon really wants to rip me up a new one. If he really wanted to. You notice how Devimon was only ever attacking Digimon, but never attacked the Digidestined? Imagine if he chose to, they'd be dead. There's a reason canonically they only tackle their Digimon, because if that Digimon decided it wanted to kill the children, they'd be gone. 100%, they'd be gone. There's nothing they can do about it. Considering I own her, I'll just change her to the backup slot. She does not want to piss me off. Yeah, anime season 1 isn't even sure what she's capable of. Yeah. I did evolve my Andromon today. I'm over 49. Nice. Andromon today, sorry. Nice, nice. Yeah, hopefully you get that Magna Andromon. I really hope you get it because it'll go a long way with your Andromon, definitely. You're pretty much set. Oh yeah. Yeah. Honestly, if you want to guarantee it, I'd use a Digicore. Didn't you say you had 2 Patamon eggs? Scorpion, did you say you have 2 of them? If you do have 2 Patamon eggs, this is what I recommend you do. Digivolve one of them and see what you get. If you end up with a machinedramon, you know you need a Myotismon instead. I'd get an ultimate core and guarantee a Myotismon instead. If you unfortunately get a Myotismon the first time, again, get an ultimate guaranteed Digicore from the Dungeons of the Day, and turn your Myotismon, your Andromon into a Myotismon, a Machinedramon, whichever one you don't have. That's what I'd honestly do. Honestly, Machinedramon Andromon alone will get you through pretty much. Honestly, 90% of the story, 100%. Because the sad thing is when it comes to the human world is... the human world has so much potential of what it could do. What kind of mons it can make you face. It could have made you face a lot of megas and stuff like that. Most of the time you're fighting Bakamon and Phantomon in the really difficult fights. You know? Towards the end of it. Which are weak to light. So even in the final parts of the story mode that currently is available, Andromon and Machinedramon just shine brighter than the others. They just do. Because they have so much potential to do so much damage because of that advantage on not only vaccine versus the virus, but also typing. Here's a Patamon from the story. Nice. Okay. Is there any update for the global or English version? No. Honestly, XT and Soap, you're probably going to be waiting, I'd say another year, maybe more, for an English version. Honestly, I'm more inclined to say more. Bear in mind, right now, Digimon Super Rumble is a Korean MMO, not an English MMO. It was designed for Korean players. So when they're done fleshing out the story and adding new content to the game, then they may look into doing a global or English version. Right now, I highly do not think it is on their to-do list, because by right, we as English players should not be in their game right now. They chose to accommodate us, which I'm very grateful for. They didn't have to. They could have said, no, fuck you, go away. But they chose to accommodate us. They even made an English section on their official Discord for us and whatnot. Allowed us to buy crowns from overseas, which is the in-game currency. They've made so many steps to allowing us to still be able to play their game rather than pushing us away. So, hopefully that answers your question. They will probably eventually make an English translation, but it's not in their immediate to-do list. It's probably on the back burner. Because right now they're starting more content to the game. They update the game every 2 weeks with new content. So, an English patch will take an incredibly long time to do. One, not only because the amount of text that's in the game currently, but on top of that, also translation correction. The problem is we have some words in our dictionary for the English people that Koreans just don't have. So we could get a terrible English translation like DMO has, where a lot of the times the text is a little bit scuffled because it hasn't been properly given detail and properly translated. It did, thanks a lot. Cheers, I'll start playing Korean then. Fair enough, XTN. Honestly, if you need help with the game to get past the Korean barrier, I have so many guides on the game that can help you and explain the situation for you. So, if you really need help that badly, I've got so many guides. Go into my mini guides playlist on my channel and they'll have tons of guides there. Tons of information for you to use while you're going through the game. It'll help you out a lot. But unfortunately, we're probably going to be waiting a year or two before we get an English translation. If we do get one, well, they may just choose to straight up just doing the global release. Who knows? It only just entered for release in Korea in November last year. And that's in Korea, where it's originally being designed in. They do have folders in their files for potential English and Japanese translation. I just don't think that's on the priority of things. I don't mind to play all the way in Korean because I have your help on the way, so no problem. Yeah. I think if they release an English version, it's going to go as far as Season 1 storyline. They will leave it at that and work on the Korean version like they do weekly. Possibly. I think that's most likely as well. Next on the update, it'll be to add the whole Season 2 story if they even have that planned for the Korean players. Okay, so I'm going to stop you right there, Sea Fox. And the reason why I'm going to say I'm going to stop you right there. So, I've been playing this game for a few years, right? So we have a month's gap before they release the next story content, right? So, I don't know about the early alpha and beta versions, but what I can say is I joined the Valley of Darkness with my Altismon's Castle. That's when I officially started to play the game. We got the My Altismon Castle content. Originally they released the first half of it, and then a week or two later they released the second half of it. Apparently they did the same thing from what I've learned when it came to Gear Savannah, etc. Infinite Mountain. They released one half of it, wait a few weeks, and release the second half. Unfortunately, when it comes to the human world side of things, we got part 1, and we was waiting, I don't know how many months, I think it was like 6 or 7 months before we got human world part 2. Or something like that. I don't know why. Apparently they were chalking up to, they were having issues with the game code or something like that. Which I personally call bullshit on. And the reason why I say that is, when it comes to Assassin's Creed, I know that's completely unrelated. But I think it was Assassin's Creed 2 or something like that. I remember a programmer literally rewriting about 1 million lines of code to fix that game. And it did not take him like 7 or 8 months to do that. It didn't. So I think they intentionally extended the Human World Part 2 content on purpose to give it more of a shine and a refinement, and to give them a little bit of a break on the constant updates. I think that's what they did, in my opinion. Now bear in mind that's my theory, not guaranteed information. But Season 2, we're still in Season 1, right? I reckon we'll be waiting a few years, maybe 1 or 2 years before we get the whole of Season 2 story. Maybe more. Who knows? But generally, when it comes to story patches, it's between like at least every 6 to 8 months to a year before we get a new story content. Because every 2 weeks they update this game. That's their main focus. They're updating the game every 2 weeks, giving us new content every 2 weeks, which will take time and effort to do. I understand that. And probably for them it's a bit of a crunch to make sure everything's working and viable within 2 weeks. But they do it, you know? Sometimes they may just give us bug fixes and a few Digivolutions instead of actual content because they're trying to flush out more Digimon in the game and whatnot and things of that nature. But unfortunately, we won't be getting the whole of Season 2 story in the next update. It's just not going to happen. Because they still haven't even finished Season 1. And I think the next content update we may get in 6 to 8 months is potentially the Dark Masters content. Yeah, we'll say a good while, definitely. But yeah, this game is definitely... They've definitely put a lot of effort into it, which I'm grateful for. Obviously, there's definitely systems that could definitely be improved and managed to be better than what they are. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about that. 100%, no question. There are so many things in this game they need to revise to make a better game. But we can't expect everything to be done in like a few months' time. It's going to take a while to fix and update correctly. English version might be outsourced and have a totally different direction. Maybe, I don't know. What I meant was if they release an English version, it won't be updated alongside the Korean version. I agree on that, 100%. I reckon we'll definitely be behind the curve in terms of translation if they do release an English version. And that's just to be expected. You know? That's to be expected. So, what happened with DMO? I believe DMO went through something like that. I can't speak for DMO. And the reason why I can't speak for DMO, because like I said, I didn't play during the heyday and the glory times of DMO. I came into it when Game King was mostly in manage of it, and they completely ruined the game. So I never played in the vanilla experience when Move Games was in control. So you'll always be better off playing the Korean version, assuming they keep allowing us. Agreed. Honestly, it might not be too popular opinion by people. I feel like they should work in the Korean game more. And leave the English people in essentially the background. And the reason why I say that is because at the end of the day, we're not supposed to be here. We essentially invaded DSR. They originally intended through the Korean mobile phones to have it only be a Korean MMO. We was never taken into the picture of potential players, and they knew people were buying accounts to get access to the game. They knew this was going on. They didn't ban people for doing that. They saw it as most people's in their desperate attempts to play this game because they love Digimon. And instead of forcing us out, they chose to accommodate us. So, in my opinion, because we're not even supposed to be here, Koreans should always come first. No ifs, ands, or buts. Korean players, hands down, in this version of the game being a Korean MMO, should come first before any English speaker who comes to the game. If you think you're an English speaker and you dare to come into this game and you sit there and demand things of the game devs, go fuck yourself. I'm saying it right now, right here, right now. You might not like it, go fuck yourself. Because at the end of the day, we're not supposed to be here. You can't sit here and demand and say, we need an English translation now. We need this, we need that. Don't you dare. Because this was a Korean MMO. We shouldn't be here. And the game devs were kind enough to sit there and say, okay, we understand people from other places that aren't supposed to be here accessing our game. We're going to allow them to persist. We're going to allow them to be here. We're not going to push them away and force them away from the game. We're going to allow them to play. Because I see that they love Digimon. They want to be here for the experience. They deserve respect for that. Complete and utter respect for doing that. Because I tell you right now, most companies will say, fuck you, go fuck yourself. They would. Hands down. They would do that. These devs haven't. They've been polite. They've been welcoming. They've welcomed us into their fold despite us not supposed to be in here, and they've allowed us to stay. They made an English Discord for us. They allowed us to sign up for an account without needing a Korean phone number. They made all these changes to try and accommodate us players and welcome us into the game of Digimon Super Rumble. They didn't have to do that. They had no obligation to do that. But they chose to do that. So please, anybody out there who's sitting there looking at the game going, oh, you're not making an English version, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Respect what the game devs have done. Hands down. Respect what they have allowed us to do. Respect it. Because it's through their choices that we are allowed to stay on this game. We're not getting banned. We're not being kicked off the game. They allowed us to stay. And you should be grateful for that. And if I ever see anybody ever commenting on my video, this game sucks because you don't have an English version or whatever the fuck, go fuck yourself. I don't care. Don't subscribe to my channel. Dislike my video. I don't care. Respect the fact that the game devs have allowed us to stay in this game. And appreciate the fact they've allowed to do so. Just because you're English does not give you a privilege to demand things of other people from other places in the world. I don't care where you're from, how pig-headed you think you are, how important you think you are, or self-privileged you think you are. You do not have that right. Hands down. Unsubscribe to my channel if you're one of these people. Dislike my videos if you're one of these people. I don't care. I'm grateful the game devs have allowed me to stay. They've allowed me to play. They haven't banned me. I never received a letter of warning. They accommodated me. They welcomed me with open arms and said, okay, you can play our games. Unfortunately, you have to deal with the Korean text wall. But at the same time, you can play. And the Korean text wall has not been that much of an obstacle. It hasn't. Honestly, I'll be honest with you. I can use translators to get past any obstacle I ever have. Most of the time, 90% of the time. And I've played through this game on 2 different accounts. Never had an issue with getting through this account despite the Korean text. Or my other account, when I didn't even know what I was doing on the game. Because the Korean text wall is not that big of a problem as most players think. It's not. This game is a fantastic game and deserves to be enjoyed by people who love games, especially Digimon. Please show some respect to the game devs instead of sitting there screaming at them saying, we want this, we want that, like some entitled freaking child. And I apologise, I did kind of go on a rant there. I kind of did. But I just want people to understand. They chose to let us stay. Remember that. Be grateful. Okay. Let me catch up on the chat because I did miss out on quite a bit on that rant. But yeah. I stand by everything I said. So, let's see. She always better off playing the Korean. Okay, yeah, but I think you remember D&O being owned by different folks. That is definitely true. When I came to DMO belonged to Game King. That's my experience I've had with DMO. I didn't play in the glory days of DMO, unfortunately, so I never saw what the glory of that game could ever be. I've only heard what other people have told me what the glory days of that game would be. But I know on the Game King right now, that game is a piece of shit. Because I've even played it. It is a pile of crap that deserves to be abolished and forgotten about. It's not a good game. Not by any means of the words. It's a shit game. Because unless you spend money, you can't get anywhere in that game. You spend thousands to hope you get the next Digivolution that gets released. That's bullshit. A game should never be lost behind that much of a paywall. No. Never. Right? It started off with a decent, I stopped playing it, it went to shit. Yeah, I'm glad I got an MMO Digimon I could play it, even if it's Korean. Right. Right. So yeah. Apparently DMO back in its heyday was a fantastic game. Loved by many, especially the Digimon community. They saw DMO and they loved that game. Because I'll believe it. People tell me DMO used to be a fantastic game before Game King got a hold of it. I believe it. If you actually look at Game King's track records, they are a shit company. They buy games that are falling apart, then monetize the shit out of them and ruin the experience. When a game starts to drop low on players and the creators can't afford to issue a server, there are plenty of companies like Game King and others that will buy up that property and they will microtransaction it to full of shit. And they will do that. Unfortunately, it is what they will do. Because they see an opportunity to make money while this game is dying. They don't care if they solely defactor the reputation of the game and the Digimon brand. As far as they're concerned, we're getting money from it. Because those that are rich and don't have to worry about money problems will pay the money. They don't care. They see like £100 price tag and they go, oh, just throw money at it. Because they can afford to do so. It's also the casual players that want to get into DMO that suffer from this gameplay problem. We suffer from it because we can't afford to just throw 100 quid at the game. Hey, it's not the fact that you have to throw 100 quid at the game. It's the problem that they will create a problem to sell you a solution. With a lot of these companies, that's what they do. They will minimize what you can do as a free-to-play player. They will put so many obstacles in the way, so you have pretty much no choice but to spend money, force their hand into your pocket, or you cannot enjoy this game. That's what these game companies do, like Game King and others. They will force their hand into your pocket. They'll make everything so tedious and ridiculous that you've got no choice but to spend money or you can't enjoy the experience. And to whales, this doesn't matter. Whales is a term for somebody who has lots of money, just throws money at games to get ahead and doesn't care. That's essentially a whale, because they are rich enough, they can drop 5 grand on the game and not really care. But if you're a free-to-play player or somebody who's limited money, you work a 9-to-5 job, you pay for your house, your electric, your bills, you don't have much money left over. For you, the game is an incredibly terrible, horrible experience because you cannot enjoy that game without putting money into it. That's what they do. Create problem, sell solution. Create a problem in the game that interrupts your gameplay and fun. If you want to get past it, you have to buy whatever they're offering you just to enjoy their fucking shit game that they've ruined. That's what game companies do. I'm a gamer, right? I've been gaming for like 25, 26 years. I've been gaming since the age of 3.5. I've been through the ringer when it comes to games. Back in the day when I was a child, they had to make a great game or the game simply didn't sell. The gaming market today is a shell of what it once was. In the past, you had passionate developers that used to make great games to make money. It was always a business. But these game developers sold you a great game. Because they knew if they didn't do so, you would not buy the game. They would make no money. That's the way gaming used to be in the OG days. From my generation. There was no release a broken game, fix it later through updates. What you got on that disc was what you got from that game. There was no updating it, no fixing it. That game was how it got delivered to you, to your front door. Whether you went to a game shop to buy that game, that was how you got the game, and that's the way the game was. Bugs and all. No fans or buts about it. You had no choice. Nowadays, most game companies, Call of Duty, EA Games, fantastic examples. Same shit every day, released with a new package every year, just with a new skin on it, but it's still the same crap game. And they still try to find ways to mug you of your money. EA Games is even worse. Madden, NFL, all that kind of stuff, right? You need to spend thousands upon the game to buy all your characters to get a perfect team so you can compete with other players. And the game experience is worsened because if you don't have the money to spend, your team is never going to be great as the player that spends money. They're going to have a massive advantage over you. And when the next year gets released, it's literally the same game, maybe better graphics, but still the same system that you literally spent thousands on previously the year before. That is the gaming situation we are living in today for gamers. That a lot of game companies are taking notice of and seeing how much money they're making and choosing to copy. And therefore, ruining the experience for you as a player to enjoy that game so you're forced to spend money. Let me make this incredibly clear to people. Let's take Star Wars Battlefront 2. Do you remember how bad Star Wars Battlefront 2 was when that released? It got to a point so bad with the gambling mechanics and the loot box crap, the government got involved. The government. I do not want the government involved with my gaming and dictating shit when it comes to games. When your system becomes that bad you need to get government involved, that's when you know you're stepping over the line to an absurd degree. Right? It's gotten so bad that the government is even getting involved with games. Something that's made for fun, the government got involved with. Because all this microtransaction, loot box bullshit, all these games employ to force you to spend money. They will ruin a game, so you will have to spend money. That's what Game King did essentially to DMO. They ruined the game for the sake of money. So the whales is not so bad. But to your modern consumer like me, who's not rich, I can't enjoy that game. I can't even play that game. The game is so terrible and painful to play that I literally can't play it unless I'm willing to spend money. That's how you know you have a shit company managing your game, just like Game King did to DMO. So when people say the glory days of DMO and how good it used to be, I believe them. Because apparently, according to them, everything was fair. Eventually, DMO started to lose players. And that's just a natural cycle of an MMO. People are going to play a game for several months and then disappear because they have other games to play. That's a natural thing that happens with games. We're spoilt for choice. We've got millions upon millions of games out there. You can't expect somebody to dedicate all the time to a single game and never any other game. Nobody has ever made a game that good enough. Even World of Warcraft, which is said to be one of the greatest MMOs of all time, cannot hold the same candle to what a game company could achieve. You're never going to get people that are permanently attached to your game and only your game and never touch another game ever again. You're not going to get that. Not on a wide scale. There's no game that's ever been created good enough to do that. 100%. It's not happening. The problem is with games, we are spoiled for choice. We have millions upon millions of games out there that you can play any second right now. The difference is, when it comes to games, players like games they can play. I don't want to have to fork money from my wallet every single time I play a game. I don't want to have to do that. Because games were built to be fun. Yes, they were always a business, but games were always made to be fun. That was the purpose of a game. That's what they were built for, to entertain you, keep you busy, keep you spending. But you take companies like Game King, for example, and they will take a game franchise and they'll run it into the dirt for the sake of making a quick buck. Because the whales don't care about the consequences of the game. All the whales care about is who they can flex on. They see that guy who has no money and they're like, oh, look at me and look at all I got and you can't afford it. Ha ha. That's what whales feed on. Whales feed on the ability to flex and show off what they've achieved over other players. They love that. They love that feeling. It's a class system that's been basically integrated into games these days. Class system. You got your rich, you got your middle class, you got your poor. And the whales are always at the forefront of these games because they can afford it. The middle class struggle, but we're able to get somewhere. The free-to-play players have no chance in these games at all. Because they have the odds stacked against them so much they will ruin the gaming experience to force you to spend money. That's the gaming system and the market that we have to deal with currently. You do have certain game companies out there that are still fantastic and don't do this. But the majority of game companies nowadays are turning to this method. Microtransaction and everything create you a problem, so you have to pay for the solution. DSR, so far, has been incredibly fair. I guarantee you, if Game King bought this game right now, within a few years this game would be absolute dog shit. Because they would take every little bit of fun out of this game and lock it behind a paywall. That's what they would do. Because they don't care. They're just in it for the money. They don't care about the franchise. They're not buying Digimon because they think it's going to be a great investment for them and a fun game to make. They're buying it because they know it'll make them money. That's unfortunately the way it is. And you know, I'd love to be able to sit there and say, oh, it's different, you don't have to worry about that, but unfortunately you do. DSR's done a fantastic job in monetizing their game. While yes, there is a cash shop, you don't need it. There are ways around it. It just takes more time. But it's not a point where you need to take more time to a ridiculous conundrum where you need to spend literally like a whole entire I think when I was looking up Star Wars Battlefront 2 and that came out, right? Apparently you need to play for like a year before you could even get all the items. At least a year's worth of play before you get all the items through free-to-play means. If I remember correctly. Don't quote me. I don't remember off the top of my head, this was years ago, mind you. But apparently, people worked it out. You need to spend at least a year to be able to get all the items to make your characters great. That's how bad the gambling loot box game. DSR is nothing like that. Not even close, not even in the same ballpark. There's no... Like, yes, you can spend money and it can give you a little bit of an edge, but you can perfectly get all this through just grinding the game on your own. It is pretty fair, exactly, that's what I've always said. DSR, in terms of the cash shop, is pretty fair. You don't have to spend money on the game. You can completely get that free to play. Once you get to the late game spots, I guarantee you could earn millions a day. When you get to that 85 to 95 area... and you properly farm that for a few days, you'll get millions and you'll be able to buy anything you want in the game. Through free-to-play means by buying it from the player who spent money in the cash shop. It's fair. That's the whole point. As a free-to-play player, you can accomplish the same level. You can. There's a limit to how even far free-to-play players can get. I'm going to show you a definitive example right now. So let's say I really want you to get into PvP. I'm that serious about it. I really want to get into PvP, right? And I want to become the top dog in PvP. I could buy things like 0 units from the cash shop. I could buy these fruits for hatching new Digimon. And things like nature. I could buy all these boosts to give me a bit of an edge. But at the end of the I could buy these skill bots to guarantee certain stat increases. But I can get these for free by doing infinite mounting. So I don't have to do that. So a pay-to-play player will get there faster. They'll be able to max out Digimon much faster than I can. But they will eventually reach a power peak, even through spending all this money. And I can catch them through free-to-play means. It will take me maybe a few weeks to a month later, but I could definitely get there. And if I've been playing this game long enough, playing every day, I will get my Digimon to a point that it doesn't matter if you paid for the game. I'll still be able to compete you and beat your ass, regardless of how much you spent on the game. You could have shortcutted your way up, sure. Got maybe your new Digimon to competing status in maybe a week or two through spending money on the game, if even that. And I might take a month to get there, but I will get there after that month's time, and I will kick your ass regardless of how much money you spent, because there's no inherent benefit to spending money on the game that you can get that I can't compete with. That's how fair it is. You have the shortcut, sure, but give me a month's time and I will destroy you. I will get to that point. And I will murk you in PvP. Whether you spent money on the cash up or not. Because there's no boost you can get that I can't attain through playing free to play. That's why I love DSR. That's why I recommend it to people. While there is a cash shop, it's not pay to win. Pay to win gives you a bit of an advantage. But it's not so much so that I can't get there in free to play. I can definitely get there within a month's time. I could earn pretty much enough Tetris spots to max out all 3 of these Digimon right here within a month. And I could take on somebody in PvP who's maximised their account for the sake of PvP. I could get there within a month if I put the time and effort in. 100%. Managed to make a bunch of money mid-story. I haven't even gotten to the Dark Castle. Bought an outfit from the market. Bought 2 Ultimate Evolus. Right. See, that's the thing. Outfits don't give you inherent boost over another player. Outfits are just completely cosmetic. The cash shop in this game is great. But I guarantee if Game King took over this game, I'd be singing a completely different tune. Because I guarantee you they would fuck everything up. Like, yes, it's a grind. It does take time. That is something to do with the game. It is a grind. MMOs are meant to be grinding. They're meant to keep you occupied for several months. It's supposed to be that way. But you cannot get so far ahead of me I can't ever catch up because you paid money on the game. You can't. Therefore, DSR is fair, and that's why I love DSR and I'll recommend it to people. Because I don't need to empty my bank account to be able to play with people and compete at that level. I don't need to. I can still get there. I figured to save you some money for a starter pack or anything that gives me lost speed juices. Right. Honestly, that's probably the most controversial thing in the cash shop I can think of, is the cash boosts. So, let me put for example. This EVP 50% item goes a long way. It allows you to essentially get in double the amount of fights where you have to get EVP back. Which is massive. It's a massive boost to somebody who buys some crowns. Likewise, there is a 30-day boost item here, which will give you 100% bits increase, 2 times battle speed, increased drop chance, a magnet which picks up items automatically so you don't have to do it manually, and a movement speed. They are a big boost. But honestly, through late game farming, I could easily afford enough to buy 950 crowns worth of items to get this item. Late game grinding, I could easily farm enough If you're spending enough days with those boosts on to essentially buy one of these and one of these and still have money left over. As long as you got the time to put into the game. Let's say you played for about 6 to 8 hours a day. Let's just say minimum. You play 6 to 8 hours a day. You would definitely make enough money to be able to afford this and this in that time. Before that 50-day runs out. And then you can buy essentially a second one to match up to the 30 days of this item. And you'd still have money left over. Now what some people are doing, some people are choosing to buy... I believe there was a 15-day version, if I'm not mistaken. There is a 15-day version. So essentially, let's say you bought this 750 crowns, and then you say... Bought the EVP 50% off, right? So they match. So you have a 15-day boost. 15% of EVP getting cut in half. You'll make more than enough bits within that 15 days if you have about 6 to 8 hours to play. To be able to afford this and the 15-day version and still have money left over. You would earn enough. Yeah, originally Move Games on DML and they let it go to Gamer King. That should be about 6 mil-ish bits. Yeah, definitely obtainable. So, let's take example, 15 days. I've run out of my 15-day boost, right? I got 6.2 mil. I can afford to buy those buffs again. Within that 15 days, I could afford the item again. Now, bear in mind, I've been farming against mid-game to low-tier mobs for the sake of farming rift items. I haven't farmed at the late-game farming spot, and I've still made more than enough money to replace those items. DSI is owned and made by the same people who have DML, Move Interactive. Game King Business Publisher is also by Move Interactive. Right. But at the same time, DML, when they originally took over, before Game King got involved, when the game was more profitable, they made a great game. It's when the game started to drop off and didn't have that many players, they started to lose money. That's when they gave it to Game King, let Game King monetize the shit out of the game, to get the most out of it in its last few legs of life. That's what they did. That's why when, obviously, Move Games were in charge of DML, it was in its heyday, glory day, everybody loved it. When Game King took over, that's when the game fell to shit. Because at that point, they're moving to the point they want to make money, rather than caring about the integrity of the game. Getting the most out of that game's last few years of life. And that's what they did. To appeal to the whales, get as much money as possible. And now they're making DML remastered. As long as the game does good, they will never move to Game King. They will never move to it. It's only when the game starts to die and is like on the way to its way out, they'll start to possibly put Game King in charge. Because that's what happened with DML. It's when DML stopped bringing in money and they were losing money that they finally let Game King take over. So, okay, we got a dying MMO here. Give it to Game King. Game King can do what they want with it, and they'll make as much money as possible, so we can basically further his future projects. That's what they did. And while I don't agree with that, unfortunately, it's what they did. Yeah, it is the same company. You're right. But bear in mind, before they switched to Game King, the game was great. They only switched to Game King when the game was bringing in less money. And they couldn't afford it to keep it upright with the amount of players and whatnot. That's when they started to milk the franchise and didn't give a damn. Look at every MMO that's gone to this shit. Prime example, let's say, what was the name of that game? It was a great game. It was fantastic, then it got ruined. Not EVE Online, it was something else. I don't think it wasn't EVE Online. No, it wasn't. It was. Can't quite remember the name of the game. I think it's on my Steam list. There's a certain company that's acquired a lot of games out there. When they're on their last dying legs and they're starting to die out. The MMO's disappearing. Not enough players to keep it alive. Can't quite remember the name of it off the top of my head. I think it might be in my Steam library because I played it at one point. So, well, it's not here anymore. Terra. Okay, Terra, fine example. That's it. Terra. So Terra was widely popular at one point. It was doing great. However, when that MMO eventually started to die out, they then gave it to another company, which milked the game for what they could out of it, before the game eventually died. Not enough players, keeping it circulated and whatnot. And that's what a lot of these game companies do. When their game starts to die... What you said about DMO, though, is all true currently. It's a nightmare pay-to-win line. And there is a point and far stop, and you either start wailing or you don't progress. Right, that's what I'm saying. When an MMO starts to die, it's generally then the cash shop stuff starts to come into the game. And it starts to get ridiculous with it. That's what they did to DMO. They did the same to Terra. They gave it to another company. And that company monetized the shit out of Terra. They got so ridiculous with the cosmetics. They literally broke the... They broke the game to a degree. So, let's take Digimon right now. We're in the Digimon world. Let's say I added a pink flying car into the game. And then I added, say, somebody wearing a princess outfit and one of the Digimon or something like that. That's pretty much what Terra did. They went completely cosmetic. Started trying to charge an arm and a leg. Because the game was dying. They knew it had limited life left. And there weren't enough players keeping it. The money coming in. So they gave it to a free-to-play company that gave the game free-to-play, and then they monetized the hell out of the game and ruined the game in the process. Because they knew the game was dying. That's essentially what Move Games did to DMO when it got to that point. And it became to a point that only the whales could enjoy the game, and everybody else just is basically a fuck you. Exactly. Whoever is managing Game King's punishment games outside Korean is outsourcing the products to make an individual version for said overseas release. Maybe. But yeah, essentially, the fact that DMO is still alive, let's look at DMO right now. Graphics, completely outdated. Systems for an MMO, completely outdated. Gameplay loop, completely outdated. Because it's locked behind a cache wall. If you're not a whale, you can't flourish in DMO. There becomes a wall that you can't get past unless you're willing to spend money. The fact that it's still alive is not because of the casual player, it's because of the whales. The people that have all this money, they can just throw at a game and say, oh, I've got a problem, chuck money at it. New update, chuck money at it. I want this, chuck money at it. It's usually the whales that are keeping it alive. And so long as there are whales to keep that game alive, they will keep it going. And now we've got, what, DMO Remastered or whatever that's coming out? Where they're basically adding new liquor paint to the game, DMO Evolution or something. Essentially what that is, they're reviving the old franchise, adding a new liquor paint to it. Maybe they might revert to the OG days of the game. Who knows? Time will tell. But the reason why is because they're trying to restart that cycle. If DMO starts to die in the future, and isn't able to keep a player base, give it a few years, and I guarantee you that game will go the same route as last time. Pass on to Game King, sorry. And they will literally milk the fuck out of the franchise and ruin the game. Join another DMO version from other countries because people are saying, oh, this DMO version is better. I mean, aren't there private servers? There are private servers. Honestly, from personal experience, if you want to enjoy DMO in the modern day, private servers are your only option. But there's a misconception with that. People hear me saying, okay, well, DMO, private servers are the way to go. There are multiple private servers out there, and it depends which one you join. But at the same time, they will still follow the same kind of fundamentals that DMO has. They do have a loot box system. They do have pay-to-win mechanics. But here's what they do have in these private servers, at least from the one that I played. The ability as a free-to-play player to still get the same Digimon. The private server I played, for example, if a new Digimon came out, it was cash up only. Give it about 2 to 3 weeks, eventually you'd be able to earn it through free-to-play through grinding. Making it fair for those that don't have tons of money to spend. You can get a 5 out of 5 Digimon without having to spend money on the game. You can farm eggs from any Digimon, and the chances of getting a good egg aren't completely ruined by the RNG chance, which Game King did and just completely destroyed your egg immediately. It was fair for players. It was just fair enough that even though they still had some of the same systems in place, it didn't get in the way of the game. That's what I call monetizing correctly. No, not necessarily. I do. So, let me catch up. So, I remember Trimester joining DML version from other countries. Could people say no, it's DML version is better? On their private servers. So, yeah, I answered that question. So, basically, DSI's fortunately decided to make an English version because Master Game King is going to fuck you up as usual. Not necessarily. I'll get into that in a moment. I'm surprised when you told me that DSI is fair. Didn't expect that. Good to hear that honesty for now. Yeah, I just wondering, can anyone host a private server like Classic? Wow. Okay. Private servers, let me get to that. Private servers are a big no-no. Reason why private servers are a big no-no is because game companies, as much as we would love for them to be a big yes, game companies will cry about it. You're making a better game than us, so you're getting more players involved. You're making money off our intellectual property. All that jazz, right? So whenever somebody holds a private server, most of the time these companies will jump on them and say, you can't do this, you're using our intellectual property, you know how to do this. And it's not because they care about how happy people are playing this game, it's because they're annoyed that you're doing a better product than what they are doing. And they know you are getting players, enjoying their game that they should be doing, not following their monetary practices. Nintendo is a big one. The amount of times people have made private games for Pokemon games, for example, Nintendo's gone, no, fuck you, stop doing that. It's not because they care about player satisfaction and pleasure. It's because they know people are making better games than what the Pokemon company is doing. And it's affecting their sales. But you know what my counter argument to that is? Fuck your sales, do a better game then. People won't have to make private games to make a better game. If you're making a shit game every year, releasing it every year, that's on you. If people are making private games that are doing better than you, consider hiring them. Because at the end of the day, what you're producing right now is crap. They're producing good content, and that's the only reason why you're going after them. Next. Let's move on to Game King if an English version is made. No. I'm going to say no for this specific reason. I reckon when DSR first comes out, globally, it won't be managed by Game King. I reckon they'll keep Move Games in charge. Maybe they'll make a subdivision or something like that. I reckon they'll possibly keep Move Games in charge for the most part. And they'll get as much out of that game as they can for multiple years. When DSR inevitably starts to die, they'll then slap Game King in charge. Like all game companies have done before. Every MMO company has done the same thing. They've released a game, they've been passionate about the game, they've made a great game, but eventually, because there's so much choice, and people have stopped playing their game because they've played enough of it, and they want to try something else, and they've not returned. When the game starts to become really low in revenue, starts to make very little money, they'll slap Game King in charge. And what Game King will do is they will milk the company franchise for as much as they can till the game dies. That's the same pattern that pretty much every MMO that has started to fail has taken. They sell to another company, that company monetizes shit out of it, they milk as much as they can so that game eventually shuts down. Sadly, that's business, it's what they do. Unfortunately, that's what MMOs do. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Unfortunately, which that wasn't the case, but it's what a lot of MMOs do. When games start to die, they sell out. And they let somebody else take charge, and they'll milk it, and they get a portion of the revenue. And what some companies will do, some companies will try and reimburse that money into making a better version of the game. And they'll remake a game. But every MMO is successful, and they'll eventually move back to the same pattern as before. A few years later, they will then sell it off to Game King, or whatever company it is, and they will milk a franchise. It's a common pattern with MMOs. If an MMO is dying and not making enough money, it's what they will do. Unfortunately. Much as I wish to say it ain't so, that's the reality we live in. So everything's always about money. It's a business. So, let's move on to the next part of that. So, I'm surprised that you told that DSR is fair. Didn't expect that. I can say that honestly for now. There's a reason why I say DSR is fair. Other than the Mega Selector, which has been a recent addition, everything in this game I can earn through buying another player. I just have to spend several hours to acquire the amount of money to afford it. Several hours of your day spent grinding will earn you enough bits in the game to afford any item on this cash shop. Maybe some items that are on the more expensive side may take you 2 days. But 2 days, honestly, isn't that bad. Let's be honest. 2 days worth of time being able to afford any item on this cash shop, regardless of how expensive it is, such as this item, I feel like that's fair. I trade time spent to be able to buy this item. I'm not having to spend a week or two to be able to afford this item. I've spent a few days to afford this item. I feel like that's definitely fair. The one item I will definitely 100% call out that is unfair in the cash shop is this bullshit. The Mega Selector. 6,900 nibbles. Now, I don't see any items in this cash shop that earn me nibbles other than a certain item. I think it's this item. 100 nibbles times 4, so 400 nibbles for 1,500 crowns. I get another 50. Okay, cool. Let's say I get 100 nibbles times 4, so that's 450 nibbles. Do you see how much this is? 6,900. Currently, 100 nibbles in game is going for 1.1 mil. That's 100 nibbles. 1.1 mil. Let's say I wanted 9 of that. That's 9 mil. 900 for 9 mil. Possibly 10 mil. Near enough. I don't agree with this nibbles bullshit. This is why I'm going to say 100% that is not free to play friendly. It's not. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is the only item in this whole entire cash shop that I sit there and say fuck you to move games over. The Mega Selector. This is where I say that is not free to play permanently. But that's just one item. Let's be honest. That's one item. One item in the cash shop. All this stuff I can perfectly earn just through grinding off. Spending a few days to a week, depending on what it is. Depending on how much time I have. That's fair. I put in the time, I get rewarded for my effort. I could get this item from another player. I can get this item from another player. I can buy this item from another player. I can buy this item from another player. This is where I say DSR is fair. A few days worth of my time, instead of spending money, to be able to afford anything in this cash shop. 1 to 2 days, if you have enough time to grind, could easily buy you any item in this cash shop. That's fair. 100%. In my opinion, that's fair. Because MMOs, let's take World of Warcraft. I played World of Warcraft for years, right? There was not unless 2 days thing and I suddenly have everything that I need. Getting the next tier of PvP items and getting all the PvP gear would take me like a week to a month to obtain. If I can get anything in this cash shop for less than a week's worth of time, that's fair. 100%. In my opinion. Because there's nothing that is out of my reach. Players are going to sell all these different items in the market now. The market was a great introduction. I can get any of these items just through grinding enough, spending a few days of my time. And I feel rewarded for that grind. That's why I said DSR is fair. It's not ridiculously convoluted to the point where it's impossible for me to get that without spending months of time. You know? Like DML was. So, okay, let me get back to the chat. I like what I see. Hard work and time to get it almost feels crazy to see nowadays. Right. Exactly. I mean, just look at the best virus Digimon at the moment, Digimon. You can't pay to have it. The Rift items come from the game, not the shop. Exactly. Right. Bear in mind, you can go to the shop and buy all the pieces for your machinedramon, but until you get those parts yourself in-game, not through the cash shop, you are not going to get machinedramon. You have to earn that yourself. Time spent rewards me with the strongest virus Digivolution in the game. Hell, even stronger than any other Digivolution in the game that's a Mega. It is literally the strongest Mega Digivolution in the game. Me putting time in rewards me with this fantastic Digimon that no other Digimon can reach in terms of power. It can't. My effort rewards me. There's no cash shop bullshit. I'm not locked behind spending money on the game. I can earn that completely free to play by myself. And people that even spend free to play, yeah, they can buy the parts to machinedramon. But until you literally get the achievements for yourself by sacrificing specific Digimon, you're never getting machinedramon. Doesn't matter. I could drop 10k on this game right now. I could not get machinedramon. Because I've earned it through in-game play. Sure. I'd potentially be able to buy the Andromon part that I need. You know? But by buying the rifts, for example. Sorry. I could buy the Andromon rifts. Right? And I could guarantee that Andromon part through buying like 100 rifts, for example. Right? Definitely got the Andromon part within 100 rifts. I could do that. But the thing that I don't have a Metal Greymon to sacrifice, I don't have a Megadramon to sacrifice, I don't have a Metal Mamimon to sacrifice, so I still, even no matter how much money I spend on this game, can never obtain machinedramon through that method. I have to earn it through playing. That's the key part. That's what all games should remember. If you're going to offer a cash shop alternative, make it so people that don't spend money in the cash shop can still earn that form. That's a good path for a game to take. And you know, because I'm not being screwed over in terms of cash shop stuff, I'm more likely to spend money in the cash shop. While I may not spend as much as a whale might, at the same time, I'm looking at this cash shop and going, well, I like this game, I'm enjoying this game. I might buy an Ultimate Selector to guarantee Digimon I want. I might buy a Champion Core. Maybe I want to support the game in some way, because I'm enjoying the game. That's the key part. I'm enjoying it, so I'm more likely to support it. While I won't pay as much as a whale will, I'm willing to spend some money on the game, because I'm enjoying my time here. The fact that I can spend money on the game because I choose to does not impact whales. Whales can still spend all their money all they want, but the difference is they've also got the free-to-play players also involved potentially spending money on the game, rather than just the whales alone. They've got a bigger market. Because if you go off just whales alone, while whales will forward more money into your game than any others, of course, because they can afford it, at the same time, you're completely neglecting the free-to-play market, neglecting those long-term players market, Because essentially what you're doing is you're saying, oh, well, your money's not good enough, you can't stick around in my game. Like DMO does. You're not dropping a grand, so you're not getting the new Ultra Digivolution, the Jogras Omegamon. You're not dropping $5 on the game to get it. You're not good enough. What they're saying is essentially, by that point, whales might be able to get that form faster, but you can achieve it without needing to be a whale. That adds more people willing to spend money than a small minority. I agree. This is all right. Now looks great. I'm surprised still. I hope it doesn't go pay to win DMO. Agreed. 100% agree with you. 100%. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. This game right now, I'm going to be honest. If it wasn't for the EVP problem, it would be a 9 out of 10. This game would be a probably 8.5 out of 10. If I don't have to worry about the EVP situation, minimizing my time to fight without me having to go to Digimon for 30 minutes, 8.5 out of 10. There's not enough endgame content for me to give it those extra points, right? 100% honest with you. No sugarcoating it. There is not enough endgame content in Digimon Super Rumble. There's just not. There isn't, 100%. They need more endgame content, more content for us to do endgame in this game. They need it. I would give this easily an 8.5 out of 10 if they didn't have the EVP system. But because they do have it, unfortunately, I'm saying DMO sits at about 6.5 to 7 out of 10. Because it's fair, and, you know, I can get through this game completely free to play. I'm not locked behind a paywall. Right? I hope they stay this way. Because DMO, gameplay-wise, if we completely caught this EVP, DMO, DSR, for example, easily an 8.5 to 9 out of 10. 100%. Gameplay-wise, fantastic. I love the different Digimons, the amount to collect. RNG is a pain, yes, but at the same time, I like the randomness. The combat is satisfactory and very enjoyable. The models are very beautiful to look at. The game is very beautiful to look at. I'm playing on minimal settings and it still looks this good. People that have a higher end PC can play this game on maximum settings and it looks phenomenally better. This game has the potential to be one of the greats. It does. I'm going to say that right up. This game easily has the potential to be one of the great games out there. The only thing that's holding it back right now, in my opinion, is literally the CVP crap. It's the only thing that's deducting points for me. But if they remove that, this game is great. Once they fix the endgame content and give us more to do, take out the CVP system, I'll give it a 9.5 to 10 out of 10. Straight up. No, that's not me, you know, licking the scrotum of the game and sucking its proverbial, you know, shaft or whatever. I generally feel like this game is a fantastic, brilliant game. I feel like this game has so much to offer, can get you entertained for months to years. It's get me entertained for months to years, and I'm very picky about what games I choose to stick on to play for that amount of time. I'm very picky. This game has managed to do it for me because it is a fantastic formula of a game. It's just literally the EVP system holds it back and ruins the experience, and the lack of late game content ruins the experience. But aside from that, a phenomenal game. No ifs, ands, or buts. I'm playing it fully went to Steam and the official English translation, so I want to play the Steam version. Oh my god. Now they will revamp PvP if they're going to add ultras. Ultra level, super ultimate ultra. Split ultra and micro tree mega spells. I want to see how they will do All Force Digimon. How good it will be. I really want to see that. Okay. So this is my theory on All-Force Digimon. All-Force Digimon is known as the Friendship Digimon, right? It's going to tie into your bond. I'm calling that right now. Not only do you need the stats just like Andromon, you need to get this bond really high. Probably more than Andromon. You probably need like a 20 to 25% bond to possibly obtain All-Force Digimon, because it's known as the Friendship Digimon. Right? I'm calling that right now. You're going to need more bond than you do with Andromon. And you're going to need stat requirements as well. All-Force Digimon, though, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how good he is. Swear's got the region tier naming confuses the heart of me. Right, exactly. That's one issue that I really have with Digimon. Depending on where you are in the world, you have different terms. Champion to some is known as perfect form or whatever the crap. Right? I'm just saying crap because it's not mine, you know. No disrespect to anybody else. But, you know, for me it goes Rookie, Champion, Ultimate, Mega, Ultra, Super kind of thing. You know, Jogress and whatnot, you know. Those are technically, depending on what it is, like Omega Mon classes an Ultra or Super. You know? That's the phrase I use. Japan does it completely different. So, apparently, Megas are Ultimates for Japan instead. That's why you got Mega Kabuterimon, Mega Seadramon, despite them being Ultimates for us, English speakers. They are classed as Mega. There's so much confusion dialogue when it comes to Digimon and their forms. It's a pain. Hope you'll actually have All-Force abilities. That'll be amazing to see. So it's got the region tier naming confusion now. I mean, I was saying that because so much of VP and Megamon would drain. Hope you have a natural All-Force ability. Okay. Yeah, well, you guys call Megas to Ultimates in my country. Yeah, exactly. It's different places depending where you are. It's so confusing. I don't know Digimon in this game currently, right now. Naz has a ability based on their form. There isn't an ability. It's literally just stats right now. Maybe they might implement that in the future, but right now there's no ability. The closest thing to a buff, so to speak, is what you're seeing right here. Right? So, depending on what type of lineage you have, so let's say I had 3 in terms of the type. So, you got Virus Busters, Darkness, things like that. You know, you have different tiers of Digimon based on what kind of tree they belong to. So, depending on what team you have will affect certain stats. For example, the Darkness thing gives me 3% int because of the amount of Darkness Mons. And the more Darkness Mons I have, the higher that will go to 5%. Likewise, I've got the NSP Spirit kind of thing for Digimon. That gives me a different stat. That's the closest thing you've really got to abilities, really, rather than actual abilities in the game. I'd like to see them add abilities based on Digimon, but I don't know when they ever will. Mega in my country is Omegamon, basically. I'm stuck it with Ultra. Right, whereas Ultra for me would be technically a Megamon. That's the thing. Doesn't War Greymon have Brave Shield as third skills in this wiki? That's not a regular skill, right? Okay. Here's the part where I'm really going to upset you, unfortunately, Naz, by what you just said. So, let's look at War Greymon, sorry. Let's have a look at lovely War Greymon and what he has to offer. So, skill-wise, Terra Force, of course. He's got his standard basic attack. And this third skill, which is essentially the shield skill. This increases his defense by 10%. But it only affects War Greymon. not any of my other Digimon. And it's a basically useless skill. Why is it a useless skill? 1, it only lasts a certain amount of turns. 2, the way the combat works in this game, it's more important to KO your opponent as fast as possible, so there's less of them to attack you back, meaning you take less damage. Meaning going for this is not worth it for the equivalent of me just getting damage in with this skill. The combat system is not built for these shit skills, which shouldn't be part of the game, because they have no function. The combat is not built for defense skills to be applied. It's built for damage, damage, damage. Eliminate your opponent as fast as possible, so you take less damage because there's less opponents against you, and you can clear that content easier. That's the way the current system works. Damage, 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 damage. You get the point. It's literally all damage based. Me going for this is just a way to return because I miss out all the potential damage I'm going to get from this. It's literally a waste. So as much as Brave Shield potentially being a cool skill, in this game it's basically useless. War Greymon uses defense skill, right. Very much, yeah. That's pretty much it. So, fully offensive attack power focus, that is in fact disappointing. Yes, unfortunately. While you can use certain mons that are more defensive and HP inclined, and they are great for tanking and being in your front line, the thing is, Digimon don't always just go for your front line. They also attack your back line. They're more likely to go for your front line, but most of the time they will target randomly any of your 3 Digimon you have out. So, generally the way the combat works, offense is king. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Defense comes in for usefulness if you're looking for a very specific purpose of a Digimon, but generally the offense is what you want. Brave Shield should just be a passive for him, making him take a percentage less damage in my opinion. Agreed, 100% Pawn. Agreed. These skills have no point in being in the game. It's not worth it to use at all. Take Andromon, for example. Let's take a champion. Let's say we're going with a champion Digimon. Andromon is a fantastic example for a champion Digimon. So, Andromon essentially has a nice skill here. Hits 9 times, 11.11%. 100% damage if you hit all the hits. Fantastic. I can choose to buff another Digimon's strength by a certain percentage. I get more out of killing the Digimon than I do doing this on another Digimon. It's just not worth it. I get more out of going for this 3 times against 3 individual Digimon than me ever using the skill. It is a pointless skill, it is useless, has no purpose, other than making me take longer to get through a fight. I don't need to buff my other Digimon stats, because if all 3 of us target the same Digimon every round, we're going to eliminate that Digimon 9 times out of 10. So what is the point in this skill? It's just a waste of time. There's no point in being in the game. Yeah, I've said that before. Agreed, has. No, sorry. Yeah. Every Digimon has a purpose in the game. They're all useful. Some are obviously going to be better than others. Some are going to be more meta than others. But you don't need meta Digimon to get through the game. You don't. You don't need maxed out Digimon to get through the game. For people that have watched me playing this game on stream, I had literally Megas which didn't even have all these unlocked. I had just 3 of these unlocked and I was able to get through the whole entire story without this 4th section unlocked. With my Megas. You do not need to be fully maxed out to get through the game. Every Digimon is viable. Obviously there's always going to be those that shine better than others. Which is a great starting point for the game. I like it that no matter what Digimon I use, it can be used and still contribute. That's what an MMO should be. It should allow all your Digimon to be useful. Not just, oh, because I've got Omegamon, Alphamon, or Ryukin, and frickin', you know, Millennium Mon unlocks, you know, that's the only Mons I can use. Every Mon should feel valuable and have a purpose. That is a good MMO, in my opinion. So that's how Digimon should be. While yes, there are going to be Digimon that outshine others, the fact that everybody has a place is what we all want. Because everybody's got their differences. For example, I don't like Neo Devimon that much. Not really a Digimon I'm interested in. But I know there's some players that love Neo Devimon. For some people, having a Neo Devimon is fantastic for them. If this Digimon was completely useless, it would really upset a lot of players because they can't use a Neo Devimon. Is the story well presented? Does it feel like a proper adventure? And is it only one player only you can play with, or is the entire story? So, 100% honesty with you right here. The story follows along Season 1 adventure. I'm assuming it will eventually go into Season 2 adventure when we get into Season 2. It's following the main Digidestined pathway throughout the campaign. So obviously you got things like in the... You've got nods to previous games. So this is Dragon's Eye Lake. You can fight a Digimon around here. Like the Digidestined did during the story. Desert area, you got the sunken ship that Meramon dried up the water of. With all the, you know, Yokomon, whether they turn into Biomon, living in a village over here. It basically follows the Digimon Adventure story. That's the way the game works. Minus, you don't have the original cast. You have the Digimon, but Tai, Matt, Sora, Mimi, and everybody aren't in the game. It's actually just their Digimon partners that are in the game, right? So essentially, you are literally going through Digimon Adventure throughout all of this. Essentially, this is, you know, dealing with Devimon, for example. You know, Server Desert, you're going through Etamon. Final Valley, you're dealing with Meotismon. Eventually, Meotismon flees to the human world. Then you've got the human world that you'll go to, like here. It does follow along the Digimon story, so you're essentially following along with the Season 1 adventure. Eventually, it will turn into Season 2, of course. But that's the gameplay of the game. Right. As for playing with other players, you can. I can party up with you and deal some story content. I can play with you and deal with some side content. We can do that. But it's not in your traditional system. See, you're seeing me have 3 Digimon right here. If I teamed up with another player, we wouldn't be able to use all of our Digimon. One of us is going to have one of our Digimon, the other person is going to have 2 of their Digimon. You can change who the party leader is to change that. Maybe I could have 2 and you could have 1. Or I could change it to where you're the leader and you have 2 and I have 1. You can technically do that, or you could have 3 players and all have 1 Digimon each. That is definitely something you can do. But there's not really much incentive to do it. You can play with friends, but sadly there's no real group content to really do. Yes, you can go through the story together, but endgame wise, there's literally barely any... There isn't any group content to do, really. There isn't. I'm going to be 100% honest and straight with you. There just isn't. Right now, it's mainly a solo-focused experience. The benefit of playing with another player is you do get bonus XP for your Digimon that you use. But it's just not worth the trade, in my opinion. Because you may only be leveling 1 or 2 Mons instead of all 3. So therefore, you still have to spend more time to level your other Mon anyway. But you can play with other players if you really want to. You can party up, do the content together if you really want to. It is an option. It's just there's not really much incentive, sadly. I wish they added Damn Devimon for Neo's Mega already. Yeah, I'm still waiting for Damn Devimon as well. It's getting enforced to use the Holy Andromon and meta for the story at least. It doesn't. Sea Fox. You don't need to use Holy Andromon, Metal Atomon. Those are recommendations because they will get through the story the easiest. Metal Atomon shouldn't even be in that equation. Completely remove Metal Atomon. Remove him. You keep saying Metal Atomon, remove him from the equation. So, the best vaccines in the game, currently, for getting through most of the story, Holy Andromon, Magnandromon, depending on what word you want to use, Andromon are the two best vaccines in the game. The reason why, because you deal with a lot of Backamon, Phantomon and whatnot, which are weak to the light property in terms of attacks. That's why they are highly valued over Digimon that may have more power than them, because they counter the weaknesses of most of the enemies you'll run into the story. You do not need to use his mons. You can get through this game without them. 100%. No ifs, ands, about it. Metal Atomon you're never going to get until you get into the Human World Part 1 and Part 2, because you're not hitting level 90 in Final Valley to obtain your Mega Digivolution. You're not. Sorry, but you're not. You're not. You will never get Metal Atomon. So it's not needed for the story. I don't know where you're getting that from. It's just more so certain Digimon have more prevalent use than others. There's always going to be better mons. Like Pokemon, there's always going to be teams that are amazing, much better than other teams, but every Pokemon can get through the game. Doesn't matter what mons you can use, if you have them leveled up enough, you can essentially get through any Pokemon game. I could have a team of Butterfrees and still make it through every Pokemon game. There's no end-all team that you need. It's just more so a recommendation because you'll have an easier time. What's the current end game in DSR or closest thing to it? So, 100% honesty with you, endgame is mostly grinding. Right now. They recently added a raid system. The problem is they only appear in Channel 1. You need to appear at a certain time of the day to be able to get into the raid. Good luck getting into the raid. The reason why is because people are sat there at Digimon getting their EVP back or bond percentage, which takes up slots for the potential people that can get into Channel 1 and fight the raid boss. You need to show up hours earlier and make sure you stay in that that channel, or you're not going to be able to take part in the raid. You got infinite dungeons of the day, but at the same time, you kind of need the 50% EVP cut in half to be able to do it and achieve the maximum rank for potential rewards competing with other players, which is around here. Right now, endgame, the majority of it is grinding. The reason why? Because late game, you're going to be grinding for ultimate cubes against ultimate Digimon. The reason why is because you need to level your crafting. Crafting is integrated into the game and important, because this essentially allows you to craft things like Evolutes for attaining Mega Digimon. And not only that, allows you to create things like Mega Cubes so you can level your Mega Digimon skills. Late game is mostly a grind. There's not enough end game content, in my opinion, in this game currently, and they need to work on that 100%. Because the drop chance on these ultimate cubes to make a Mega Cube are really low. Some people get 1 to 2 ultimate cubes an hour. And you need 3 even just to roll on a 25% chance of making a Mega Cube. It's a pain in the arse. So you're possibly going to be spending weeks at the end game content grinding just to get this to a respectable level. It's a pain in the arse. But at some point, right now they are flushing out with more things to do end game. I'm hoping they continue this trend and give us more stuff to do. I want group content, group dungeons. They added a guild system. Let me join a guild and do a guild dungeon. Give me something to do as a guild or a group. We need more group content. I'm hoping within the next few months they flush that out and give us more stuff to do as a team. Because this is supposed to be a Digimon MMO. Massive multiplayer online. Mostly massive solo experience online currently. Because there's not much incentive to group up with other people. You can do it, but there's not enough incentive to do so. They need to add us more multiplayer options and things to do. They need it in the game at this point, in my opinion. I think that's the best way I can explain the endgame content. Currently, you're going to be spending like a couple weeks to a month working on your crafting late game. And then you're going to be working on getting new Digimon, waiting for the next story content to come out. And more Jogras and things you can obtain. Wait, there's also PvP just ready to exist. How does that feel and play out? I have no experience with PvP content. I haven't done any. But I can give you a general rundown. So, PvP is bracketed, as you can see here. 1 to 15, 16 to 30, 31 to 45, 46 to 50, 61 to 80, 81 to 90. PvP currently is done in rookie form, rather than pulling out your strongest Digimons. And essentially, you're locked to a level bracket depending on what level your Digimon are. Obviously, as you progress further in, you'll want to spend more on such as Tetris bots in maxing out your Digimon, so they can compete in the maximum value they can as a rookie. That's currently the state of PvP. You fight in your rookie form, you make your Digimon as strong as possible through this Tetris box system, and you compete with other players, and you earn XP potions. While doing so, and depending on how high you climb on the ladder, you get rewards for doing so. That's currently PvP at the moment. Roaming PvP is just fun, like Fox said, yeah. Ladder PvP is where the rewards are. So depending on how high you get in the PvP ladder, you get better rewards than those who obviously rank lower. It requires investment, of course, which can be completely done free to play. A pay-to-play player may get there faster than you, but you can definitely achieve it free to play. They can never achieve a level of power that you can't reach through free to play. It's going to take you a few weeks longer, depending on how much you're investing into your Digimon and focusing on them. It'll literally take you a few weeks, if that. I need to go for a wee real quick. I'll be right back. I apologize, everybody, because I've been spending so long answering questions. I've been dying for a wee for the longest time. I've been on it trying to answer everybody's questions. Give me a moment, please. Sorry about that, everybody. So, a lot of people mean fancy name files curious about this also. The incentive for turning on PvP is 10% XP gain. So, essentially, there's a system right here. You see these swords and the shield? If I toggle that on, I will get 10% XP bonus every fight I make with PvP on. That's roaming PvP. The downside is another player can run into me and force me into a fight. And what you'll get is, you won't get people that are looking for a fair fight, you'll get people that are scummy. Now, not everybody does this. Generally, if multiple people have PvP on, they're just doing it for the XP bonus. They'll avoid you, try their best not to run into you so you don't get forced into a fight. You will, unfortunately, occasionally, every few hours, you may get a scummy player. And what that scummy player is going to do, they're going to see you grinding at a low-level spot like this. They're going to pull out their level 90s and beat you in PvP. Ha ha ha! Wrecked him. He couldn't do anything about it. Sadly, you're going to get people like that. Unfortunately, it is what it is. You will get people that will do that to you. Now, it hasn't happened that often to me, and I'm playing the game for like 2 years. I've had it happen to me like 5 times. But people do sometimes do that to you. They will purposely run into you while you're AFK and not move for a while. Or pay attention to what your team is. They'll inspect you and see what team you got. They're part of their strongest monster and they'll fuck you up and there's nothing you can do about it because they got level 90s, megas and stuff. And you're probably sat over level 55 team like I am, grinding them up. You will unfortunately sometimes have players that do this. But it's not that often, honestly. A lot of players are very respectful of other people. But something to bear in mind and consider. Honestly, I need to start focusing on the game. I've not been playing that much, I've been too busy explaining things. I really need to start focusing on the game. I apologise, I've been kind of stood still for so long, just chatting to people. But the problem is to me, I struggle with multitasking with my brain. That's just the way my brain is. I struggle to multitask. If I'm focusing on the fight, I struggle to converse with you. It does happen. Because the way I have ADHD, my brain completely like hyper focuses. It's just a pain. But hopefully I've been able to explain things coherently enough to people. Okay, I need to use another one of these. And I need to replace that. But, you know, I did now. So it is what it is. See if any other stuff's sold in the market right now. Let's see. I don't think so. No, nothing's come through. Sadly not. Nothing's sold yet. 16 hours on it. I thought I'd check. No worries. I figured out while it's meta. You can still put it off with a different team. That would be real bad if you can do it otherwise. Right. Exactly. The fact that you can do it with any Digimon team as long as you have invested in them enough and your things. Yeah, currently at the moment, so the way I like to see it, it was currently in like alpha and beta for several years. Understandable in today's market. A lot of game companies do this. They stay in alpha, beta wise for multiple years. They only just entered full release in terms of Korea in November last year. Which is around the same time that they added Megas into the game. So before that, you just had Ultimates, right? So the main concept of the game was collecting more Digimon, making better teams, making those almost as strong as you could, and there's that. Now we got Megas. Now people need to start working on farming their Megas up and getting them as strong as they can for the sake of the next story content. That's currently what we have right now. We'll be waiting 6 to 8 months for possibly the next story update. Half a year to a year for the next story update, which allows us to go against possibly the Dark Masters next, if we're following along the Digimon Season 1 story like we have been. So, while 6 and 8 months does seem like a long time, you got plenty of time to work on your teams, get your teams up, get more Digimon, decide which team you want to have for your end-game experience and things like that. You got PvP to partake in at the moment, things like that. So, it's one of those. But I am not sponsored by Move Games. I have no obligation to try and sugarcoat anything of the game or whatnot. I'm just telling you my experience, my feelings, and what I feel from playing the game. I'm not sponsored in any kind of way. As much as it'd be cool if Move Games maybe, you know, sponsored me or something like that, you know, we had like a deal going on. Sadly not the case. But, you know, I can give you my honest opinion for what I feel as a player. And that's what I have experienced. I played this game for about 2 years now. I did take a break for like several months from the game. I missed a lot of updates. There's a lot of information I'm not completely queued in on. But for the most part, I understand the end game and the early game part of the game and what it entails. So I can give you my honest opinion on that. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I'll answer to the best of my abilities and my limited knowledge that I do currently have. But I did take like I think I took like a 6 to 7 month break from the game. I wonder why they chose turn-based combat. I always prefer real-time action, but at the same time I enjoy turn-based as well. Agreed. Definitely agree with you there. I do like real-time combat, and I also like turn-based combat. I don't mind turn-based combat in games. The thing is with this game, in the alpha and beta version, they actually had a completely different combat system. See, certain Digimon such as the Palmon line had a healing ability and an ultimate skill they could use that would heal other Digimon. I don't know why they got rid of that concept and decided to go what we currently have, but it did used to be different, and then they changed their mind on how they wanted the combat to be. I don't know why, but they did. So, it is what it is, you know? Honestly, I believe the combat system currently is flawed. While very enjoyable and I like the turn-based system, it's a fantastic system. Again, like I discussed earlier with War Greymon, for example, certain skills in Digimon that are just completely useless and not viable, and it's just a waste of time. There's no point in that skill being programmed into some of these Digimon because they are just not usable in any sense of the word. They're just not. There's no place in them in the current combat system. So for me, it's a waste of time to have those skills in the game. It just is. So, while I love the current turn-based combat system, there's just a few things that I wish they'd just completely remove, or at least make useful, and, you know, give them a point for being there. For example, there are status-based skills. Skills that can give Digimon bleed, petrify them, stun them for a turn or two. There's lots of choices for move variety, but there's just no place in the current combat system for them to ever be viable, because your main goal is to go for the more damaging move, so you can eliminate the opponent and make sure less opponents retaliate and deal damage to your Digimon. If they made the status effects more viable, they'd be worthwhile investing in, but currently, they just aren't. There's no point in doing so. I'll give you a fantastic example right now, because I've got a perfect one to describe it. This is my Talmon. Ideally, this skill is the strongest skill. I should have leveled this skill. However, this skill gives me the ability to petrify an opponent, which you see in the bottom text. I can essentially take a Digimon out of turn order for like 2 turns where they can't do anything in exchange for less damage. This is a very good status effect. Very useful. But even with that ability to take an opponent out of the fight for 2 rounds, I'm just much better going off for this skill, because I'll kill the Digimon faster and just remove it from the gameplay entirely. Now I don't have to worry about it being stunned, because it's just not there. My Digimon have defeated it, won its opponent to beat me back, and I get through the fight much quicker. So I'm more inclined to spend skill points on this skill than this skill that can petrify. While the status effect is useful, this is just the much better alternative, hands down. However, Some skills aren't as lucky to have the petrification effects or stun effects. Some are things like bleed and poison. The bleed and poison does so little damage, it's just not worth it using it at all. This is still viable because I can remove a Digimon from out of play. Obviously not optimal, but still viable. Whereas bleed and poison is just completely useless and terrible stats effect because it just doesn't do enough damage to be worth it. It just doesn't. What Digimon do I recommend to finish the story? So, first of all, in terms of finishing the story, you want a vaccine team. Number one concern, vaccine team. Followed by a virus team. The reason why I say this, because when you come against datas, they will mess your vaccines up. A virus will be able to destroy your data much easier. So you want a virus essentially to counter the datas that your vaccines struggle with. Then you want a data team, thirdly. Because obviously having a team that counters the other type is much more valuable overall in the first place. When you start to get to the Human World Part 1 and Part 2, you're going to get much further by having a full data team versus a full vaccine versus vaccine team. Being able to counter that type will make such a world's massive amount of difference than that. That being said, you want to know which Digimon do I recommend for finishing the story. In terms of vaccines, immediately, the first Digimon I will ever refer you to, the Andromon line. Andromon and machinedramon are hugely useful throughout the story, as well as the Salamon and Andromon line. The same thing, they are both light-based focused. You'll be dealing with a lot of Bakumon and Digimon that are weak to light-based attacks. Not only that, they are both vaccine. So, ideally, in your vaccine team, you want at least a machinedramon and an Andromon. First and foremost, the third one can be filled in by any Digimon. As long as you have those two mon, you're good throughout most of the story. In terms of a virus team, Lady Devimon, Etamon are probably going to be your best go-tos. The reason why is because Etamon and Lady Devimon are incredibly powerful. Etamon is stronger than Lady Devimon, but Etamon, what it does possess, while it does have less speed than Lady Devimon, it has also light-based attacks as well as darkness-based attacks. So Etamon is incredibly useful because it's a light property it can use. While it's much weaker than darkness, something that light-based attacks is still fantastic. Lady Devimon is really good, so is Blue Meramon. So Lady Devimon, Blue Meramon, and Etamon, I'd say, are your three choices for the ultimate viruses in the game to use. Cannon Beamon would also be included because when it becomes a Mega, well, not even when it becomes a Mega, as a ultimate, it can be used for late game farming against Blossomon for getting your ultimate cubes. So Cannon Beamon, in terms of farming wise, is the best go-to. Lady Devimon, Blue Meramon, and Etamon would be your best virus ultimates in the game for the sake of getting through content for the most part. In terms of data Digimon, honestly, Digitamamon, Lilymon would definitely be up there. Lilamon, Metal Mamimon, Piccolomon, which is also Pixiemon if you want to go with the translation, are some of the best data. Let's say Talmon is also up there because it's got really good speed. Honestly, in terms of the vaccines, what I could recommend is, say, a Master Tyrannomon, Andromon, and I'd say Waymon. In terms of your possible third fill-in, If you can't get that, Metal Greymon, Garudamon, and Garurumon will definitely fill in that vaccine point for the ultimates. It's mainly when you get to the ultimate stage that you're really going to start to struggle between ultimate and megas. Really. That's when you're really going to be pressed and start to struggle. When you get to Final Valley, that's when you're really going to be struggling really hard. If you don't have a vaccine team and teams to back them up. Talmon is incredibly fast but great strength. It's not as good as other datas in terms of raw strength, but because of its speed, definitely highly valued. What if Brave Shield was more than 10%? Maybe 50%? Will that change its usefulness? Okay. So again, I'm going to refer you to my Talmon. She has this at level 8, for example. So this is a status effect. It applies to the shields, right? So because her stun petrification is level 8, I think it affects potential status chance because it's a higher level. The same would apply for defense skills like War Greymon's shield. Now, let's say you leveled the shield up. Yes, you would get more defense out of it. Very useful, of course, if you're doing late game content. You could definitely reduce a lot of damage that comes in. But the thing you need to consider is the amount of Mega Cubes you are going to need to level that skill, as well as his Terra Force. Again, I'm going to go into World Greymon right here. So right now, currently, you need 3 ultimate skill cubes, which you get about maybe 1 to 3 an hour if you have the cast shot boost. Let's just say that is the average estimate, 1 to 3 an hour. You need 3 of them at least to make a single Mega Cube at a 25% chance. So 1 in 40% chance to fail. Mega Cubes are near non-existent in this game unless you craft them. Right? That's how bad it is trying to get these cubes. Hang on, why am I struggling to find more Greymon? So, while yes, if you theoretically could get enough Mega Cubes where it wasn't really an issue, and you could level both his Terra Force and his shield skill, it could be useful. As say 50% after you level his skill enough. The problem is, it's still not worth it. I'm going to explain why. Every form you take requires skill cubes. The higher your level goes with a skill, the less chance you have. And also, the higher tier you have, the less chance you have. I can use items to say, give me a 10% boost. But when it comes to Mega Cubes, by the time you hit like level 5 to 6 in terms of Mega Skills, this will be much lower than 30%. You'll probably be at 10 or 20%. Unless you have an item to also down reduce the chance of failure, you're not getting that Mega Skill increase. You're not. I'm going to be honest with you. You're probably going to have to go through like 20 Mega Cubes to 40 Mega Cubes if you even want to hope of getting this skill to level 10. Let's say this was his defense skill. So consider how many ultimate cubes you've had to fail for that. So it's like 120 ultimate cubes. Let's say every single one of them succeeded and you guarantee you got a Mega Cube and you had 40 of them. And you had something that could increase the chance by 10%, but you didn't have anything to increase down percent chance. I mean, even if you have something that increases down percent chance, the chance of you getting the skill to level 10, you're best off just investing in another Digimon and getting their attacking skill to level 10 instead. It's just not worth it. You're not going to farm enough Mega Cubes that it's ever going to be worth it. I'm going to bed now. Rest of a great stream. Have a good one, Scorpion. Agreed. Have a good night, Scorpion. Enjoy your night. I apologise I'm a little bit late in responding to that. I was just reading and trying to explain things. But yeah, have a wonderful night. I hope you enjoy it. Which is the Impmon tree? I've been waiting to try my luck at the trees. Okay. So, Impmon tree, this is the tree of gluttony. The one with the warped tree branch that sort of like enters a spiral. This is your tree of gluttony. Now, there's one thing I want to explain to people in terms of this game. Each one of these trees is essentially 4% chance of getting the egg. Bear in mind that requires 10 loots and the tree is gone. After 10 loots, that tree is gone. Each attempt at a tree is 0.4%. 10 times looting it equals 4%. So a single whole tree, which is going to take you 10 hours essentially to loot, will only be a 4% chance of that Vmon egg. Bear that in mind if you choose to invest in it. I invested in the Impmon, I invested in the Doramon tree. It took me about 8 or so to get the Doramon egg. I got lucky. But there are some people that have used like 10 to 20 Doramon trees and not gotten the egg. It's 0.4% chance each time you loot it, up to a total of 4% once a tree is gone. Essentially, because 0.4 every single attempt you try to loot the tree. The bonus side is, I think it's only half an hour by the time you loot it. So essentially a tree will be gone in about 5 hours. I don't quite remember, it's been so long, don't quote me on that. That's just an estimate. I think it's about 5 hours and a tree is gone, assuming you play for 5 hours and you loot it every half an hour. So, bear that in mind if you choose to buy the Impmon tree. 0.4% chance each time you loot it, up to 10 times. That's essentially 4% per tree. Which is why I'm waiting until I get to late game farming, and I'm going to farm up the bits instead to buy an Impmon egg so I don't have to play with chance. Because I am mostly a free-to-play player. I've spent money on the game and bought crowns on this account about 2 times where I've bought a decent amount of crowns. Bear in mind, over the course of like a year and a half, I've spent money on the cash shop twice. Now, I'm not including my other day where I spent £1 to just be able to afford an ultimate core. But in terms of like a decent amount, I've spent money over the past year and a half on this account twice on the game. And I'm able to do every single bit of content in the game. That's how much you don't need a cash shop. That's also why I say it's fair. All my crown purchases go to just cosmetics, honestly. Honestly, yeah, that's what I did. Last time I spent money on crowns, I literally only spent money on crowns because I wanted an outfit that I liked. So, for the longest time, you know, I was rocking the white and red outfit. You can go to one of my older videos to see it. I never saw anything in the cash shop cosmetically that I really liked. It's only during this Halloween event time zone, essentially, that they added all the outfit pieces that I started to like the look of. Are they even in the shop anymore? I don't think they're in the shop anymore. Are they gone? I think they're gone. No? Are they in the shop? Yeah, there they are. Okay. So, you know, me personally, IRL, I'm more of a rock and roll kind of guy. I like my trench coats, I like my leather, things like that. It was only until recently this year that I found an outfit in the cash shop that I was like, oh, I definitely want that. So, I got the wings and I got the clothing and whatnot. Because it's more my scene, you know? But That's why I honestly spent crowns on the cash shop. I had some money left over, and I had some crowns left over, sorry, and I decided to buy me an Ultimate Core recently. Just so I could showcase Jokemon for the channel, you know? So that's the thing, if people ever, you know, do channel membership or super chats, most of my money that I get through that, because I'm not wealthy IRL. Like, I'm a poor boy, right? I don't have much disposable income to spend money on crowns all the time. I'm not one of these whales. Any money that I do get will be invested into Digimon Super Rumble. Right? Because that's the game I'm covering. I decided that I would get a Ultimate Core for the sake of showing off Jokemon. Because it was the Digimon that came out recently, right? That's generally what I tend to do when it comes to crowns. Unless I'm willing to show off some kind of content to people, I generally won't spend money on crowns at all. Impmon X? No, there's no Impmon X. Impmon literally just got added to the game. There's no Impmon X. I don't know where you get an Impmon X from, but Impmon doesn't have an X form to my knowledge. If it does, it's not in this game. It literally just came out. So you're not getting Impmon X anytime soon. Oops, that's something messed up. Oh well. Do you create your own character, or are there preset ones that can be customized? You create your own character. So obviously, there's very limited options. Like, I'm going to say this right now. There are limited options. I think there's like 4 to 6 different hairstyles, face styles, eye styles each, right? I don't quite remember the exact number. About 4 to 6 of them. You create your own character, right? And you can buy stuff from the cash shop to get outfits for them. You can obviously also earn outfits in terms of events. So Halloween event wise, let me try and find it in the achievements. I don't quite remember where the achievement was. There was a Halloween event, for example, for getting the pumpkin head, for example. So there are achievements in game that can essentially allow you to get outfit pieces. Christmas event had its own outfit pieces that it gave you. Events generally are where you can get some free outfit pieces. Or you could choose to buy some pieces off the cash shop, of course, if you really want to. But essentially you have your own character, you can customize them. There's lots of different colour options that you can do, you know, different shades and whatnot, so... But yeah, no Impmon X. I'm sorry, I can't tell you there's an Impmon X in the game. There isn't. Impmon literally just came to the game in the recent 2-week ago update. Well, I guess it'd be this week that we get a new update, but yeah. They update the game every 2 weeks. I think Impmon came in like 10 or so days ago. I'm pleased with what I know about DSR. It's almost as if like Cyber Sleuth games were full online. Agreed. Agreed. I haven't played through all the Cyber Sleuth yet. But yeah, Cyber Sleuth essentially I feel like that's a great benchmark for a Digimon game. Cyber Sleuth is like the epitome of what people essentially want from a Digimon game. I want all Digimon to be viable and useful. I want to be able to use my favourites. And essentially go through a game with lots of content to do. That's what we want. Right? That's why, alongside Digimon World 3, Cyber Sleuth is probably one of the most highest rated Digimon games of all time. Yeah, character customization is kind of lackluster. Agreed. Agreed. But I don't need tons of character customization. Honestly, I don't. What matters to me at the end of the day is there's some nice outfits if I choose to get them, and whether the gameplay is good. That's what matters to me. Gameplay over graphics, 100%. Any day of the week. Gameplay over graphics. See, so many game companies these days make the mistake of making their game too beautiful. And because of that, the game suffers in the long run because they cut out so much content. They downgrade things because they're trying to make things too graphically impressive that they ignore the main aspects of the game, which is gameplay. Just while he's absolutely broken his cyber sleuth gaze, he has his OS generic stability in the game and it completely sets him apart. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah. There's definitely some Digimon that are better than others in Cyber Sleuth. I haven't played through the whole game, so I can't comment on it. But I did start a playthrough on the channel, I just never continued on with it because I just assumed too much content to do. But I know Cyber Sleuth, along with Digimon World 3, are highly rated Digimon games. Out of all the Digimon games that have been released, those two are probably the highest in terms of rating of any Digimon games that have ever been released. Because they are great games. Unlike Digimon World 1, you don't have to worry about your Digimon disappearing after several days and having to go through a long grind over and over again. You can obtain so many different Digivolutions, so you can potentially obtain some of your favourites. You know, there's a big story behind it, you get plenty of timely Digimon. There's just so much to it that made Cyber Sleuth such a great game. And I'm looking forward to reaching the end game of that game. At some point, I will continue it on the channel, it's just right now it's not in the cards for me. Like, I started the playthrough, but I was doing Digimon World 1 and Digimon World 2. Now I'm thinking about doing Digimon World 3 on the channel. And eventually I will continue my playthrough of Cyber Sleuth, 100%. I just wanted to see what the old games are like first. And then what I can essentially do, once I've played through the old games, so Digimon World 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And I get through to Cyber Sleuth, I can make a complete comparison because I'll know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to be one of these people that comes in and sits there and goes, I know everything, my word is law. You know, if I don't understand enough about the franchise, because I haven't played enough of the franchise and seen all the different games and what they have to offer, I'm not going to give an honest opinion. Because at the end of the day, I don't know until I go through all the games myself. The problem with Digimon games in general is the formula of Digimon games. That I can 100% say for certain. 100%. The reason why Digimon never took off like Pokemon, in my opinion, is down to the games. And there's a very good reason why I can say this. See, Pokemon, you had the anime, right? The anime was incredibly successful, of course. That made people want to play the games. But Pokemon had a formula, right? Catch your Pokemon you want, your favourite Pokemon, go through the game along the way, get 8 gym badges, take on the Elite Four, bada boom. Okay. Now compare Digimon. Digimon World 1 was incredibly difficult if you did not have a guide to help you. That game was infuriatingly painful to get through. And had a lot of mismanaged systems that could have definitely been more informative and things. Then you had Digimon World 2. What did Digimon World 2 do? It didn't take the formula of Digimon World 1 and improve upon it. No! They completely changed the game and gave us freaking Digibeetles and completely changed the whole concept of Digimon. Now we look at Digimon World 3. Let's go to Digimon World 3. It had aspects of Pokemon without the catching of Digimon kind of thing, right? You had your 3 Digimon team, And essentially they could acquire new forms of things, you know, the battle system, you know, you had the ability to switch in Digimon in the middle of a fight. Kind of had the Pokemon battle formula to a degree. Was incredibly popular because people loved the system. It was easy to understand, people could understand it and play through the game without tons of difficulty behind it. No convoluted, difficult system behind it. It was very simple and easy to explain. Then we got to Digimon World 4. Swinging swords. So Digimon went from me with a digital monster to them riding a Digibeetle through a random generated dungeon to then Digimon World 3 where I'm in the digital world and I have a Pokemon-esque kind of like concept in terms of playing the game. And on Digimon World 4, I'm literally a bunch of Digimon running around with swords and I can use text, but it's not really a proper Digimon game, is it? I'm swinging a sword around and trying to kill Digimon through a sword or katana or freaking dagger or some crap. The formula changed so much between the Digimon games that when you had Digimon players who were like, they could look past the difficulty of Digimon World 1, like, oh, I love Digimon World 1. It had its problems, but I loved the game fundamentally. You got Digimon World 2, which is a completely different concept. And you get the players that come into Digimon World 2 that play Digimon World 1, they're like, hang on 1 minute, what the hell is this? This isn't Digimon World 1. It's very different. Like, I'm not really enjoying this system, it's way too grindy. Digimon World 3 came along. People who enjoyed Digimon World 2 looked at this game and went, what the hell is this? This is very different. And many of them were able to get on board and enjoyed it. And then Digimon World 4, everyone sat there going, what the fuck is this crap? What's going on? Why am I a Digimon wielding a sword? Why is it when I digivolve into a new form I'm still using swords? What the hell is this? Do you see the issue? There's no formula to bring fans from one game to the next. It was completely freaking randomized. So when somebody comes to you and says, okay, explain Digimon to me, what kind of game am I looking at if I decide to play Digimon? You have no definitive answer. Somebody came to me and said, okay, what's Pokemon? I can give you a definitive answer. Okay, so generally the concept is, you catch a bunch of Pokemon, you battle, you train them, you take on the gyms, eventually the Elite Four, you can play against other players. I can give you a general consensus. Imagine trying to explain Digimon to somebody who's never played Digimon before, with all the different games and all the different game type formulas that completely change the system every single flipping time. There's no way for me to sit there and say, okay, this is Digimon to you. There isn't. I'm sorry, but there just isn't. And I feel like that's where Digimon really fell off. The people that loved the anime and wanted to play the games, a lot of the time were disappointed by the games and found them way too difficult or ridiculous, and they kept changing the formula so much that they couldn't carry on fan retention from one game to the next. Whereas Pokemon, you had Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, and Green, depending where you were from in terms of the world. And then you had Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal. Okay, following the same formula. I liked the first game's formula, Red, Blue, Yellow, Green. I go to Pokemon Gold and Silver, it's essentially the same formula, just different skin, different Pokemon, different gyms, different locations. And then go to Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, the same thing, different location, different Pokemon, etc, etc. But Digimon didn't have that fan retention that could carry one fan from one game to the other. And that's where it lost a lot of support and a lot of players. Because I remember as a kid struggling with Digimon World 1, I eventually got through the game through me and my friends meticulously. I had 3 people on the street playing that game, all sharing information to each other and helping each other get through the game. And I barely got through the game because of that. Right? That's Digimon World 1 on its own. Like, but whereas when it came to Pokemon, everybody in school knew what Pokemon was, knew what to do, how the game worked. When it came to Digimon, many people were actually pissed off or envious of me because I beat Digimon World 1. How the fuck did you do that? It's such a stupid, really impossible game. It's ridiculously difficult. And that's literally the responses I was getting with Digimon World 1 as a kid. When it came out. Because the game was so difficult for people to understand and work out. It was. Pokemon never had that issue. Any person could pick up and play a Pokemon game and get through a Pokemon game. They didn't have to worry about like Digimon dying after several days. Their Pokemon was their Pokemon. It stayed their Pokemon for the whole entirety of the campaign unless they chose to switch out for another Pokemon. And that's why Pokemon took off so much more than Digimon ever could have. Because Digimon kept switching up its formula. It couldn't decide on a definitive formula for their games. Therefore, fan retention from one game to another dropped massively. And unless you got people that are die-hard Digimon fans, most people looked at Digimon and said, nah, fuck this, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. And so that was the way Digimon went. I hate to say it, because in my opinion, I'm going to be perfectly honest right now, Digimon is better than Pokemon. Controversial or not, what people think and say is true. Bear in mind, this is coming from a person who loved Pokemon. He played Pokemon for like 20 odd years growing up. Every Pokemon game I played, I loved Pokemon. This is coming from a person who loves Pokemon. Digimon is better. Hands down. It is. The reason why. Let me get into that for you. Digivolutions are way cooler than Pokemon evolutions. Hands down. Digimon has more story-related concepts than Pokemon ever had. Pokemon has no story. Let's be honest, Pokemon doesn't have a story behind it. Digimon's always had a story behind it. A sort of threading that you would go through throughout the game and it eventually leads to a big climax. It had the story. It had the cooler forms. Immediately better than Pokemon in that regard. Digimon has much more fulfillment than Pokemon. In my opinion. Pokemon, you don't really have much fulfillment. Let's say you take on the 8 gyms, you get into the Elite Four, you beat the Elite Four. Then what? Okay, I can PvP with other people. Cool. You PvP with other people. That's it. Right? That's literally it. The Elite Fours weren't really climactic. Sure, the first time I went through Red, Blue, Yellow as a kid, you know, taking the Elite Four was like an ultimate achievement. And then I moved on to Gold, Silver, Crystal, again taking the Elite Four. The Elite Four in Gold and Silver was a lot easier than the Elite Four in Kanto. In Red, Blue, Yellow. Easily. I even went through all the gyms, and while there was so much more content in Gold and Silver, because you could go through the original gyms of Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, at the same time, if you weren't somebody who's getting into PvP and trying to do it competitively, at that point, what is there left to do? Collect more Pokemon, and that's it. Digimon had way more development than Pokemon has ever had. Concept-wise, story-wise, there's way more work put into it than Pokemon has ever had. That's why, in my opinion, Pokemon is massively better than Digimon. The problem is, unfortunately, the game companies involved with Digimon games and the people running Digimon don't have a clear view for their franchise. And that's what's made Digimon suffer over the years. Because they keep changing it up so much. A person will play a Digimon game. Oh, I really enjoyed this Digimon game. Playing the next Digimon game. Completely different concept. Completely different story structure. Completely different gameplay formula. It was switched up so much that all the people that loved the old version are then start looking at the new version going, what the fuck is this? Right? That's literally what was happening with Digimon. It's happened every single time Because Digimon can never decide on a single formula to stick with for a while. They have to constantly change it up, which they don't have to do. But they keep doing it. And that's why you'll never get the same success from Digimon as Pokemon ever will. Because anime is one thing. You might not be as popular as the Pokemon anime, but game-wise, you've got it. If you just stick to a formula. I've played Red, Blue, Yellow, Pokemon so many times. I played Pokemon Stadium multiple times. That required you to have Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow. It didn't require it, but you could have those and then put your Pokemon from the game into Pokemon Stadium, and you could use them in the combat battles and whatnot, right? Play against other players through that, right? So I've had my run and mill when it comes to Pokemon. I played all the games. Up until, I'd say, Sun and Moon was where I kind of clocked off. And I'll tell you right now, despite how difficult and annoying some of the Digimon games have been, from Digimon World 1 myself, I tried to go blind throughout most of it. In the end, I gave up and was like, I need a guide. I can't do this anymore. It's too much. Because I just didn't understand what to do. It was that confusing. I played Digimon World 2. I loved the game, but the grind was incredibly tedious and too much. But, story-wise, playing through the game, take out the grinding, I enjoyed the Digimon games much more than any Pokemon game I've ever played. Much more. Take out the grind part of Digimon, and I've enjoyed Digimon much more than any Pokemon game I've ever played. Okay, actually, I'll caveat that. I love Pokemon Stadium. Pokemon Stadium has been one of my most favourite games of all time in the Nintendo 64 days. I'd probably say not quite there. But in terms of the mainstream Pokemon games like go through Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow and all that kind of stuff, generally, Digimon has always had the better games from what I've experienced so far. Who knows, I'll get through more Digimon games and I'll have a change of opinion, sure. But I've always been an anime fanboy of Digimon rather than a gameplay fanboy of Digimon. But I've been going through the Digimon games over this past year or two. And I played Digimon World 1. I played through Digimon World 2. You know, I'm 29 years old, right? 28, 29, I don't remember. 1994, whatever. I was born in 1994. So I'm almost 30 years old. And I've played through Pokemon like no tomorrow, right? Not really the Digimon games. As much as I would love to say I was a massive fan of the games, I wasn't as a kid. Digimon World 1 was way too confusing and a pain in the ass for me that I just kind of clocked off. I beat the game, yes. But I found it more frustrating than fun as a child because I just didn't understand the game. Whereas Pokemon I was able to get through and just have a blast with the whole entire time. But as an adult, looking at those games, going back through Red, Blue, Yellow, because bear in mind I did that when I was about 24, 25, because I got my Nintendo 64 out again and started playing Pokemon Stadium with one of my friends that used to come around to my house quite a lot. I used to, you know, import Pokemon from Red, Blue, Yellow into my Nintendo 64 game pack. And, you know, we would choose our Pokemon and try and fight it out and see who came on top. It came to a point where people kept... But either one of us or the other person would abuse Snorlax, because Snorlax was incredibly good in Gen 1 and Gen 2. Right? So, you know, I went through them, but I had more fun playing through Digimon World 1 and Digimon World 2 than any Pokemon game I have ever played. So bear in mind, I've mainly gotten into the Digimon games in my later years, in my adult years. Just because, as a kid, playing through Digimon World 1, I didn't enjoy it that much. Digimon World 2, I played at a friend's house, very minimally. And then Digimon World 3, I remember running against, I think it was Andromon or something, or a Skull Andromon or something. And he had like a Renamon or something like that, and we kept losing the fight. Because he hadn't grinded enough or something. That's what I remember from Digimon World 3. I've still yet to go through Digimon World 3 and see it in its whole entirety. But I do know from what I've heard about Digimon and looking into Digimon is Digimon, in terms of Digimon World 3, is one of the highest rated games alongside Cyber Sleuth. Cyber Sleuth and Digimon World 3 seem to be the peak Digimon experience for games. I love the anime, but games-wise, Digimon World 3 and Cyber Sleuth is supposedly where it's at. And I'm looking forward to going through Digimon World 3. 100%. It was, okay, I love climaxes, it was a PS1 game, it already is a hard game to grasp. If it isn't Crash Bandicoot, Spyro and such. Me and a friend at the time were trying our hardest to figure out how to get past the sleeping village in Medieval. Yeah. I mean, unless you had a game guide as a kid, you won't get through Digimon World without significant trial and error. It's only because I had 3 people and we were all sharing information amongst each other I managed to get through Digimon World 1. 3 of us all on the same street, talking to each other and working things out together. That's why I got through Digimon World 1 as a kid, and everybody at my school hated me for it, because they couldn't understand it. They really wanted to enjoy the game, but they found the game way too difficult and confusing. And that's sadly an issue that Digimon often has. I feel like, honestly, Digimon, if it was handled correctly, would be bigger than Pokemon right now, 100%. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. Digimon will be reigning king. Bear in mind, most people that want to try Digimon get put off by the games. The games is what turns people away. Because much as people like watching anime and things, and let's be honest, Digimon had some really rough animes that weren't that great, you know. Tame as it started to fall off, it was still entertaining, but not as great. Then you had children turning into Digimon, and then you had Cross Wars. It really started to fall off and die off. Pokemon has remained consistent as a great anime, but Pokemon had the games to go alongside of it. Digimon never had the games to go alongside of it. Honestly, it didn't. Because they kept changing up so much that no player could ever sit there and say, I love Digimon. Because it's like, oh, which Digimon are you talking about? Okay, well, I love Digimon World 1 and 2. Okay. What about 3, 4, etc.? Nah, they sucked. Because they completely kept changing it. And that's the way Digimon kind of has things. Whereas most people will say, you know, in the olden days when it came to Pokemon, they'll say, oh, I loved Red, Blue, Yellow, I loved Ruby, Sapphire, I loved Gold and Silver. Because there was no differential to them. They were essentially the same game with a new look of paint. And that's essentially what they were. They were easy to understand. Any child could pick up and play. But Digimon has a lot of complicated systems integrated into their games. On top of the fact that they keep changing the formula so much. And it's a shame, because Digimon could definitely overtake Pokemon. I'm sure of that. It'd take a long time at this point, but Pokemon's falling off. Honestly, look at Pokemon now as a community. Many players are hating Pokemon. The games have become too dumbed down, the lack of content, locking Pokemon out of games and things like that, you know. You used to have like, what, 500, 600 odd Pokemon and whatnot. Nowadays, you play like the latest release of Pokemon. Most of those Pokemon are completely cut out of the roster and just not included anymore. We're just completely forgotten about. Or you have to wait to pay for DLC to be able to get those Pokemon that should have already been there in the first place, like all the previous games. Sometimes you may have had to trade Pokemon between games, but for the most part, every Pokemon was available. Right? Pokemon is really taking a hit right now. And this is the part where Digimon could take that moment to shine and take over, if they really want to. And they have the people behind it that are dedicated enough to do so. They could 100% take over Pokemon right now. Hostile Takeover. Being the most popular franchise. They need a good anime. Fantastic game. They could top Pokemon 100%. In my opinion. Now bear in mind this is coming from a Pokemon fanboy. Right? Somebody who grew up on Pokemon. Played every Pokemon game unlike Digimon. And the fact that I've been able to play a few Digimon games now and sit there and go, okay, Digimon's definitely better than Pokemon, says something. It's just sadly mismanaged directment by the people in charge. There's also a coming story game will be better than anything we've seen before. Damn, my Hulk combat is real time as well. Yeah. Agreed, 100%. Because what people really want. Like, I love the team-based concept of Digimon. Right? Cyber Sleuth, you had a 3-man team. This game, you got a 3-man team. Right? So you got 3 mods on the field. Digimon World 3. You had single team that could be switched between 3 different Digimon. But you had a 3-man team. As much as I love that concept, right? People want a real-time experience with Digimon. I want to see my Digimon shining. Okay, so here... let me try and craft you my ultimate Digimon game. Take the concepts of Cyber Sleuth, right? Mix Cyber Sleuth with Digimon World 3 and its mechanics. I reckon you'll have a phenomenal Digimon game. Cyber Sleuth had so much going for it, other than the fact that we're not in the digital world. I don't care about being in the human world, I'm going to be honest. I want to be in the digital world. I want to be surrounded by Digimon, wild Digimon out in the field and things, you know, challenges to overcome, obstacles and things. I want to be in the digital world, not the real world. I live in the real world every single day. I don't give a crap about that. I want to be in this digital world, be lost in the digital world, be completely immersed in it. Take Cyber Sleuth, mix it with Digimon World 3. Boom, you got a fantastic game on your hands. If it's done correctly. Mix the two. Honestly. I reckon if you take the ingredients from Digimon World 3, take Cyber Sleuth, and you put it together correctly, the right puzzle pieces, I reckon Digimon will have such a fantastic game, in my honest opinion. Pokemon won't stand a chance. Keep up that formula, and Pokemon is going to disintegrate in comparison. It will take years, don't get me wrong. Pokemon's built up a massive repertoire over these 20 odd years, right? But many of the LG fans are getting fed up with Pokemon. The recent choices Game Freak has made, the buggy, terrible games have been released, etc. Many people are getting very fed up with the Pokemon formula. Now is the time for the Digimon executives to cash in. Cash in on it. Take advantage of Pokemon's downfall. Make your own fantastic game on your own merits. Take games that have worked and work it into a story. You will smack Pokemon out of the park. They have no story. They have no concept behind them. It's just mindless Pokemon battles and taking on gyms, or the equivalent of gyms, and an Elite Four. There's not much to overcome. There just isn't. There really isn't much to overcome in Pokemon. Pokemon is so basic and simple and designed for toddlers to be able to maneuver around. Pokemon is not in its heyday anymore. Pokemon has lost its light. Now is the time for Digimon to cash in and say, okay, come to our game. This is what we can offer you. This is what we can give you. And I guarantee you, people will flock if you make a fantastic game. Anyway, let's hold the upcoming story game button. Okay, I've already answered that. Moment Digimon game will be massive, uber-sized, open digital world, action, real-time combat. I can just see it fully controlling that sake. All force Digimon flying, fighting every hit as you click, every move, man I wish. Right. Manually blocking, defending, etc. I don't think they give us such a system like that, unfortunately. As much as I would love them to do so, let's be honest. It would be really cool. I reckon they're still going to stick with a turn-based formula. I reckon that's not going away. Because Digimon likes to do its turn-based kind of formula in a lot of games. But I agree, for the most part, 100%. I feel like having a Digimon you can control that actually feels alive and integrated into the world would definitely be much better. I mean, literally, this is how basic it is for Digimon to take on Pokemon. This is how bad it is. Copy Pokemon's formula of the old games. Make it Digimon. And add a story to it. They would automatically, through that alone, be better than Pokemon. That's how simple it is. These game execs don't realise how simple it is. They could literally topple Pokemon by copying their formula, but adding their own Digimon spin onto it. That's how badly they can destroy Pokemon. Because Pokemon just does not have any story. It doesn't. There's no story, there's nothing that makes you feel connected to the game. And Digimon could provide that. Now obviously I don't want them to copy the Pokemon formula. I want them to make it better. But I'm just saying, in a general standpoint, they could literally do that and be better than Pokemon right now. Add a story to it, they can be better than Pokemon. 100%. That's literally all it would take. Now, obviously, I don't want them to copy the Pokemon formula. I want them to improve upon the formula and make it better than it's ever has been. That's what I want, right? Let's be honest. But at the same time, that's literally all they have to do. They can make the ultimate Digimon... Facts. Facts, they can make the ultimate Digimon game. They could. I know, right? I really wish it existed. Why is it so hard for these game companies to understand? Listen to the fans. You'll get a great game if you just listen. It's that simple. There's so many players that will sit there going, I really wish it existed. And people would buy it. You smack Pokemon out of the park and it make Pokemon go, holy shit, hang on, we need to do something here. Digimon's fucking slaughtering us. You know? It would literally make them have to pay attention. Controversial opinion, probably. But Pokemon is literally the same as Call of Duty at this point. Same game every year, rehashed, reskinned. Call of Duty. Pokemon. Same thing. Reskinned, rehashed. Literally all it is. That's Pokemon. Right now. It's essentially the same as Call of Duty. They had a new skin, new things to it, and that's it. It's not difficult. I don't understand why it's so hard for these game executives to just realise that. Open up to it. Love a game where you can be a Digimon by yourself. Right, people want to be Digimon. We want to be Digimon. Let me feel like I'm an actual Digimon. The Tamer and Digimon side of things is cool, don't get me wrong, but imagine if I could actually be a Digimon and actually fight. That's what Digimon World 4 should have been. Me being a Digimon and I'm actually fighting against other Digimon. That's what Digimon World 4 should have been. Sadly it wasn't. We got fucking weapons, like we're playing an RPG. Let me be the Digimon. Let me potentially recruit allies to join me and fight against other people. Next story game is confirmed to take place in Digimon World fully. Fantastic. Right. That's what we want. That's what the players want. Listen to the players. Yeah, imagine walking around as Patamon and Agumon. Exactly, exactly. That could be an MMO of itself. It would be fantastic. I mean, let's be honest. The only reason why Tamers exist in Digimon and Pokemon is just for the sake of the prospect of it being you. The Tamer and the Trainer is essentially meant to be you. That's what it's meant to be. Right? So you can feel like, oh, I'm in this person's shoes and I've got this team and I'm kicking ass with it. That's the whole concept of the Trainer and Tamers. Get rid of it. Let us be a fully functional Digimon. Right. By the way, do you know what the separate Tetris letters are for? What do you mean, separate Tetris letters? I think those are, I think you're on about the Mega Tetris or something. I don't know, something to do with Awakening, maybe. Something like that. I don't quite know what you're talking about. I'm just making a guess off that. Always be single player, but also online hub and co-op and PvP. Right. Another thing that I want to bring up about modern gaming. Let's look at Skyrim. Love or hate Skyrim. Let's take Skyrim as an example. People would love Skyrim way more if people could join other people's worlds. Hands down. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. People love Skyrim. The solo experience is great. But having somebody be able to come in your world and play the game with you would heighten the experience so much more. People love co-op. It's what got the gaming market started back in the day. When we were kids, having a friend come round to your house and play the game with you made that game so much more enjoyable. Because you had people to share the experience with. Feel the same emotions. There was so much more to it through co-op. There is. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. It's fact. I enjoy a game more when I have friends to play with than I ever do playing by myself. It's a general consensus of every game. Why isn't every game company doing this? Co-op make it beyond epic. Like, yes, okay, there's a mod out there that you can download and play co-op with your friends. Incredibly buggy it is, but you can do it, right? But imagine if Bethesda just made that as a base concept for the game in the first place. Made it so you could just join into a person's friendly and it properly optimized, set up correctly, without needing the community to fix their game. They did it themselves. Skyrim, you think Skyrim had a lot of sales? Skyrim would have flipping top 10 games of all time. You know? In terms of sales. If Skyrim had co-op, it's literally the basics of co-op. You have to join another player's world and play with their character. You could literally have easily tripled or trebled your market for that game. Skyrim's been re-released so many times. If it just had co-op, oh my god. That game has the potential to be god tier status in terms of games sold. It would be god tier status, in my opinion. Skyrim is not the best game out there. But in terms of what we currently have on the market, Skyrim is one of the highly valued games of the past generation. It's been around for so long. People are still buying it today. People love Skyrim. The modding community has kept that game alive. Literally, you add co-op to that game. Oof. That game is selling like hotcakes. You will easily top the top charts for the most sold game of all time. There are other games that could do the same. None of these game companies choose to do it. And I don't understand why. Might cost them more, sure, but... Exactly, right. This is the thing that pisses me off, right? People wanting to join a friend on Skyrim and play Skyrim with them. They gave us the Elder Scrolls Online. Elder Scrolls Online is a great game, don't get me wrong. But that's not what people wanted. People wanted to play with their friends in Fallout 4, for example, Fallout 3. Again, Fallout 76. It's not what people want. People just want to be able to join their friends in the game and play with them. That's what we want. We don't need Fallout 76 or the Elder Scrolls Online. Sure, I'd co-op to Skyrim and then release Elder Scrolls Online. Cool. Give me the option. The Elder Scrolls Online is not an accurate representation of what Skyrim is. The concept is completely different. It just is. It's not the same. It's just giving us co-op in Skyrim. It's just that. Played the beta when they got the Imperial race behind the paywall. I was done with the game immediately. I was around in the OG players. I bought the special edition of Elder Scrolls Online on PC when it first came to PC. I was one of the first players to buy the full-on, experience, right? I bought the collector's edition. And honestly, I played through Elder Scrolls Online a lot. It's just not the same. It doesn't hold the same candle as what Skyrim has. It doesn't. The difference between Skyrim and Elder Scrolls Online is I have more fun playing with other players in Elder Scrolls Online. But if I don't have players to play with, I get bored and burnt out, and I'm not interested. Whereas Skyrim, I can play completely solo without needing another player to join me. That's the difference. ESO, I need players to enjoy it. Skyrim, I don't. But having the option to have a player in there with me would heighten the experience tenfold. ESO is just not the same game. It's a completely different concept. The battle system is completely different to what Skyrim is. It's just not the same. Alright, I'm just going to go for a wee dead quick, and I'll be back in a moment, and I'll read the rest of your comments. I apologise. I'm a little bit behind on the comment side, but I'll be as quick as I can. Let me catch up on comments real quick. Right. Okay. All controlling Metal Garurumon manually target with homing missiles and all his tech, releasing his freeze breath, evading incoming hits. Mad spinning from potential. The visceral action combat, the rush, the brutality, and the fun. Could be fantastic if they ever chose to do it. Agreed. Now, I know Pokemon gave you the option to essentially be a Pokemon in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, right? Let's take a look at Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon essentially copied the formula Digimon World 2 that was like 10 years ago or something like that. I don't know how long it were. That's just a rough estimate. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon literally took Digimon World 2's concept and made it into their own, so to speak. They changed a few things and whatnot, but for the most part, they literally took Digimon World 2 and turned it into Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Pokemon has copied Digimon on so many fronts, it's ridiculous. They have. The difference is they managed to implement it better. Unfortunately. As sad as it is to say. Now, you could essentially play as a Pokemon in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. And because you was able to play as a Pokemon, it was a really cool thing that I really enjoyed. Like, I'm going to be honest, Pokemon Red and Blue Mystery Dungeon, you know, when I was a kid playing through Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, I loved it. It was an absolutely phenomenal thing. Feeling like I was that Pokemon. I was that character and I was playing through the game. It was brilliant. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I loved it. It was fantastic. If they took Digimon and did the same thing, but made it its own thing and get rid of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon thing, they could make a great game behind it if they do it correctly. 100%. I can agree, I played the bit and it would never replace the co-op experience, especially with the freedom you have in SP. Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing with ESO that really ticks me off is, you know, I played obviously the original PC version. I was originally playing with somebody else who also got the game. They stopped playing the game, so it was just me on their own. I got to about level 35 and I stopped playing because I was just playing on my own, and kind of sad. Then I heard ESO was coming to consoles and I was like, okay, I'm definitely apt for it if it's coming to consoles and whatnot. And a lot of my friends are like, oh yeah, I'm hyped as well, yeah, I definitely want to play ESO and whatnot. And I literally went through the game, I was farming materials, transferred my characters to the console version, made them a bunch of armor and everything for them to play their character. They must have created and deleted the character about 20 times because they weren't happy with it and the way they built it. And unfortunately, because of that, I got so fed up to the point that I was like, well, I've done all this work for you guys and you guys literally just can't decide on a character. I'm done. I tried to return to ESO on multiple occasions. You know, friends saying they'd play with me and they never got on. So the ESO kind of just got left in the dust. But what I do know from playing ESO, even when I was playing co-op, it's just not the same. I want the Skyrim experience but co-op. That's what I want, not ESO. Because I don't really care for ESO. ESO is good, don't get me wrong, it's a good game. It stood the test of time for a reason. It is a good game. But it's not what the fans want. They want to be able to run around in the world with Skyrim or Oblivion, etc. And just be able to have a friend come in and play the game with us for a few hours or more. That's all we ever want. But instead, Bethesda went, okay, let's get cash hungry and go and make a MMO that sells tons of cosmetics to make money. And they did the same thing with the Fallout franchise. Let's create a game and sell cosmetics to make money. Not caring about what the fans want and what they need. And honestly, that's where Bethesda started to have its downfall. See, Bethesda used to be a company I deeply respected. I used to have a lot of respect for Bethesda. You had to wait a few years for their game to come out, but those games had so much in them, like Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Fallout New Vegas and whatnot. I know Fallout New Vegas wasn't really handled by Bethesda, it was handled by a different company. But it still sounds the same. We waited a few years to get our products, right? And we got a genuine great product because of that. But then they started experimenting with the Creation Club, then they went ESO heavy, and it literally all became about money. Rather than giving the players a great experience, they turned to money. Money being their driving thing. They tried to find as many ways as possible to milk you of money. And the most blatant example was Fallout 76. The game literally didn't even work. They had the whole entire studio working on Fallout 76, and they still couldn't make a good functional game. It was broken as fuck. It was all over the freaking internet, everywhere you looked. YouTubers wouldn't shut up about it. They even fucked people over on the special editions, which was promised a nylon bag and all this kind of stuff. And people were getting screwed over even on that, despite making this pre-order for this nylon high quality bag and the helmet and all that. And it was cheap as fuck. They apparently didn't have enough material to make the options and whatnot that people had paid for. The game wasn't even working. They still released it and tried to charge money on the cash shop. They went full fucking greed, which ruined the company. Because before then, you had what? While yes, Bethesda didn't have the perfect track record. No company ever does. They relied on fans to fix and improve their games to a degree, sort of game-breaking bugs that were left in. But for the most part, Bethesda had a great reputation for providing with so much content it would keep people busy for years. But then somewhere along their mind, they got money rolling across their eyelids that they couldn't see anything else. And that's what they did. They introduced the Creation Club first, trying to make it so that people would eventually create mods for them. They'd make money off it. You'd get a first time reimbursement, and then you would never get a single penny from it ever again. Splitting up the modding community, but they're literally keeping the Bethesda games alive. Then they went with ESO. Microtransaction in the heart of cosmetics and things. Then they did the same with Fallout 76, but to a much worse degree by making the game not playable and not caring and still charging people on the fucking cash shop. Lying about discount prices on certain skins and outfits when they never even got an official price for them in the first place. Fraud. It was so bad. Which makes me worry about Fallout 6 in the future. Because so many game companies are seeing what other game companies are doing, microtransactions and everything, they're trying to copy that formula. Unfortunately. But offers me with different types of Digimon games they try and never try to style in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Well, they technically did. Digimon World 2. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon copied them. They just never chose to revitalize it. Alright, Xenoverse 2 structure is single and online in a perfect blend. As the online hub and missions PvE and PvP, it's like a hybrid. I want something that I realised in a Digimon game. Would be fantastic. I played Dragon Ball Z Xenoverse 1 and 2. Is a fantastic game. It was. It would definitely be cool, of course. Right, the fiasco I read about again makes me laugh, especially remembering the case of the guy who exported a bug and was sent an email telling him how he found it when they were banning. Right. Bethesda just fell a long way down the tree. They really did. To a certain degrees. Xenoverse 2 was great, so was Xenoverse 1. I just hope we don't copy the servers. Because the one thing I hated about Xenoverse 2 was the servers. The servers were absolutely shite. I know Bandai Namco likes to get involved with a lot of Digimon games. But Bandai Namco servers are shit. They are, 100%. That's why I wouldn't like to see a Xenoverse 2 style Digimon game, because I know the servers would be crap. Because, bear in mind, I have good internet connection, right? I have good internet. I used to have better internet, but not as good as it used to be. But I had very good internet. And Xenoverse 2 was played with tons of problems when it came to PvP. Where if beating the hell out of somebody would just magically teleport behind me and I'm dead immediately because lag and all kinds of crap. Despite having a great connection. Because that's how garbage Xenoverse 2's servers ever were. See how rough a second servers were? But I'd go for the longest time. Exactly. Point proven. I'm not really a fan of Tekken personally myself. I'm not really into those kind of fighting games. I'm more into my Naruto, Dragon Ball Z kind of. I'm in my anime style fighting games. Rather than actual, you know, Tekken, Street Fighter and all that kind of stuff. Not really my cup of tea. So Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 3 was great. Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 was... It still had its problems. Talking about Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 3 still had its problems. They were pretty bad in terms of these problems. But for the most part, I could get far through skill. I'd eventually reach a plateau where literally lag cancelled how far I could get in the game. Literally, it became a point versus lag versus skill. Where literally I would lose because of lag. Not because of my skill and my ability for playing the game, but because lag literally just fucks me over. Then, Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 came out, which is even worse. They removed the whole tournament setting where you could literally watch other people fight while you're waiting for your turns and stuff like that. Game-breaking bugs left in the game for so on. Bandai Namco is a shit company for servers. It's awful. So, while I would love to see a Xenoverse 2 style Digimon game, I do not want Bandai Namco running it. They are shite. These Modbots was Xenoverse 2 1 grade Moneo Mayo. It was actually insanely fun and trippy because of the combat I wanted a Digimon game. Yeah, they could definitely do it if they chose to invest in it and actually work on it. They could definitely do it. They could definitely do a Xenoverse 2 style Digimon game. They just need a good internet connection and servers. 100%. You know, one thing I find really funny, when I first started this stream, I was like, you know guys, I'm just in a chill mood tonight. I just want to chill. I'm not really going to be talking too much, so there I am just talking the whole entire time. About what I set out for. Tonight's stream is just completely turning its head. Alright, tonight's stream has just been a general discussion, hasn't it? The entire night. It's great. It's great. It's fantastic. But it's still funny. I was like, oh, you know, guys, I'm not really going to be talking much tonight. I'm Just in a chill mood, just want to relax and chill. I'm having a bit of a drink, playing the game, just grinding away. I just beside the other time discussing games and sharing my thoughts on it. It's funny how plans quickly fall apart, eh? It's great. It's great. No, I'm not complaining about it. Don't get me wrong. I'm enjoying the conversations. I just wasn't expecting tonight to become what it is. But it is what it is, you know? Like, the gaming market these days is so convoluted with... full of crap. And the thing I don't understand is why so many game companies aren't trying to fight back and make a great game. It just doesn't make sense because they're supposed to be fun. Yes, video games are a business, 100%. They will never not be a business. They're designed to make money. But that's all gamers want. If you design a fantastically fun game, money comes hand in hand with it. Why is it so hard for these companies to understand? I just don't understand. Like, gamers talk about it all the time, saying the same thing. This is what I want, this is what I want, this is what I want. This is what we need in a game. And game companies just like, what should we do about this game? Let's just put this and that in it and put a paywall in front of it. That's what game companies are practically doing. Just listen to the fans. When you have a game that will outsell any other game, that game will become famous and bring in so much money to you if you just listen to the fans. It's not hard. It's not. I have no programming experience with games. Many people say, well, can you be so accurate if you know programming experience in the games? The difference is, I'm a gamer. I've played through games. 20 odd years of it. I know what makes a game good and what makes a game bad and what people enjoy in these video games and what people are after because I listen to other gamers. I am a gamer myself. I like to share experiences. That's what I'm here for. I am a gamer just like all of you, and we're here to talk and discuss games. But every single game company just seems to be completely deaf to the fact of what we're talking about. And I'm just like, how can you as a businessman sit there and just ignore us? Like, I am making my own video game. It's in early development. I'm making my own video game, right? Because I understand what making games requires. For a great video game, you need a great story. I won't have the graphics set, it's a 2D game, by the way. But great story, great combat, relatable characters. There's so much that goes into a game that makes a game great. The difference is between me and them is when I eventually start showcasing my game I'm making on the channel, is I'll be listening to my fans. I'll be listening to the feedback and improving my game. Because as a businessman, that's a smart decision to make, right? That's a smart decision to make, because if I listen to you, you guys see me creating my game, you give me feedback and say, well, I'd like this, I think like it'd be better if you did this, did that. I know that game is going to sell. Because gamers are directly saying to me, I like this, I like that, I didn't like this system, I think you should change this, make it a bit better. I can't make a perfect game for my first ever game I've ever made. I have no coding experience. But in my limited knowledge, I will make the best game I possibly can, listening to the fans and what they say about the game, because that's a smart business investment. If I give the fans what I want, I'm going to earn so much more. Now, I'm not making a video game for the sake of earning money. I'm making a video game because I've always had the passion as a gamer to make a video game. If I make money, I make money. Cool. That's not my main driving force behind it. But the difference between me and these game companies is I'm going to be listening to my fans. Because at the end of the day, I don't have to please marketers and the people financing my company. I need to make a great game for all of you to enjoy. And I think that's what a lot of these game companies forget about. They're the gaming executives that have no idea of what goes into a game, push them to make these games, force these games out in broken states, and they don't listen to what the gamers want. And I feel like it's harming the gaming market on a massive, wide scale. Have I played Digimon World Order? Yes, I do. I have a playthrough on the channel myself. I have Digimon World Next Order on the channel. I have played through Next Order. Fantastic game. It changed the concept. So Digimon World 1 was fantastic as well. But what Digimon World 1 did, Next Order, in my opinion, definitely improved upon. It improved a lot of the systems and the schematics to the game. And it made it a better, more easy to understand experience than, say, Digimon World 1 was. So Digimon World 1 was definitely a fantastic game. There's no questions about it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You know? It was a great game. If you could get past the difficulty of it, it was a phenomenal game. Lots behind a lot of open-ended problems in the game. Digimon World sort of kind of like fixed those problems and added more to it. My main issue with Digimon World Next Order was literally the difference between Digimon World 1 system and Digimon World Next Order system. And what I mean by that is, so Digimon World 1, most of the time, when it came to raising a Digimon and making them strong, you were stuck there at the gym, which is a pain in the arse. You'd be stuck at the gym for like an hour or something, which eats multiple days into your Digimon's life, and a Digimon eventually die and disappear. Digimon World Order, on the other hand, flipped the script. So instead of me spending so much time in the gym, I spent so much time grinding at enemy Digimon and going to the right spots to farm the right stats. And there were obviously better ones than others. The problem was, I spent so much time grinding, it would eventually burn me out because it takes so long. They limited the amount of points you could earn to, I think it was 12 or something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head. 12 to 24, something like that. I can't remember. It's been months since I played Digimon World Next Order. They limited the amount of stat points you could get. I feel like that was a bad idea. They hadn't limited it so much, I reckon the game would have been a lot better for me to play through. Because the limitation of the amount of points you could earn really did impact the amount of time and effort behind the game. I was trying to do 100% playthrough of the game. Meaning I intended to get every single Digivolution and things like that, right? Complete all the quests, get every single person to join my village, get every single Digimon. The thing that burnt me out with that game was literally trying to get every single Digimon. Because not only would I need certain stat levels to acquire said Digimon, I was limited in the amount I could earn. Regardless of how strong or weak my Digimon was, there was a limit in the amount of points I could increase. That would mean I had to fight hundreds upon hundreds of Digimon. So that's leaving areas and coming back in just to spawn more Digimon. Just to get to a good stat point, I could make sure I guarantee my next Digivolution. Now, it's not too bad when you're going through the story and just following the story, but when you try to get 100% completion on the game, it literally turns into hundreds of hours of ridiculous grinding and tediousness. Right? So, Digimon World Next Order is a fantastic game. It continues off where Digimon World 1 left off. You're essentially continuing the story from Digimon World 1 to Digimon World Next Order. It's a continuation of the first game. But if you don't understand the Digimon World formula, the game is incredibly difficult and incredibly hard to get through, because you'll come across fights every turn and corner that's just way too hard for you to do, because you're not grinding enough again, so the right spot to grind enough. When I first started out in Digimon World Next Order, despite completing Digimon World 1, I struggled massively. Because I would always feel like I'm at a good power point, and I'm able to clear the next content, and then the next content will wall me completely. Which would then mean I had to go and sit there and grind again. Another spot. To essentially get my stats increased from that point. About the 50th time, it just became so painful and annoying that I just got burnt out completely and I couldn't be arsed anymore. I still intend to 100% complete the game, but for now I've just put it on the back burner. Because the amount of time I have to spend to get every single Digimon is just ridiculously ludicrous. It's even worse than Digimon World 1. The amount of time I'd have to spend. So, essentially the combat completely copies Digimon World 1's formula. For the most part. That's the best. Have you ever played Digimon World 1, Naz? Because that's essentially, you're essentially copying the same thing, but there's a limited radius you're allowed to fight in. Right? You don't fully control your Digimon. They act on their own based on what skills you have for them. And it's not turn-based. There's so many different factors, such as speed and things, which determine how often your Digimon attacks. You can get status skills, like, that'll increase your speed, so your Digimon attacks more often, and things like that. There's a bunch of Digimon skills which will definitely aid you in getting through the game. For example, when I was able to get the speed increasing skill for my Digimon, as well as like a potential damage increasing skill for my Digimon, it made my playthrough a lot easier. Because you're limited by 999 in terms of stats, right? That's the maximum value you can reach. But if you didn't have 999, you weren't willing to grind that much, status increased skills would play a massive role in allowing you to attack more often, deal more damage, etc., you know? It made such a huge difference to the combat formula of the game. The problem is, like Digimon World 1, you had to essentially farm Digimon to get certain skills. So, some of the main Digimon to farm in Digimon World Next Order, if I remember correctly, Nanimon was one of them. It gives you a great skill which increase your attack or something along those lines. There's another skill you got from another Digimon which increases your speed, so you attack more often. It's a very complicated system that becomes a lot more simpler as you understand the game. When you first start off, if you haven't ever played Digimon World 1, you're not going to enjoy yourself so much. I'm going to be honest with you, 100% real. A Digimon World 1 player who went through the whole game, struggled with Digimon World Next Order. Because while it followed the same basic concepts and formula to a degree, I was lots behind knowing which spots to farm, where to grind, etc, etc, to be able to handle the next content. Not only that, your Digimon die after a certain amount of days and return to an egg, so then you gotta start a new complete tree all over again. Again, also an issue of Digimon World, plagued by. However, once you understand the formula and you understand the game and knowing where to grind, the game becomes a completely lot more bearable and enjoyable. and it becomes a fun experience to a degree if you don't mind a little bit of a grind. But honestly, for first time Digimon players, if they've never played Digimon World 1 and they enter a Digimon game, I'm sorry to say, you might not enjoy Next Order when you first start out. You won't. Because you'll constantly get gate-walled by certain content and you'll say, oh, why can't I beat this content? Why is it so hard? What do I do? How do I get stronger enough to complete this next content? Unless you know all the grinding spots, you're going to have a terrible time. So, this is what I'm going to say to you. If you have an interest in Digimon World Next Order, guides on YouTube. Where should you grind your stats? You need to find this video on YouTube and go to the spots they tell you if you want to ever get through Digimon World Next Order. Honestly, it makes the world different. Because you'll sometimes be grinding for like half an hour to an hour in a certain spot just to increase your stats so you can handle the next section of story content. Once you understand that formula, it's a very easy game. I played through the game on the hardest difficulty I could, and then got to a higher difficulty, and I've had no problem getting through the game. Because at that point I understood the game concepts and where to go, where to grind. It was a lot more enjoyable of an experience. But Digimon World Next Order, if you don't have that experience and you don't have that knowledge, you need to look up guides or you're just going to have a really shitty time. It's not like Cyber Sleuth in any way or DMO. It's a completely different formula. And it's hard. I'm not going to lie to you. It's hard. If you don't know what you're doing, the game is incredibly difficult. Once you know what you're doing, the game becomes incredibly easy. Because you know where to go, where to farm, etc. But when you first start out, I was struggling. I was having a hard time. I was really struggling. It was really frustrating for me when I first played through the game. Once I beat the game and I entered like the hardest difficulty, it was a piece of piss. Despite the hardest difficulty being even harder than the previous difficulty, just because I understood the basic formula and the way the game runs and how to farm, get my stats up, the game became a lot more enjoyable by that point. You're literally locked behind that, knowing where to grind, where to go, at what points in the game, what point to increase your stats at. That's the hardest part of Digimon World Next Order. Once you understand the basic concepts of where to go and where to grind your stats, you'll have a much easier time. So hard for beginner players who don't know this information, easy for people who know this information. General consensus. See, unlike Digimon World 1, you actually have kind of like a journal and things telling you what to do. So you don't forget a side quest or something like that and what to do in it. Digimon World 1 had none of these features to basically sort you out. So Digimon World 1 was way harder than Next Order because unless you had a guide to guide you through the game, you was literally fucked. It's complete randomness and trial and error to figure out the game. Digimon World Order is a lot easier, a lot more simple to understand. But you just need to know where to grind and where to go at different parts in the story to make proper progression. That's the best way I can describe it to you, in my opinion. Like, you might not want to, Naz, but check out my playthrough of Digimon World Next Order. And you'll see what I mean by certain parts of the game that just seems incredibly difficult and you're like, how the hell do I get past this? It's way too hard. When I first started off, it was incredibly hard for me. Despite playing through Digimon World 1, which basically has the same formula. It becomes that much of a thing. You're best off looking at more of my later playthroughs where I understand where to go and where to grind, honestly. But the hardest part is starting off. Because when you first start off, your Digimon has 1, less life, so they can't be alive for as much time. 2, there's a limit to how strong they can get, because obviously you've not got all the greater grinding spots later on in the game. And 3, your Digimon, in order to get the next form of Digivolution, you kind of need to reach certain stat thresholds. Kind of like how the Mega System is in this game. And in order to reach those stat thresholds, some Digivolutions may be impossible for you when you first start in the game. Impossible to achieve. It's only until you get further in the game and you have a lot better grinding spots that you can potentially achieve some of these Digivolutions. Hopefully I've explained that clear enough. Because sadly, all your Digimon are always on a timer and they have a limited lifespan until late game, where you can potentially... Once you reach late game and you've recruited all the Digimon to your city, you can essentially keep your Digimon alive infinitely if you really want to by doing the right things. You keep fighting traders with evolve higher like that, yeah. So, possibly, you might not get through the whole entire game till you're like 4th generation of Digimon. Depending on how well you grind correctly and whatnot. Now, sadly for me, I figured out things the hard way. I had to go through the grind and figure out where the best spots were myself. Because when I came to Digimon World 1, I was trying to go blind. I wanted to work it out for myself originally, right? And the same in Digimon World Next Order. I tried to work it out by myself rather than just immediately going Google and going, hey, how do I do this? And unfortunately, it's very hard. However, if you essentially look up guides for the game, you can probably make your game much easier from the start. Like, the thing I was able to do, see, my first playthrough, because obviously I played through the game in the hardest difficulty that was available to me. You have to beat the hardest difficulty to unlock the next tier of difficulty. That's the way it works. You have to beat the whole game on a certain difficulty, then you unlock the next tier of difficulty. So essentially what I did was, I took all my knowledge from my first playthrough and used that in my second playthrough. And despite being on a higher difficulty, the game was much easier for me because of that. Because I knew where to go, what spots to grind, which Digimon to fight against to a certain plateau where my stats would stop increasing. And then I moved to the next spot because I knew where it were. So, first time experience of Digimon World Next Order, terrible. Unless you look up a lot of guides. Second playthrough experience, definitely enjoyable. Second playthrough is essentially New Game Plus. The only difference is without extra content in New Game Plus. The difference is with New Game Plus is you unlock certain Digivolutions you couldn't achieve before. So, for example, Omegamon Ultra B will be originally locked off completely and unobtainable for you in your first playthrough of the game. It's only through your New Game Plus playthrough you may be able to achieve that form, depending on what difficulty you played on. So I recommend playing on normal, unlocking the next tier difficulty, going through the game again, and you can potentially get Ultra B and whatnot. That's what I would recommend. Honestly, it is a very difficult game for a first time player if you're not used to that formula. From there, it's a lot better. Oh dear, we just went down. Neil. Digimon went down! We're in trouble! We got a crit, so we might be okay. I'm out of SP with my Talmon here. Hey, she was able to kill her, thankfully. But yeah, second playthrough is basically New Game Plus. You basically get new Digivolutions through New Game Plus that you wouldn't get in the standard playthrough. How did I like the combat out of 10? Okay. That's a very good question. I'm going to give you 2 ratings out of 10. And the reason why I'm going to give you 2 ratings is because it's talking from a first-hand experience and then an experience playthrough. So, combat-wise, for your first playthrough, if you don't understand any of the concepts of Digimon World Next Door and how it all works, first playthrough, I'd say your experience is probably 5 to 5.5 out of 10. Once you begin to understand things a little bit. Once you completely understand the game and the way it works, I would say combat-wise, I'm going to go a good 7 out of 10. 7 to 8 out of 10. Roughly. On your second playthrough. The only thing that's really keeping me from giving it a 10 out of 10 is literally the amount of time you have to spend grinding. It will take you hours to get to the next stat threshold fighting against a certain Digimon. So, for example, when you first start the game, I'm going to give you a bit of a tip here. You have Digimon in an area to the left-hand side. Those will be your first Digimon you fight against. You'd fight with those until a certain stat threshold, then you move to the Gaburimon, which is over to the right of the area. I can't quite remember the name of the zones specifically, but at the start of the game, you'd fight against essentially Mons. I think you fight against not Palmon, the other version of it, Auroramon. You fight against Auroramon to a certain stat threshold, then you move on to the Gaburimon in another section in the Palpon area, and from there you would essentially max out your stats there as best you can for the first parts of the game. So, Auroramon followed by Gaburimon. At first, when you're figuring out the combat, it's very hard to do because you don't know what stat threshold you need to be at. You can play the next content. So, I'd easily say 5 to 6 out of 10 in terms of your first playthrough. Once you know all the best grinding spots, I'd say a 7 to 8 out of 10. Honestly, only held back by the amount of time you have to spend grinding. It's like I mentioned earlier, you're limited to the amount of points you can earn. Doesn't matter what stat total you're at. Let's say, for example, I was at 1 strength and I was fighting against these mons that gave me strength and speed, for example. Let's just say that for an example, right? I was at 1 strength. It's not going to happen. Never going to happen. But I'm only going to get like 12 to 24 depending on how much I've invested in my tamer skills. Because your tamer actually has a skill which impacts everything you do. Whether it's harvesting materials, how many points you get at the end of combat, etc, etc. So there is a thing called tamer skills. So, your first time playthrough, you might not understand what skills to go for. You may level certain skills, not knowing which are the best to go for. But general consensus is there's a limit to how many points you can get per battle. Now, because you don't directly control your Digimon, it's RNG what your Digimon chooses to do. Whether they attack more often or not. Certain status skills like increased strength and speed may affect your Digimon's action rate, essentially. How often they attack. And that can make a massive difference in how often your Digimon is actively trying combat, essentially. Join your second playthrough of the game once you understand it all and you know what stats to raise and things like that. Your experience is going to massively increase, but because you're limited to the amount of stats, so let's take 999 being the stat-based total for the maximum you can reach, right? You don't need 999, but in the most highest difficulty, it's probably going to be massively needed for improving your experience in your second playthrough. So let's say 999 is the stat total. Imagine if you're only getting like 12 to 16 points. 100 times, 160 points. 50 times would be at the point where you're at 900 now. It's not guaranteed math, I'm just saying a general example. But because I'm not directly controlling my Digimon during that fight with the next Digimon that'll give me the next stat increase, and there are certain Digimon that will eventually start to drop off in the amount of stats they give based on how strong your Digimon is. Let's say I was able to get 24 points every single time. I would need to do so many fights, but because I'm not in control of my Digimon, it's RNG, how often they attack, deal damage. It can easily eat into like 6 to 8 hours. Right? If I wanted to get maximum stats, I'd say it's going to take me at least about 6 to 8 hours to maximize the Digimon. It's complete stats. And even then, I'm not going to be able to do that till I'm like 4th or so generation. I've got enough tamer levels. So, that's why I'd say a 7 or 8 out of 10. If it wasn't for the amount of time I need to spend, I wasn't limited by the amount of points I could earn, regardless of how stronger the Digimon is compared to me, I wouldn't mind so much. So the other thing is, I've said 999, but it's not 999. That's just me giving you a basic consensus. Your Digimon can get up to 9,999 points. 4 9s, bear in mind. So let's say 50 fights, so getting 12 apiece. Even then, you're going to be like, what? 500, 2 times 50, 100. 1,000 points. You know? It is an extreme grind. And again, another problem that Digimon games often run into, they're too grindy. They are too grindy. Now, in terms of story progression, once you understand the combat system, it's not that bad. Let's say you go through about 200 fights throughout your course of your playthrough, the whole entire playthrough. You go through about 200 fights. Let's say, for example, right? It's not so bad, but if you're trying to 100% complete a game and get every single Digivolution, that turns into hundreds of hours. Just like Cyber Sleuth. Cyber Sleuth, if you literally want to maximize every single Digimon, will take you hundreds of hours. Right? The difference is, with Cyber Sleuth, you're mainly getting stats through a gym. Well, not really a gym, it's like your Digi Island to a degree. And choosing certain leaders for the team and whatnot. Something that happens over time, right? It's something that happens over time. The difference is with Next Order is you're going to spend more time trying to maximize a single Digivolution than you are in Cyber Sleuth. The Cyber Sleuth you can get passively to the maximum value you can earn. Digimon World Order requires the time and effort spent in. It is an extreme grind, yes. I would love to sit here and lie to you and say, oh, don't worry about it. You know, you get there. It's not too bad. But it is bad. How much time you have to spend? The one advantage we do have is, unfortunately, when Next Order first came out, it was worse. Right? When Next Order originally came out on the PSP, it was much worse. You moved much slower throughout the digital world. I mean, you've ended up in more fights because certain Digimon would run at you based on your stat total. It was a lot worse in the old PSP days. When it got remastered for PC, it got made a lot better. Time efficiently was a lot better. Right? I'd say getting through Digimon World Next Order for the first playthrough will probably take you about 30 to 60 hours. Depending on how efficient you are, whether you look up guides or not. Right? 30 to 60 hours. It's not too bad. Keeps you busy for a good amount of time. But when you get into a new game plus, essentially, that's another 30 to 60 hours. So let's say 60 to 90 hours. Right? Or, you know, something along those lines. 60 to 90 hours. You get a lot of gameplay. But if you were to go for 100%, kiss that 90 hours goodbye. If you were to get 100% and get every single Digimon, it's going to take you, like, weeks. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to take you weeks. Definitely a fantastic game, regardless of the grind. But the amount of time investment is just ridiculous. It really is. Because even if you max out your taming skills to where you get like 24 points per fight, still 10 fights is 24, so it's 240. 100 fights, 2,400. Maximum stat 9,999. It's a lot. You're going to be fighting a lot of Digimons to get to maximum stats. You don't need maximum stats for the early section of the game. When you first go through the game on normal, for example. When you enter a new game plus, though, stats are important. A lot more. They really are. And I feel like that's one thing Digimon games really suffer with. It's the amount of grind time. The amount of effort to put into these games to get far really limits what players can do. You need to spend considerable time. If they cut down on that a little bit, made a fantastic game, they'd outshine Pokemon any day of the week. It's just they make them too grindy. If they make a good game, it's too grindy. If they cut that down a bit, different. Now, one thing I want you to bear in mind when it comes to Next Order is there's a limited amount of spawns on a map. In order to respawn those spawns, you need to leave the map and re-enter the map for some cases. Right? That also adds into your time. If you're spending 15 to 20 seconds running in a map and outside of a map to fight a very specific Digimon, that's another 15 to 20 seconds every single fight to get your Digimon to max stats. It's a lot. In my opinion, Cyber Sleuth was nowhere near as grindy. While it is grindy, don't get me wrong, it was nothing compared to Next Order. Not even close. I haven't beaten Cyber Sleuth, so I might not be the best accurate description of that, but from what I've heard, it's nowhere near as close. I will eventually play through Next Order on this channel. See, when I originally started Next Order on this channel, I heard that apparently certain Digivolutions were locked off by game completion. So I essentially had a friend log into my Steam account and play through Digimon World Next Order for me, unlock all the Digivolutions, so that when I go through the game I can essentially play through the game and have everything available to me. But it's nowhere near as close from what I've heard compared to Next Order. But yeah, Next Order is a grind. See, sometimes when it comes to Next Order, you'll have Digimon that which is just stupid. Instead of attacking, they're just sat there jumping around or moving around in the area rather than attacking. It's really annoying. It is really frustratingly annoying. Because Digimon operate on their own, just like Digimon World 1. Rather than you controlling them, they do their own thing. And all your Digimon stats impacts what your Digimon chooses to do during the fight. As well. In Digimon World Next Order. Essentially, think of Digimon World 1 and Digimon World Next Order is essentially you babysitting. Your job is to feed them HP discs and MP discs during the fight. Rather than actually, you know, them getting, you controlling the Digimon and fighting through things. Yeah, it'd be great if we could fully control them, I agree. Sadly, it's not the case. Right, I'm gonna go for a wee dig quick. I'll be back in a moment. But yeah, that's just unfortunately how it is. I wish I could give you better news, but I can't, unfortunately. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, I'm back. Right, so, yeah, when it comes to me, one thing I will say for my YouTube channel, I'm not going to lie to people. I can guarantee you on this, right? I'm always going to give my honest opinion on the game. I'm not going to sugarcoat it because some company told me to. Whatever bull crap, you know, a lot of these YouTubers tend to do nowadays. I know a lot of people lie when it comes to being content creators, you know, oh, play Raid Shadow Legends, it's a great game, yeah, come and play this game. Never honest about you about the microtransaction, the gambling behind it, and all that kind of stuff. I am a YouTuber that will always have the integrity to be 100% honest with you with face value. I will promise you this right now. And I take promises very seriously. A promise is a bridge of trust. Right? If I break that bridge of trust, that's a problem. I take promises very seriously. And I promise you right now, I will always be honest with you about any Digimon game. I will share my opinion and my opinion alone, not what somebody else has told me to. If it ever comes to a game that I am playing, I will share my honest to God opinion on the game, and I will never lie to my subscribers. You guys are here supporting me and watching me and having a talk with me, right? I owe you that. If you come and check out my content and my channel, my YouTube channel, and you want to see my content, I will always be honest with people. I'm not going to sit here and try and sugarcoat things. I'm going to be 100% real with you. Right? Because at the end of the day, I owe you that. You guys don't owe me anything, right? Many of you may come and go from my channel. You may see my channel never show up again. So be it. At the end of the day, I am a small-time content creator. I'm not some big YouTuber. I don't have tons of sponsorships controlling my channel and whatnot coming in. You know, oh, we'll offer you this money if you say this about our game. I can promise you right now, I will never ever do Raid Shadow Legends or any of that bull crap. Because if you choose to check out my content, out of all the millions of content providers out there, if you choose to check out my content, and you're here to see me and have a conversation with me, I am not going to lie to you. Because at the end of the day, you are what makes this whole thing possible. At the end of the day, you're my fans. You might not be a fan. You know, I can't speak for you. But let's say you're my fan or you're not my fan. At the end of the day, you're coming to my channel for information and help with Digimon Super Rumble or other Digimon games, for example. All I can really do for you is give you my honest opinion. You can take it how you want it. You might not agree with me. You may disagree with me at some points. And you're completely entitled to your opinion. But I'm not going to lie to you about a game. Because I am a gamer. I know what I want from games. And at the end of the day, you're a gamer too. You enjoy video games, you're a gamer. And we gamers need to stick together. At the end of the day, that's the way I see it. We need to stick together. Regardless of a difference in opinion, let's say you really love a certain game and I think your game is complete shite. Doesn't matter. Regardless of whether I think your game is terrible or not, that you love, we are all gamers. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. And one thing I will guarantee with my channel is I'll always give you my honest opinion on things. Because at the end of the day, like you, I am a gamer. I want to enjoy games. That's what we're all here for at the end of the day, right? We want to enjoy a game. We're interested in the game, it's because we want to try that game. We took an interest because we're wondering what it's like. What's the deal with it? The only thing I can really do as a content creator to you is just be honest about the game I'm playing. What do I think? What are my thoughts? Now everybody has the same thoughts and opinions than me. And that's okay. But I'm always going to be honest with people in what I really feel incorporates the game. I did a review for Digimon World 1, if I'm not mistaken, on my channel. I've never done a review for Digimon World Next Order. The reason why I've never done a Digimon World Next Order review is because, honestly, I've not completed the game, collected every single Digimon. I said I'd do a 100% playthrough, which I intend to keep, but at some point, I just took a break from it for a while. You know? I needed a break for Digimon World Order. I couldn't be bothered with the grinding. Bear in mind, if I'm grinding right now and it's taking me like 10 hours or something just to get one Digivolution path, and I've got like 50 other Digimon to do, it's a lot of time. So I did take a break, I'll be honest. But I will never lie to people. Digimon World Next Order, in my opinion, fantastic game. Once you get past the difficulty aspects of it, phenomenal game. 100%, I will say that. It's a grind, don't get me wrong, but definitely a great game. If you really love Digimon, I recommend giving Digimon World Next Order a try. The thing is, if you're not completely sure of it, buy it on sale. That's the best thing I can suggest to you. If you're not completely sold on it, if the information I've told you that's made you doubt the game, get it on sale. I don't want you buying a full game at, like, say, $60 for something, I don't know, whatever price it is. I don't want you buying that game for, like, 60 quid and then being like, oh, this game sucks, I wish I didn't waste my money. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to recommend games on my personal experience. That's what I'm here for. And from my experience, I did really enjoy Next Order. I thought it was a fantastic game. It was just the grind that burnt me out. Considering I'm trying to 100% complete the game, for some people it might be different. What if Next Order had co-op, 2-player, maybe 3? How would you like that? All same, but you can experience with no player. Oh my gosh. Fantastic question. Much better. The game would be fantastic. I could not recommend it enough if it had co-op and the ability to play with another player. I could not recommend the game enough. Honestly, I just couldn't. I, despite the grind, love Digimon World Next Order. It's a fantastic game. It's got a good story behind it. Continuing the story from Digimon World 1 was a very nice touch. You had Mamio, who was like the original protagonist of Digimon World 1 and Digimon World Next Order. And I definitely enjoyed finding that information out. I really loved Digimon World Next Order. I'm not going to lie to you. I loved the game. It was fantastic. It was just the grind that burnt me out. But if I had the ability to play with another player, I don't think the grind would have affected me as much because I'd have much more fun just playing with another dude rather than just sitting there on my own. I think the issue with a lot of these grinds is the same with World of Warcraft. Let's take World of Warcraft for example. I liked World of Warcraft back in the day. I had a lot more fun playing with a friend because I had somebody to share the experience with. I had somebody to essentially play through the game with. It made the grind feel less monotonous and boring just because I had another person there. If you had the ability next order to play co-op and have another person run around the world with you, we're both using our teams in Digimon and whatnot. Oh! I can't even explain it, but orgasmic. It would be a phenomenal game. I'd easily recommend it. 100%. I'd probably 9 to 10 out of 10 on that game. Probably 9 to 10 out of 10 on that game. Realistic. Once you get past the grind aspects of it, literally, the game is great. It's a fantastic game. But if you had a co-op to that game, oh my gosh. I don't even know how to explain it. I don't know the right word. Pure excitement when I think about it too. Joy. Exactly. Like, it's literally what all these games are missing. Just the ability to play co-op. The co-op experience would just heighten any game. Doesn't matter what game it is. Co-op heightens any game experience. Regardless. Doesn't matter what kind of game it is. Just being able to play with another player makes every game better. I miss the old days of couch co-op when I used to have friends come round to my house and play a game with me. I miss it so much. Because I feel like when people look at nostalgia, and people are like, oh, it's just nostalgia, that's why you love that game so much. I don't think it's simply nostalgia. I think it's honestly the fact that people had many friends to play with back then. You used to be able to go around somebody's house and boot up a game and play it together. I think that's really what people miss about old gaming. Right, Cyber Sleuth gains of PvP, another example where remove that and then co-op or just have fun. Right. I'm gonna Uno reverse you a little bit. Rather than just remove PvP, keep PvP, but just add co-op. Literally, me being able to use my team and you being able to use your team. Like, sure, we could decide on the lineup. Let's say I had a certain amount of Digimon, you had a certain amount of Digimon. And obviously, we got a 3-man team, right? Maybe I could use 2 of mine and you could use 2 of yours. Just allowing me to play with you. Show off my Digimon, its cool moves, its moveset. Will just add so much flavour and experience to that game. Massively. $100%. no holds barred. It's just facts at that point. And game creators just don't seem to understand this. And I'm sat there just wondering every single day, why are you so stupid? Why? I understand it's more work to make a co-op mode. Right. More work. More coding. I understand. But how much better your game would be completely trumps that. A little bit of coding to make sure everything works out right for longevity of a game and more people buying your game because they can play with a friend. It's worth it. So I'm still getting, and same as DSR, there's 2 players and one can use 1 or 2 Digimon. Exactly, yes. Facts. Right. Why do people play MMOs? It's not for the solo experience. People play MMOs because they have the idea of playing with other players. Being able to join a guild or a group and some content together. That's why WoW was so successful. Before the days of Dungeon Finder and all this crap that WoW has, back then you needed to form a group. There were certain even main quests along the quest line of World of Warcraft that you need to group up with just to complete. Elite enemy mobs that you had to fight against, and you need a group to take it on. Either that or you need to grind multiple levels over that mob to be able to defeat it. What happened because of that? 1, you had a much more sociable and cooperative community. 2, you had people that cared about their social status on the game and how they conducted themselves, because if people were completely toxic and horrible, most of the times they won't be able to find people to group with them. 3, it added the multiplayer aspect, which is what MMOs are supposed to be. Massively multiplayer online experience. The clue's in the name. It's literally right there. That's why WoW has thrived for so long. Before they added the dungeon creator. I remember back in the day in World of Warcraft when you used to literally manually find a group. You'd be sat there chatting in chat going, hey, I need a tank for this dungeon. I need a healer. Before the dungeon finder used to be a thing, you used to have to try and find people to do dungeons, right? And sometimes, doesn't matter how good of a group you had, if people just didn't have the gear, they couldn't do the dungeon. And as much as that sucked, what did that result in? Okay. Players looking for a group to do this dungeon to farm its contents for its greater gear. The player that didn't have good enough gear to get through the grind or raid would then go, okay, well, I'm not good enough right now currently to do the dungeon because my gear's not good enough. What did they do? They would go and farm other gear pieces from possibly a previous dungeon or some other content. They would get better gear and they'd come back and go, okay, I'm ready to do this content now. So it gave players a drive to get better. Better gear, better equipment. Be better of how to control their class. So the fact that somebody wasn't up to par to completing that dungeon content made that player go, okay, I need to do this, I need to do that, X, Y, and Z. And because they had to do that, it made players learn from their experience. So, they not only needed to get good gear, they needed to learn how their class went. If they were playing healer, they needed to play the healer role. They couldn't be pulling a bunch of ads and stuff as a healer. They needed to sit there and focus on healing. That was their main job. DPS was focused on damage, tank was focused on pulling mobs. There was a concept behind it. And if you were a toxic, terrible player, most of the time people didn't want to deal with you. They just didn't. Go find another group. players used to say to you back in the day. If you were a terrible piece of shit, people just said go find another group. That's the way it were. But now in World of Warcraft, what? You got Dungeon Finder, which finds people that have lined up for a dungeon based on a certain role. There's no guarantee they're either going to be A, good, 2, knowing what they're doing, or 3, needing a reality check. Players didn't need to worry about that because the dungeon finders are guaranteed to get them into dungeons. It would automatically sort of them because they signed up as a healer or whatever. So they don't have to worry about how good they were. They just had to hope that the tank and the DPS were good enough to be able to handle a dungeon. They could be a terrible healer and possibly still get through it. So therefore, there's no learning experience on the healer's part. There's no experience on, say, the tank's part or the damage part. No learning experience whatsoever. What about beating the dungeon alone? You couldn't. Simply the way it were. You couldn't beat the dungeon alone as a solo player. Unless one condition was met. You was high enough level. I used to be rolling around a level 16 to 20 dungeon. I used to have like a level 50 carry me. Bear in mind that's 30 levels above. Sometimes I would have a level 50. I would pay them to carry me through a dungeon and let me get all the loot. So they have to compete with other players. Right? A level 50. Somebody who's 30 levels above the current content to be able to grab me for that lower level dungeon. That's what it used to be like. It had many effects. 1. Player interactivity. 2. Players had a knowledge for needing better gear. 3. Improving their playstyle and filling their role. Let's look at modern day WoW. Right? Modern day World of Warcraft. I don't need another player to ever get through the whole entire of the game. I don't need a player to get me through a dungeon because I have a dungeon finder to just find me people. And I have to hope that this dungeon group is right. Regardless of how good of my skill I am, if they have a character that say has heirlooms, for example, which give them amazing stats, they can take a dungeon no problem without me. Especially with a DPS team that also has heirlooms and whatnot. It completely takes the multiplayer aspect out of the game. It'd be an impressive feat, yeah. To a degree. But you're not going to be able to do that unless you're like 30 levels above the content. That's just the way it were. WoW used to be so much more sociable. Where you had to interact with other players to get through content. And because of that, the community was a lot more respectful in general. A lot more people were a lot more helpful. A lot more people would be less jerks in terms of world chat, etc, etc. When they started to make it so you could do every quest solo, remove the fact that you needed good gear to deal a dungeon and whatnot, over time the World of Warcraft community became incredibly toxic. Terrible players, toxic people blaming others for their failures, etc. like that. Because they didn't have to worry about their social standing in the community. They didn't have to worry about being good at the game. Everything was just handed to them on a silver platter. And that massively infected the multiplayer community at large. Because if people don't have to worry about being respectful, they're just going to be themselves. Be a jerk, whatever, they don't care. There's no repercussions for it, right? You have no repercussions behind their actions. You don't have to worry about grouping up with content because the Dungeon Finder just automatically shuts them out anyway. It removes the multiplayer aspect. And over time, that turned into a toxic community. Despite the way the world is today, with people being less respectful than they ever were, people seeing other people as strangers, not really caring about them, it was mainly the fact they removed the multiplayer aspects out of these MMOs that managed to make a lot of these MMOs have their downfall. Bear in mind, I played vanilla World of Warcraft to Mr. Pandaria. So I know what I'm talking about. I'm not somebody that just played the game for a little bit and was like, oh, I know everything about it. I know what I'm talking about. I played this game for years. Right? I loved World of Warcraft. I really did. But now it's full of toxic community, toxic trolls, all sorts of people. Nobody cares about another player. Literally every single raid chat is filled with drama with somebody talking smack to another player or insulting them in some way. And while that did sometimes happen in the olden days, most of the time it's warranted. Sometimes you'd literally get a hunter that would literally pull like 20, 30 mobs and get the whole party killed, right? So even like, hey, okay bro, you need to stop doing this, you know. And when a person keeps doing it, of course people are going to get annoyed. At least in that respect it was warranted. But sometimes you just get people that literally just troll for the sake of it, not because they're trying to beat the dungeon. They're just doing it to fuck everybody over. They want to create a party wipe because they think it's funny. You get people like that. People that are disrespectful in global chat, trolling all the new players that don't really know much about the game. Because now there's no concept of needing to be a massively multiplayer online game. Everybody can do every content solo. Heirlooms completely remove any challenge from the grind. You got a dungeon fighter to sort you out for any dungeon group you ever need. It completely removed the whole multiplayer aspect from the game. And that's when the community started to change. It was at that point the community turned to shit. I witnessed this firsthand over years of playing World of Warcraft, up to Mr. Pandaria. I don't know how long that was. Oh no, what? Let's see. When did World of Warcraft first come out? So, when did World of Warcraft come out? 2004. Okay? So, the game came out in 2004. 8 years. 8 years, in terms of World of Warcraft's lifespan, that I literally saw the World of Warcraft turn to shit. Because they removed all the things that required players to work with other players. And the community became more and more toxic over time, and they ruined the experience. They didn't have to rely on anybody anymore. They could do it all themselves. Nobody had to care about their social standing. They removed essentially the complete co-op aspects of the game for the sake of you know, player pleasing, so to speak. What is the purpose of killing these Digimon? So many people camping this. Literally EVP and bond. So let me explain. Certain Digimon require bond percentage, which is this thing right here. 1,000 fights is 1%. For some Digivolutions, say for example Andromon, you need 14% to attain her Mega Digivolution. So essentially what this means is you need to do 14,000 fights before you can turn this into an Alphanimon, for example. Which is a lot of fights. You'll be using Digimon for that purpose. And also maintain their EVP so they can get into PvP. Sorry, not PvP. PvE fights like this, for example. I need EVP to remain in ultimate form. So, Digimon will run at you automatically, which requires no placement in my part. I can just send that Digimon in rookie form, my EVP will fill up naturally, and then Eventually I'll be able to farm more content, that's why. Hey, sorry to bother you. Can you really tell me how to Digimon my Digimon? I didn't really get how to do it. Okay. So, essentially, there is a Digimon around here called Bakumon. Now, if you're looking for a reference to Bakumon, just Google the name. There's a Digimon called Bakumon around here, essentially, and what they will allow you to do is evolve your Digimon. You need to be level 15 to achieve champion form, level 50 for ultimate, and level 90 for mega, which you would come to Bakumon for. It costs you a certain amount of bits depending on how many bits you have, and on top of that, you need to make sure you obviously have enough EVP to transform into your form. But essentially, yeah, that's how you do it. I believe champion is about 5,000 to 7,000. To get to ultimate is about 50,000. I'm not too sure off the top of my head. But yeah, generally you go to Bakumon, speak to him, and based on the percentage chance will determine what Digivolution you get. Obviously RNG is a thing, so it's random what you get every time. Bear in mind you need enough bits to be able to afford Digivolution. So if you say, for example, are a new player, and you spent all your bits on trying to get these stat cubes, you might not have enough to Digivolve your Digimon. That's what a lot of new players run into, because they spend too much on the stat block system, and they forget they need stat bits to actually Digivolve their Digimon. But yeah, Bakumon's essentially grey with like a mouth-like Homer Simpson to a degree, I guess you could say. Hopefully that explains things for you. Literally, just type in Bakumon in terms of Google and you'll see what Digimon I mean. It's in the Village of Beginnings. Oh, he crit me. Oh, he missed one of his attacks. I'll take it. You click the evolve button and the screen faces button, nothing happens. That shouldn't be happening unless you just don't have enough bits to afford the Digivolution. My advice if that's still persisting, possibly restart your game. I don't know what's going on with your game at that point. But yeah, it's not difficult. It's very easy to Digivolve your Digimon. Looks like you're running into a bug or something. You're seeing the screen fades black and nothing happens. It might just be a bug, so I recommend just restarting the game. Try it then. Sure. Only thing I can think of. Front of me. I've never had that issue with my screen fading to black and nothing happening. You got it finally, thanks. You're welcome, you're welcome. Glad I was able to help. Yeah, it might have just been a bug or something. I don't know. I've never had an issue with developing my Digimon unless I didn't have enough funds to pay for it. Since a bit, so. Use click in the Abbreviator option. Ah, okay. That might be why. I don't know. Fair enough. Right, how many, I'm curious, how many Rift Items have I got so far? Got one. Disappointing. Honestly, I think I'm best off just rolling up and down. Ooh, it's a crit. Love it. Ooh, yeah. You missed. Sucks to be you. Gonna go get some sleep now. It was a great shot in the stream. Was nice too. Thanks for all the information and subbed as well. Appreciate it, Naz. Appreciate it, Naz. Have a wonderful night. I'll probably be streaming again tomorrow at some point. So feel free to pop in if you want to. Appreciate you stopping by and having a conversation with me. It's been great having you here. Have a wonderful night, my friend. Dang it, I got rare evils and one, just my luck. Sometimes RNG is just funny that way, you know. Gives you things you don't want. It's just all part of RNG, you know. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. It happens. As much as I would love RNG chance to kinda be abolished, at the same time, I also like the RNG feature, honestly. I really do. Because sometimes it has that excitement moment and that, oh damn it kind of moment. But at the same time, I guess when you're first starting off it's not so bad. It's mainly when you get to late game and you're kind of like, oh I'm tired of getting this Digimon over and over because RNG decided so. But I do enjoy it, but I also hate it at the same time, you know? It's one of those. You're welcome, Dads. Yeah, have a great night, have a good sleep. Enjoy yourself. Okay, Digimon. Hello there. It's time to get murked. Give me more Rift items, I'd appreciate it. can take him down. I got another egg from the big tree in the beginning town. Hopefully I'll get one of light from it. Yeah, that's the spirit. There's always other options. Might not get what you want right away, but you'll probably get it eventually. On me. Boo. How do you do that? Get marked. Honestly, I'm probably best off digivolving up and down. At that point. Pardon me. Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing a lot of people get a little bit upset about is when they do decide to try the game is obviously not getting Digimon they want. It is unfortunately something that's going to happen in the game. It doesn't matter whether you spend money in the cash shop or not. RNG is a factor in the game. People need to essentially understand that. But letting yourself get completely down because you didn't get that Digivolution you really wanted that one time, I feel like that's a bit of a bad excuse to clinically say you hate the game and decide to stop playing. RNG is going to be a factor. There's nothing we can really do about that. It's the way the game is designed. But sometimes, you know, you get that RNG that really matters. You know, like, oh, I really want the Digimon. I got it. Oh yeah, you get that hype feeling, that excited feeling, you know, because you finally got what you wanted. So ups and downs essentially. Well, sometimes it sucks not getting the Digimon you want, but when you do get a Digimon you want, you get that much more satisfaction and pleasure from it, you know. Get that endorphin rush essentially. I don't know why I wasted food on that, but just roll up and down. Talmon's almost out of SP, so doing this will give me full ESP, why not, you know. Then continue the grind. So yeah, ends up level 57 against these guys. Eventually I'll try the Lossmon. I don't think this team is going to be able to handle the Lossmon, just because they have 2 datas and a virus, but we'll try it. And hopefully we come out okay. If we don't, then so be it. There are other options we can turn to, so it's not the end of the world, you know. We can potentially fight a level 55 Seadramon in Infinite Mountain for the same Rift items. Or I could potentially turn to the Frigimon instead. So we're not at the like a wall or anything like that. It's just more so we just have to change up our pattern of where we choose to grind, you know. Jeez, it's 6:24 in the morning. Eesh. I'm surprised it's been that long. Honestly, I've not got that much done in the amount of hours I've been streaming for. How long have I been streaming for? I'm streaming for about 6 hours. Honestly, I haven't got as much content as I should have done that 6 hours. I spent so long talking, but it is what it is. Pardon me. Pardon me. Pardon me. It is what it is. Oh yeah. Boom, boom. Gotta make the Digimon more for more Rift Items for my machinedramon transformation. That's what I want at the end of the day. What a far before. Andromon wrists so I can get my machinedramon transformation. I'm still missing the Violet Elkmon to sacrifice once it becomes a Mamimon, but at the same time, I am getting the Rift Items for the Andromon piece. The Andromon piece is like 15 to 20 mil or something like that, so it's not a waste of time in my opinion. 100% not a waste of time. I have so many Rift Items by the time I'm done. But I understand for some people it's incredibly late right now, being at 6 in the morning. It's probably like, what, 1 PM US time or something like that. It's a late night grind, but it needs to be done. We need more. Much more. Items, for sure. That way we can guarantee our Andromon Rift items. Give us the item that we require for obtaining our machinedramon, the strongest virus Digimon transformation. That's what we need at the end of the day. We're here for. If I can get more than one, then all the better. But at the same damn time, the grind is real, you know? Yeah, got the bomb-looking Digimon from Beamon that will only evolve into Digitamon. So you got a Nanimon from Beamon. I'm guessing that's what you mean by bomb-looking Digimon. They only evolve into Digitamon, but oh, what can you do? Yeah, exactly. See, unfortunately, RNG is a factor in this game. And I like the RNG within respect. I also don't like the RNG. Because when you're late game, the RNG sucks. Because you got most mons. And it's like, I want this very specific Digimon. But it is what you can do. I mean, Digitamon is a fantastic Digimon. I'm not going to lie to you. Because you can essentially get a Titamon. And while machinedramon is the strongest virus mega in the game, honestly, Titamon is only a little bit behind. So you've got yourself a fantastic Digimon right there. So it's not always bad when RNG kind of screws you over. Because sometimes you get some amazing mons out of it. That's what many people fail to remember when it comes to playing the game. Is many people be like, oh, I got this Digimon I didn't want. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, you got the Digimon you didn't want. But since then, you might get a great Digimon out of it still. You get me, fam? You may still get a good Digimon out of it. It's what you choose to do with it. Like, Titamon, in terms of comparison to machinedramon, the strongest virus mega in the game, is honestly not that far off. So, let's have a wee little look, shall we? So, Titamon is 1003 base strength with 433 speed at level 90. Machinedramon is 1068. Sorry, level 95, sorry. 1068 with 473 speed. Machinedramon is definitely better. Don't get me wrong, but Titamon is definitely can throw with the heavyweights. Because there's no other virus Digimon that have over 1,000 base strength at level 95, other than Machinedramon. He is a heavyweight swinger. So do not knock your Digitamon that you got. He will turn into a beast. Right? He will become a phenomenal asset to your Virus Mega team. I know datas aren't really what you want, because mostly vaccines tend to shine more in this game, but honestly, Machinedramon and Titamon are the strongest megas currently, and they kick ass. They've got good speed behind them as well. Machinedramon has more speed, don't get me wrong, 473 versus Vatamon's 433 speed, but still, fantastic mon. You're gonna be murking people with that. I promise you that much. Titamon is gonna be deleting foes as long as he's not countered by vaccine megas. He will be murking. Bringing people down to their knees. You get me, fam? He is a great mon. Do not sleep on it. The Digitamon will turn into a Titamon. You can get his piece from the Machinedramon. Skull Greymon Rift item. You can get from the level 72 mons. And he will become a massive asset to your team. I promise you that. Because generally by the end of the game, what you really want, in 100% actuality, you want a virus team mega, vaccine team mega, and a data team mega. That's what you want by the end of the game. Priority, vaccine mega. Virus, slightly behind. And then data mega behind it. If you have those three, guaranteed secure virus mega, data mega, and a vaccine mega, you will have no problem with story content. I promise you that. Because countering types becomes much more prerogative when you're in the late game section. Throughout the whole entire game, it's more prominent. Which is why you see me have my machinedramon right now being the tank for the team. Because I'm fighting against Datas, for example. I've got my machinedramon up front because he takes less damage than what my Datas will ever take. Because he has reduced damage taken based on the fact that he is a virus versus data. So, phenomenal. Yeah, just got him there. Good start to my game anyway. I've just started today, so I'm not going to give up on it. Okay. How far are you story-wise? You say you just started today. Are you already at the point you have ultimates on the first day? That's actually fantastic progress. What team are you rocking right now, Day? Or Dai? I don't know how you pronounce your name. Shinzo, I guess, would be the easiest ways for me to pronounce. What team are you rocking with right now? Let me know. And I'll do my best to advise you on a course forward. The fact that you've already got ultimates on your first day is definitely a fantastic sign. I can advise you where to go from there forward. Somebody who's more experienced. At the end of the day, I'm here to help people, you know? That's what I'm here for. So if I can help you, I'll definitely give you advice on what you should do. So the reason why I started covering this game on my channel was to support people. Why is there a Sukamon? Yo! Why is there a Sukamon all the way out here? Hang on. Sukamon is supposed to be over here, so the Sukamon just came all the way into the Digimon spawn. The hell? Why? That's strange. I've never seen that before. In all my years of playing, I've never seen that. Damn, bro. Sukamon really out here trying to get some recognition. He's like, hey, yeah, bro, you're not giving me any screen time. Show me up. Nah, bro, you're not worth my time. You drop the same items, but you're much harder to kill. So, yeah, nah. There's better monsters to train against. I want to Andromon. Are they champion? They are champions today. You got Andromon, Mortailmon, Yetulkimon, Gurumon, and the Mamimon. That's about Mortailmon. Okay, right. So Chrysalimon will turn into... Hold on me. Chrysalimon is an normal Digimon if I'm not mistaken. No, it's not, is it? Yeah, Chrysalimon is champion. Swallow wise, you're looking for... I guess Infirmon? The Yeti Lucky one, which is Mojimon. Mojimon turns into Zudomon regardless, so a great vaccine to have. Garurumon turns into Wergurumon, also a fantastic vaccine to have. And the Mamimon, fleshy bomb looking one, so Nanimon. So you've got a Nanimon currently. So essentially, if I'm not mistaken, Nanimon turns into trying to think of Digitamon. So Digitamon is a great data. It's one of the strongest data ultimates in the game, mind you. So a fantastic data ultimate will eventually turn into Titamon, which is one of the best virus ultimates. So you're not got wrong there. So honestly, when you're up to Andromon, you get an egg basket. Here's my recommendation to you, Shinzo. I don't know how you pronounce your name. I apologize if I butchered it a little bit. I definitely go for a Salomon egg, which is a pink egg with circles on it, which is a Salomon egg. Because Salomon is one of the best vaccines in the game. It turns into Andromon and potentially Elphanimon. That will get you throughout most of the game, if not all the game. It's literally a fantastic Digimon. So, Garurumon is great. That'll turn into Wergurumon. Worgrimon is incredibly strong. Crusalimon. Mortalmon. That's Mojimon. Mojimon will turn into Zudamon, so it's another vaccine. Crusalimon will turn into Infirmon, which is a virus. So, here's what I'm seeing right now. You currently have a virus Digimon, a vaccine Digimon, a second vaccine Digimon, and a Mamimon, which is turned into Samamon, so you have another virus, data Digimon. You want to get, realistically, a vaccine team first off, followed by a virus team, then followed by a data team. In my honest opinion, from the amount of time I've spent in this game, that's what you're looking for. Through Garurumon, that's a guaranteed vaccine. Through Mojimon, that'll turn into Zudamon, guaranteed vaccine. Very great vaccine Digimon. Pink egg with circles, yeah. So there are literally 2 pink eggs in the game. So, essentially, there is a, if I remember correctly, off the top of my head, there are 2 pink eggs. There's one with stars on it, which, if I'm not mistaken, is Tentamon. The egg with circles on it is Salamon, which turns into Tailmon, and then Andromon or Lady Devimon, one of the 2, depending on RNG. You want the Andromon, of course. Lady Devimon is not bad either, but essentially that's what you want. You want Salamon egg, which has circles on it. The Tentamon egg will have stars, so don't get that confused. Right? Looking for essentially circles on it will be your Salamon egg. That'll get you a Tailmon, and then potentially, if RNG favours you, you will get a Andromon. And the reason why Andromon is so huge, because the amount of viruses in the game. Not only is that the amount of viruses in the game, a lot of them are weak to light element attacks, which Andromon specializes in. So please bear that in mind. I think that's the best way I can really describe it. Pink egg with circles, not stars. Stars to Tentamon, so don't go for that one. And I believe Andromon gives you an egg basket, which allows you to get Salamon guaranteed. For continuing the main story, you will eventually get a Patamon egg for free, which can potentially turn into Andromon and then Magna Andromon if you get lucky. Which will also be your second guaranteed fantastic vaccine ultimate if you get the right Digivolution. If you unfortunately get Unimon, for example, and end up with, say, a Piximon, don't be too discouraged. Piximon is one of the best data ultimates in the game. And if you unfortunately get, let's say you get Andromon, you unfortunately get Mouserspawn. Mouserspawn is one of the top 3 virus ultimates in the game. So don't be too disheartened by it. You know? Like Mouserspawn, Andromon, Lady Devimon, Piximon are some of the best in the game. So if you do get one of those mons, don't be too upset. Preferably you want an Andromon over a Lady Deathmon to begin with. And preferably you'd want machinedramon over any of them Mon rather than Maeotismon. If you do get them, don't be too upset. They are fantastic Mons within the top 3. So bear that in mind for their type. Let's go for a piss. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Got it. I'll keep in mind picking up something. Yeah, that's okay. I'm just happy to have a Digimon game like this one. Another game I've got is the Cyber Sleuth one, and while it's okay, this one grabbed my attention more at the moment. Fair enough, fair enough. Completely respectable. Yeah. Cyber Sleuth is great. I haven't fully beat the game or got through most of its content, but it's definitely a great game. 100%. Yeah, this game is also great. They're both great games. In my opinion, both games need tuning, in my opinion. Like, Cyber Sleuth is great, it just needs some fine tuning to make it a fantastic game. It's a great game, but to make it fantastic, it needs a little bit of tuning. Just like this game also does. Great gameplay, but just needs some tuning to its systems. More group content to do. You know? Both games need some work in some degree. Both fantastic games, either way. Pardon me. I apologise. That was a big burp, damn. I am drinking a little bit tonight, so please don't bear in that. Please don't assume that I'm just being rude or ignorant, burping down the mic. Not necessarily that. I just get very gassy when drinking sodas and things like that. Not trying to be disrespectful, so I really do apologise. Unfortunately, you know, sometimes I will have a long, drawn-out burp. Honestly, I shouldn't be awake this time. It's almost 7 in the morning. But people are interested in watching my streams, so I will weather the storm, you know? I will weather the storm. And I will I am a little bit tired. So, what I think I might do is maybe stream for another hour or so. I hope you guys appreciate that. But after about an hour or so, I'll probably go to bed. I hope you guys are at least understanding that at least. I'm really sorry, but for me, it's almost 7 in the morning. It's 10 to 7 in the morning. And I am really tired, I'm going to be honest with you. So please understand, I don't want to go to bed, but I am getting really tired at this point. And the reason why I'm persisting on this is because I'm trying to bring content to you guys and then see questions and things, you know. I'm just trying to make you guys happy, but please understand I also need sleep as well. I'd love to be able to help people out more and sit here all day and be able to say, oh yeah, do this, do that, but you know, sleep is a real thing that people need. There were days I would stay with 24 hours or more just because, but you get your sleep. I appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah. I don't want to let you guys down, you know? I don't want to do that. But at the same time, sleep is needed. I mean, when I was in high school, I used to do like 24, 48 hours or something like that, you know? I used to be very proactive a lot of the time. I was sort of like 2 days in a row sometimes. But you know, mentally, my body can't. And right now, Jesus, there's so many people at every Digimon spot. Damn! Just trying to find a good Digimon spot to chill at, but not really much I could do. People everywhere, at every Digimon spot. Like, honestly, I hate this system. Just give me an item to have an infinite PvP. I hate the Digimon system in the game. I hate it with a passion. I've been playing this game for 2 years. And nothing breaks my fun in this game more than Digimon. Sitting there at Digimon for half an hour to get EVP back just to keep playing is probably the biggest burnout this game ever has. It's literally the epitome of the worst experience in the game. It is, 100%. No confusion, no mistake. The Digimon suck. I hate it. So maybe 2 people at a time have been playing. What server are you on? The fourth server? Yeah, I don't know why you've not seen nobody playing. Fourth server is unfortunately practically dead. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but it is what it is. I think there's about 10,000 people that are playing Digimon Super Rumble total. Might be more, might be less, but Digimon Server 4 is practically dead. Because there's nobody on it, basically. And that's unfortunate because it means that if anything ever does get put into, like, for example, the market. Let's take the market, for example. Where people can buy things from players. Your prices are going to be so extortionate because of the lack of people playing. It's honestly a horrible experience. Like, I enjoyed this game so much more when I changed back to server 1 on my second character. It's just, it's not a fun experience when the game is so dead. Sorry, give me a minute. I was replying. Well, not really replying. I was making some suggestions of the game's official Discord real quick. I essentially said remove Digimon entirely. There's nothing worse than having your experience running through Digimon. We play your game because we enjoy your game. Digimon Go for EVP. There's nothing worse than having fun, grinding to play your game, and then having to take a break for 30 to 40 minutes to keep replaying your game. So Digimon to restore that AVP value. Literally worsens the experience for the game what's dead because 89% of the player base decided Digimon or the World Tree for bond or EVP because your game was completely dead even on server 1 and obviously players in the world fighting, grinding, etc. There's start Digimon 24/7 because the EVP system sucks and limits playtime. But people will play more if they actually could play the game instead of every 20-30 minutes of considered Digimon. You literally ruin the game for this experience to play the game for years and nothing is worse than having to stop a Digimon to take a break. It literally kills the experience and stuff like that. I basically made a big run in the game's official Discord server. But yeah, do I recommend change server? Honestly, it's a hard one to grasp. I can't say guaranteed. Yes, it's worthwhile to change server. I can't say 100% guarantee it's in your best interest. The reason why I can't say 100% guaranteed, because I can't accommodate for the amount of time and effort you've spent. Right? I don't know how attached you are to your Digimon and what you've achieved so far. I don't know how much effort you've gone through to achieve said Digivolutions in terms of lines and whatnot. But here's what I will say based on my complete recommendation in my opinion. I would change server. I used to play on server 4 on my old character, right? The game was incredibly dead. I rarely ever saw anybody running around in it. I saw maybe 1 to 2 people here and there. And that was a rare commodity. Right? The game felt incredibly dead, which lessened the experience to me and made the game feel worse than what it actually was. Because I never ever saw anybody else running around and doing stuff on server 4. And it was really sad to see. Right? So, in my opinion, I would recommend changing to server 1 to server 2. For multiple reasons. 1. They have a market economy. Every single server, depending on whether you're on 1, 2, 3, or 4... is going to have a different economy running through it, right? Based on the amount of players, the amount of items that are generally available to you, etc, etc. So, let's say a highly popular server has lots of crafting items and other things that you may need. They may be at a more affordable price because you have so many people on that server offering the same item, which brings prices down. If you're on, say, for example, a server with a low player count, prices are going to be extremely high. Why? There's less supply, first of all. So because there's less people playing on your server, less people are going to be selling stuff in the market, which means less things you can buy from people. Which means because there's less supply, prices massively go up. Just like any market, essentially. Less supply means higher prices. Whereas if you're on a highly populated server, prices are going to be much more reasonable because you get more people putting stuff into the supply. Therefore, the demand is lowered, meaning, aka, prices are also lowered because there's more people putting stuff up and less people to essentially, completely ignore the item entirely. So in my honest personal opinion, I recommend switching to either server 1 or 2. Those are the two most populated servers. I would probably say server 1 over server 2, but that's up to you. Bear in mind, if you're very new to the game, you might want to stay on your server, or you get more knowledge and information. But I reckon, honestly, server 1 and server 2 are probably your best bet. One, because more players means more supply. More players means less demand, because to a degree. Because there are less players, essentially, buying said items, or may already be at the progress where they don't need them. Whereas if you say go on server 4, which is completely dead, you like okay, so server 1 has, let's say, Impmon eggs. Impmon eggs are selling for about 55 to 60 mil. If you was on, say for example, server 4, where there's less people to get a Vmon egg, meaning there's less people to supply the item, you may be looking at 80 to 100 mil. Because there's less people selling the item, means there's less people to buy it, means it's a much more rare commodity, because there's less people to farm for the item. So prices may be extortionate in terms of, say, server 4 or server 3. That's the only reason why I suggest server 1 or 2. Not because I'm on it, and because I want you in my server. It's mainly to do with the fact that you're getting a better deal being in a more populated server than a, say, low populated server. Because there are less people to buy and less people to serve an item up that you might need. Whereas in a more populated server, prices are going to be lower because there's more people. And therefore more supply is up for grabs for people to buy. Does that make sense? So, that's why I recommend possibly server 1 or server 2. I used to play in server 4, and honestly, from my experience, the game felt dead and barren. Like, I had many conversations with Baldiup, who's a very big influence in the community and whatnot, keeping track of Digimon stats and whatnot. But aside from that, the server was incredibly dead. I never really saw anybody at any grinding spot, never saw anybody really running around. And it lessened the experience for me, personally, because while I was running around, I felt like the game just had nobody playing it. Does that make sense? Because I never saw anybody playing the game. Whereas server 1, the issue kind of persists, really. The difference is, there's more people running around in the world. There's more people putting stuff on the market. So people are here. While people will spend a lot of time at Digimon, for example, farming Bond or EVP, these people are still here. Whereas server 4, I feel like, is most of the time dead, and there's less people running around, and things of that nature. So, it's going to have a negative experience in your overall playthrough of the game. Honestly, in my opinion. I'm about to full EVP. I don't know how long I've been full EVP but I've been talking about we can continue the grind, but I do need to piss first. Need to go to the toilet first. Let me get these guys all set up into their ultimate forms. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. But yeah, honestly, I do recommend moving to a more populated server. Honestly, right now we're in a Korean MMO, right? people are more likely to flock to a server that sees more people in it. Because there's more interaction, the price is a lot more fairer. If you go to a very rare backwater side of server, well, there's less people around. You're going to be charged extortionate prices because there's less people to offer up an item. And therefore, it will make the item much more expensive on your server, which means you'll have to do more grinding time. Put more time into the game just to afford it, if that makes sense. So, honestly, in my opinion, server 1 or 2 is where you want to be at. Server 1 over server 2. But if you do decide to go server 2, definitely a great option as well. 3 and 4 are really, most of the time, kind of really dead. But anyway, I need to go to the toilet. I'll be back in a moment. Okay. Right, I'm back. Okay. I will change servers now and know a little bit about what I'm doing. Sorry. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I don't want to dictate what players should and should do. Because at the end of the day, everybody's experience to them is unique to them. You know, some players have more experience and knowledge. Some people don't mind so much. Some people might be really attached to their Digimons they got. I'm not here to try and dictate and tell you what you should and shouldn't do. I'm just here to give my opinion. If you're willing to change servers, that's on you, right? Understand you will lose progress because of that. But please, don't think of it as me telling you what to do and what not to do. It's more so me giving my recommendation. Supply and demand takes a large course in terms of these markets whenever the game does imply a market base. Like RuneScape's the same thing, right? So let's take RuneScape, which is the Grad Exchange, for example. Depending on the amount of players in their game, and depending on what update it is, determines market prices. Sometimes you may get an item at a really good sweet deal if there's a lot of players on that are able to supply an item. In other times where the player count is low, items will go up in price because there's less people to supply the item, which means there's more demand. Which means, because there's less people to supply, items tend to be more higher in price. If that makes sense. Because obviously there's less supply and more demand than there is supply. While RuneScape and, say for example, DSR are completely different, every market pretty much follows the same kind of general geometry. I don't know the correct word from it. Telegraphy? I'm not too sure. Whatever the word is. They follow the same kind of substantial system to them. If less people supplying, prices go up. There's less of them to go around, which means people are in higher demand of the item. So being on, say, server 3 or server 4, because there's less people supplying the item, demand goes higher, which means prices go higher. Does that make sense? My PC blue screen, I'm doing this more and more. I'll have to get this checked out. Right, okay. Yeah, honestly, I don't know why your PC is blue screen. I don't really have that issue. It might be possible. I'm not a tech guru. Please do not take anything I ever say at face value. Please do not believe the information that I say. Because honestly, when it comes to tech stuff, I have no idea. If your PC is essentially blue screen at a DSR, you might need to get your PC a little bit upgraded. I don't know. That's just my general assumption on the information I've received. Honestly, I've never had an issue with my PC blue screening. So, I can't sit there and say, oh, well, this is your definite answer for sure. I will never claim to be all knowledgeable on that, because I literally have, like, no tech experience, essentially. But possibly you might need your PC upgrading. I don't know. That'd be an issue with your graphics card if you get blue screened from DSR. It might be that. I hate to say it is that. Because I don't know for sure. That might be it. Another option is potentially get an SSD, try that. You might not need a PC hardware upgrade, you might just need an SSD to run your game. So move it over to your, buy an SSD, move it to that. Might fix your problem. I don't know. SSDs have kind of been my fix for most things. So I can only say off my experience, I can't guarantee that information. So please don't take what I say at face value. You know, I don't want people to get misinformed by me. But I feel like having stuff on an SSD makes a massive difference with PC gaming. So if you can't essentially afford a PC upgrade, it might be your second best option, in my opinion. Please do never take anything I say at face value in that respect, because I am not a tech guru. I don't know much about when it comes to technology. I'm not too knowledgeable in this front, but it's the only thing I can think of, potentially, if you're not willing to upgrade your PC specs, as another fix. I know an SSD helped me out with some games that I played. That's the only reason why I say this. My PC couldn't quite handle things, but moving things to an SSD made things a bit better and more manageable, because apparently SSDs are better at writing read code than what, say, your internal hard drive might have. That's the only reason why I suggest this. It's been happening before I downloaded the game. It's not biggie. I've just been pushing it back. PC components are still ain't cheap. Hi guys, hello Sammy. How am I, mod? I'm in a good mood. I'm having a bit of a drink tonight. I'm just chilling. I never really planned, honestly, to be streaming for this long. But a lot of people have been asking me questions, so I've been sticking around to answer their questions, because I feel like as somebody who's an influencer for this game, it's my job to potentially support people. People are here to hear my information, what I have on the game. That's my prerogative to essentially deliver that information. But I'm good. I'm a little bit tired. I'm not gonna lie. I am tired. But right now, we're just grinding up these guys and getting as much as we can out of them. And trying to get more rift items, essentially, you know? Then when we get to level 58, we'll be out of that level range, so I'll probably move to a different mon. I'd like to move to Waspmon, but I don't think, because I have virus and 2 data, I'll be able to handle Waspmon. So I may have to look into alternate means. How are you doing anyway? Are you having a good day today? You having a good morning, or I don't know what time it is where you are. I don't mean to assume, but are you having a good day so far, you know? I'm not used to being up this late in terms of streaming. I mean, sometimes I'm used to being up this late, you know, because, you know, I have a terrible circadian rhythm, but at the same time, I'm not used to being this late in terms of the stream, you know, so... I don't even know how I'm operating right now. I'm kind of like an autopilot. I'm just on autopilot right now, you know? Just trying to get things done. But yeah, I completely understand what you mean, Dave, with components ain't cheap. Like, years ago, I should have been good on YouTube, but my PC decided to kick the bucket, and I couldn't afford to replace the parts for years. Because unfortunately, my monetization situation isn't that great. So, I completely understand what it means to be in that situation where you can't afford to replace, you know, software in your PC or whatnot. I completely understand where you're coming from, Dave. I really do. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I'm not too sure. Would you prefer I go by Shinzo? Would that be easier for you? I don't want to be disrespectful and pronounce the name wrong. you know? Right. So we're level 58. The problem is, I don't think this team is going to be good enough for dealing with, say for example, Waspmon. Because I've got 2 datas and a vaccine. But I think what I may do, potentially, is maybe potentially change my grinding spot back to Infinite Mountain. Maybe we could potentially try and take on the Digimon, maybe, or the Frigimon. We'll start off with potentially. We'll start off with the Digimon. 55 to 60. We'll still move in the 5 level range. Shinzo is alright. Appreciate it. Sorry, I just don't want to really pronounce your name wrong. Okay, let's see how we do against Digimon. I think we're good. They give me the same rift item for any Andromon rifts, so yeah, I'll take on Digimon 100%. We can take these on to level 60 at least, because we don't have a team that can optimally take on the Waspmon in the Server Desert, so another alternate route we can potentially take. Pardon me. It's another option. And that's essentially what I'm trying to get across with these grinds, is just because you have a virus or a data team doesn't mean you're always screwed. Virus are the most prominent thing that you want in this game. First off. Well, let's say you have a virus and a data team like I have right here. You can perfectly get through the game without needing those Digimon. Right? You see me right now, I've got a virus and 2 datas, and I'm destroying these datas like it's nobody's business. You're not always limited by what you have. You just sometimes need to make adjustments to your schedule and situation based on what team you have. So while I do have my, for example, my leveling guide and what I recommend you do, there are other alternatives, which I will be making clear when I update my guide video from 1 to 95, because now 95 is the maximum level. But I just want to make that inherently clear to people, in the sense that the leveling guide isn't the end-all be-all. Often it depends on what mons you potentially get through playing through the game. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. You may get a completely data team which completely screws you over throughout playing throughout the game. Unfortunately, if your RNG is that bad, you may run into this situation. So what I'm hoping is, through my streams, I can essentially show you an alternate route. Now, when this grind is over, so let's say my 14 days end in terms of my boosts and whatnot. When that is over, I'm going to be updating a lot of my old guides. For example, giving people new information, extra information that I didn't know before, things of that nature. I intend to update all of my guides on the game as much as I can with the knowledge I currently have. And I want to make it clear to people, you do not need a complete vaccine team to get through the game. They will get you throughout most of the game. But unfortunately, vaccine is not the end-all, be-all. As much as people would like to think they are, and as much as I've kind of promoted in a lot of my guides, right? That's my inexperience that has said, oh, you definitely need a vaccine team or you're not getting through the game. That's my knowledge lacking. That's obviously impacted and affected that sort of guide, right? There are other ways to get around the virus grind. So I will be updating my leveling guide not only to 95 now, this is the current level cap, but I'll also be fixing my guide and giving people optional other choices in where they can grind. I'll start over from the game because I believe that egg basket you talked about I use for another egg. To change services are serving more than just the market. Fair enough, yeah. So, completely understand what you're trying to say there. Honestly, if you don't get a Solomon at your beginning egg, so this is what I'm gonna say, 100%. If you don't get a Solomon out of your starting egg that you get on this baby island, I recommend. Okay, so let me give you a guaranteed. So Shinzo, you're looking to start on server 1 or server 2, right? Let me just confirm this information first, and I can guide you from here. Let me know. Are you starting on server 1 or server 2? It doesn't matter. The same information will practically be the same, but just let me know. What are you choosing to do? Server 1 or server 2? Just let me know. It says to the chat, and then I can guide you from there. Right? Server 1. Okay, server 1. So, that's great starting point, right? So you're in the same server as me. This is what I recommend. In my honest opinion, this is what I would do as a player. Somebody who's experienced with the game and has knowledge of the game and what to expect. I would roll all 4 of your characters. I would see which of your 4 characters have the best start. So whichever one has the most vaccines to begin with, right? So automatically, your first Digimon is going to be whatever you decide through the answers. I've got a guide on that, right? Your second Digimon is guaranteed going to be Biomon. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's a guaranteed Digimon you get through playing the game. When you go through Elkmon's quest, you get a random egg, which is a minute hatch time and determines your third Digimon. I would make 4 characters on server 1. See whichever one ends up with the most vaccines. That's what I would personally do. I would try and either get a Agumon, Gabumon, or Gomamon, or Tentomon, for example, through the starting answers. Right? So those are guaranteed vaccines. Now bear in mind, if you do go with Gabumon, it will eventually turn into a Data at Mega. So I want you to bear that in mind too. But those 4 Digimon, so Agumon, Tentomon, Gomamon are guaranteed vaccines. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Gabumon is a vaccine temporarily till Mega, which becomes a Metal Gurumon. Right? I would roll all 4 characters to whichever one has the best start for the most vaccines to begin with. That will essentially make it so you can get through most of the game with relative ease until late game. Such as Final Valley, for example, where you have to deal with Nanimon. That's what I would do. If you didn't get a Salamon for your random lucky... So your random... Give me a moment, I got really bad hiccups right now. Give me a moment. I apologise. I'm trying to guide you right now. I don't want to hiccup speed in the way. Sorry. So honestly, you got your Agumon and your Beamon if you choose to go with that option. That's a guaranteed vaccine throughout most of the way. Agumon turns into Greymon through fighting the right Shellmon on the beach, which I have a guide for. And the chances of turning from Greymon into, say for example... Sorry, give me a moment. I apologise, I'm hiccuping a lot. So, through finding the right Shellmon on the beach, you can guarantee Greymon. Greymon has an 85% chance of becoming Metal Greymon, 10% chance on the Skullmon. You might get a little bit unlucky and get a Skull Greymon. Skull Greymon is definitely great, it just lacks the speed, which is the problem for it, for a virus Digimon. But ideally you want the Metal Greymon, of course. Let's say you want with the Agumon line. You could guarantee that. Right? I've not had a Tentomon on this account, sadly. I would love to be able to direct you in that. But let's say you went with Tentomon. Tentomon, you can guarantee turning into Kabuterimon for fighting Andromon, which I also have in the guide video for guarantee how to start a Digivolution. Guarantee start a Digivolution. Sorry, I've really got really bad hiccups right now. It's really impacting my ability. But for Kabuterimon, for example, let me find our boy. Oh my gosh, my hiccups, I hate them. Not when I'm trying to explain things. Kabuterimon has an 85% chance of becoming Mega Kabuterimon over 10% chance of a Anomalikarimon. So that's another option if you choose to go with that starter. Another starter you could potentially get for a guarantee vaccine line is Gomamon. So Gomamon has a chance of the Kakumon and Mojimon, both of them turn into Zudomon. Regardless of what you get. You can guarantee your Gomamon turn into Kakumon through Unimon, but you can still get Zudomon regardless, right? Beamon you can guarantee turning into Birdramon, Freedomon in Silver Desert. The problem is you'll need higher level Digimons to carry them through the fight. But definitely something you can do. So you can guarantee a vaccine very early if you go with Agumon, Gomamon, or Gabumon. Those three Digimon will guarantee you get a vaccine at the end of it. Alright? That's in terms of the starter Digimon you get from the Andromon questions at the start of the game. Honestly, this is what I would do as a player. I would get Agumon, guarantee Digivolve into Greymon through the Shellmon on the beach, the correct Shellmon that I have in my guide video, which shows you the exact text to look out for. I would get Agumon, turn it into Greymon guaranteed. I would turn Beamon into Birdramon guaranteed through Maramon. So whoever Digimon was strongest to guarantee it. And then third Digimon wise, I would probably get to the point that I'm at Andromon and he gives me the egg basket. And I would guarantee choose the Salamon egg, which is the pink egg with circle rings on it. That would be the egg I would choose. That way, immediately right off the bat, you have 3 vaccine Digimon. 3 of them. They'll get you through 70 to 80% of the game, hands down. Of those 3 alone. Bear in mind, going through Infinite Mountain, you get a Patamon egg, could potentially become a machinedramon, which I would supplement for another Digimon. Say Garudamon, or maybe your Agumon, depending. Because light-based attacks are massively useful in the story. On top of the fact, Holy Enchimon, Magnangemon is the same as Andromon, essentially for light-based attacks and very useful throughout the majority of the campaign. I apologize, I got my hiccups interrupting me right now. So I don't mean to have. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. So, honestly, I would choose Agumon as my starting partner. I would then guarantee a Salamon egg, or my Patamon turns into Angemon, and then Magnangemon or Holy Enchimon, whichever turn you want to use. And I would be set throughout 80 to 90% of the campaign. Garudamon is also a fantastic mon, if you don't unfortunately get that luck. I would level the 3rd skill on Garudamon. That's what I would honestly recommend. I apologize, my hiccups have been kind of making a mess of the information I'm trying to expel to you. Can't do much about that, but hopefully I explain things thoroughly enough. Because literally, the first obstacle you're going to come across in the game is Nanimon in, say for example, Final Valley. I'll show you which map is Final Valley, so you can kind of understand. Give me a moment. So, essentially, Final Valley is this map. You're going to have multiple Nanimon fights that you have to get through. One that's closer to around here area. I think it's... Sorry, this area. Sorry. When you first arrive on server... Sorry, not server. Final Valley, there's going to be a restaurant around here. You're going to find Nanimon. Alright? That's your first fight. It's a lot easier to get through. Later on in the Final Valley area, you have to fight Nanimon again, and it's going to be incredibly difficult, even if you have an old virus. Sorry, old vaccine team to counter his virus. Type in. He's still going to be a pain in the ass. It's good to have a backup team. Right? So that's what I say to you. Well, hiccups are letting you rest, are they? I like to think so. But yeah, generally, so. When you get to the Final Valley map, that's when the game really starts to become difficult. Nanimon will stop you around here, and also around here. It's a tough fight to get through. This one's a lot easier. It's mainly when you get to this section that Nanimon becomes a real pain in the arse, and you're most likely going to need a backup team switching during the fight. I can, if you need it, help you through the Nanimon fight. If you really need it that badly and you cannot beat Nanimon, I will help you through it. But just because I help you through it, please don't excuse us and think, oh, it's fine now. You do need a virus team, a vaccine team, and a data team. You do need those mons. You need 3 of each type. Essentially to get through most of the story content. Because when you enter the human world part 1 and part 2, those parts are going to become incredibly important. So, yeah. They are important. You need a vaccine, data team, and a virus team by the end of the game. Preferably ones that can turn into mega forms for the sake of late game grinding. For when the next story content comes out in 6 to 8 months. Yeah. So, vaccine priority number 1. Virus is priority number 2. And data is priority number 3. In my personal experience. The reason why? Vaccines are going to get you through most of the game. For the fact that the vaccines can never handle. You want viruses to deal with those data which get in the way of them and present a wall that your vaccines can't get through. And then from there, you want a data team. Because when you get into human world, for example, you kind of need a data team to counter your vaccines. You need a virus team to counter your data. You need a vaccine team to counter your viruses. You're going to need those kind of teams. You can brute force it, of course, through switching in Digimon. But it's going to be a massive pain in the arse, even with that. Right? That's why I recommend doing what I'm suggesting right now. Get a vaccine team that can turn into megas. Virus team second that could turn into megas. Days that could turn into megas thirdly. In my honest opinion. Because I played through this game twice. At this point, I feel like because I've played through the account twice, essentially going through all the story content, I do have a good enough knowledge on the game to understand at that point what you should really be focusing on. I feel like after 2 times playing through this game, my knowledge should be more than sufficient enough to guide you in how to get through the game. So I've gone through the whole entire game on two different accounts. 2 different characters. That's why I like to think I'm not necessarily authority on the information, but from what I've played through the game, I feel like I'm knowledgeable on the information. More so than anything. Not an authority, more so informational. Because I know what it's like to go through the game twice. So I'd probably, upon starting a new character, get an Agumon guaranteed, turn it into Greymon against the Shellmon. I would then probably get my Beamon, of course. Beamon, of course, is a must-have. Get your Beamon, hopefully it's into Grudamon. Whatever third mon I get, hopefully it's either a virus or a vaccine. And I'd rock from there. Potentially. But you can get a triple vaccine right at the start, or more power to you, that's much better. But it's not necessary. It's just more so preferred because it'll allow you to have an easier time. It'll save you so many hours on grinding through the game. It really will. which is why I recommend it, personally. When this 30-day grind is over, I will eventually do an updated guide. I'll be giving people information on where they should be, what they should look for in terms of Digimon, and what stages of the game. Just right now, I don't have a guide for that, but I will be properly informing people what they should really go for when this 30-day grind is over. I need to go for a weed real quick. I'll be back as soon as I can. Pardon me. Right. Let's go. Yep, variety is necessary. Okay, nothing new in terms of chat. Okay. But yeah. Definitely I'd grab me a Agumon, get me a Biomon, which obviously you get for free throughout playing the game. Guaranteed vaccine. Then I'll probably continue the quest through to at least Andromon. If you don't unfortunately have a third vaccine by that point, I would definitely get me a Salomon egg, which is the purple egg with pink rings. Then from there, you've got a guaranteed free vaccine Digimon, which are going to get you throughout 80 to 90% of the game, 100%. You'll get a Patamon through doing the Devimon quest line once you get through a bunch of that. after the Gear Savannah, you go to Infinite Mountain, do a bunch of that. You get a Patamon egg that you can't hatch at first to begin with, but eventually we turn into an egg that you can actually hatch open. That's essentially another vaccine. Obviously, light base is a massive advantage. Same as with the Salamon kind of thing, turn into Andromon if you can get it. And I would rock with that team for about 90% of the game. And then I'd look into getting a virus team to back them up for dealing with data that my vaccines can't handle. And then I would move to a data team after I've got a virus team set up. That's what I would do. Obviously, you need to grind these mons. Not as simple as having a level 5 virus or whatnot. I would grind these mons up to appropriate level. Then when it comes to Nanimon in the final valley, I'll be able to kick his ass. And I continue from there. That's what I would personally do as a new player. That'll be my priorities. So, vaccine first, virus second, data third. Data is definitely useful, but data is the worst time in this game because the amount of viruses that are in the game. They will literally halt your progress if you have a full data team. It literally fucks you over in so many ways. Which is why I would recommend vaccine first, virus second, data team third as a mega evolution. Because you're going to need those megas for the final part of the story. Literally, you're going to need them. You can try and brute force it with vaccines. As some people have tried to do. You know, especially having 2 teams of vaccines trying to force it through. But they're still going to have a rougher time than, say, somebody who has a data teams count of vaccines and a virus team that can count, you know, datas, which pose a threat to the vaccines. People with 3 of each type are going to go much further in story-wise without much difficulty than, say, for example, those that don't. Unfortunately, I'll probably be going to bed in about an hour. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, so please be understanding. I will be going to bed in about an hour or so. When these guys hit level 60, that'll probably be when I go to bed, because I need some sleep, you know. You guys understand, surely? Sleep is a necessity for any human being. Doesn't matter how much stuff you got going on. And that's sadly what society forgets nowadays. You know? Society's, oh, you must wake up at 7 AM, go to work, blah de blah de blah, a lot of butt crap. But, you know, I personally, in terms of me, I operate on a different circadian rhythm. I operate differently. So, in terms of me, see, a circadian rhythm is a big thing. What essentially a circadian rhythm is, what time you're awake, what time you're most active, and when you fall asleep. That's a circadian rhythm, right? So, for example, supposedly, the circadian rhythm, it goes back to our ancestor days. So, essentially, think about caveman days, back when... Oh dear, hang on, what have I done? I forgot to roll back up. Oh dear. I really messed up there. Okay, so, as I was saying. So, what your circadian rhythm is essentially another term for your active/sleep schedule. If that makes sense. See, the world kind of operates on, say, you need to be up to a certain time. School is a terrible example of a circadian rhythm. I'm going to say this. Why? For school, you're expected to, depending on where you are in the world, wake up at like 7 a.m. You're supposed to be left by 9 a.m., for example. And then operate throughout the day. Right? Circadian rhythm doesn't work like that. It is DNA biological. So, in my experience, so my personal self, I'm more active in the early afternoons to late hours of the morning. That's me. It says in my personal circadian rhythm. Right? RVP. Okay, that makes sense. So for me, I'm more active between 5 to 9 p.m. UK time. And I can continue on to early hours of the morning. Supposedly, that is basically the way we used to operate in our ancestors' days. Back when we used to have tribes and people used to stay awake at certain times of the night and watch out for potential predators and things like that. Could potentially bring a tribe to ruin. That's your circadian rhythm. Every person on this planet has a circadian rhythm, which is calculated by their individuality based on ancestral DNA. So me personally, I don't operate on normal UK times. I couldn't operate on, say, a 7 to 9 early hours of the morning job, work till 5, 6 p.m. for example. My body doesn't work like that. It doesn't. Be all and all. You call me lazy, whatever you want. My body doesn't operate like that. I operate better in the afternoons to late night times. That's when my body is the most awake, the most active, and most proactive in terms of things it wants to do. Doesn't matter how much sleep. I could have 7 hours, 5 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, 9 hours. Doesn't matter for me. My brain is more active mid-afternoons to early hours of the morning. That's my circadian rhythm. And every person on this planet has a circadian rhythm. The whole 7 to 9 o'clock thing, where you have to get up early in the morning, go to school, work a job, whatever the fuck it is you're told you're supposed to do, isn't actually good for your health. It's not. People can hate me, scientific community can hate me, but at the same time, it's the truth. Every person has a circadian rhythm. You can look into this in your own time, Google it, whatever, watch videos on it. Right? Your circadian rhythm is essentially your body clock. And what your body clock is, what active hours you're awake, when you're most functional, and what time you will go to sleep. Bear in mind, I'm from the UK. I operate closer to US times rather than UK times. But a common national job for the UK would have me wake up at 7 a.m, go to work till like, I don't know, 7 to 9 o'clock in the evening, and then I'm supposed to enjoy my life for a few hours and then go to bed for working the next morning, right? That's not how it works. It's not. All these studies on how much sleep you need, 7 to 8 hours or whatever, are bullshit. And I'm not talking out my arse here. I'm going to tell you why they're bullshit. Because when you're forced to go to school every day, you're expected to perform exams, right? Let's say you have an exam at 8 o'clock in the morning. you arrive at school at about 7 o'clock. You get an exam at 8 o'clock. Different people, depending on the time of day, is when their brain is most active. That's when they're most functional. So it gives people who aren't functional in the early morning times a disadvantage over those who are functional at early morning times. Which is unfair. Let's be honest. If a person is able to wake up at 7 AM and be completely awake and alert and their brain is fully functioning, they have an advantage over you who says wake properly as your brain wake up in say 12 to 5 PM. They have a massive advantage over you because they are a morning person. Their circadian rhythm is attuned to the mornings. Now every person on the planet is attuned to the morning wake cycle. We're not. We're just simply not. Because a lot of our circadian rhythms are tuned to our older days. Tribal days. Back when we were caveman and things like that. Where essentially you may have been somebody ancestral wise who was awake between 12 and 6 PM to watch out for threats that could affect your tribe. And then you go to bed. Let's say that for example, right? So that DNA is carried on between your multiple generations. And between 12 and 6 PM, you as an individual is more awake during that time. Your brain is more alert, more active, able to function better between those times. That is your circadian rhythm. It's continued through your DNA from ancestral times. So expecting me to wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning and go to work is not provocative. That's the way the world wants you to work. But that's not how it works. Your circadian rhythm is completely different. I don't care whether a scientist says you need 7 to 9 hours of sleep or whatever bullshit. I call bullshit. It doesn't matter how long I say. I can sleep for 7 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, 13 hours. If I wake up in the early mornings, my brain is practically dead. I am extremely tired in the early mornings. That's not because of the amount of sleep I've got. That's because of my circadian rhythm. Going back to the ancestral days. Back when we were caveman and things like that. Possibly my descendants used to stay awake at around a certain time to watch out for predators and things like that. Forcing me to wake up to 7 to 9 in the morning to work a job. It's not only the wrong thing to do, but actually bad for my health. Your health. Your well-being as a human being is actually bad for your health. People can at me all they want. Scientists can at me all they want. But at the end of the day, that's the real world. People don't like you telling the truth, but that's the real world. My brain, throughout the 29 years I've been around on this planet, has realised this. My brain is more active in the afternoons to early mornings of the night. That's what my brain activates at. That's when my brain will be most active, where I'm able to perform functionally, do the most things. That's when my brain is most active. I'm not active at 7 in the morning. I can sleep for 12 hours, wake up at 7 in the morning. I'm going to practically be a zombie. Because my brain is just not used to being awake at that time. You try and social condition it into me all you like. It's not going to happen. My circadian rhythm, a scientific DNA equivalent, decides it so. Not what society tells me to, My DNA is coded this way. Right? So, we're expected to wake up at like 7 in the morning, go to work a 9 to 5 or whatever it is, wherever you're from, right? And that's your job. That's what you're expected to do. Well, many people around the globe don't realise this is actually damaging your health by doing so. Because you're not supposed to be active during those hours determined by your DNA code. Your DNA code dictates when you're active, when you're not, etc, etc. Because your DNA is your DNA. It's coded into you biologically. Bear that in mind. Your DNA is your biological code. Society expects you to work in their parameters. You must wake up at 7 o'clock, go to work a 9 to 5. That's not done for your benefit. That's not done for you. That's done because companies expect to make money during these hours. So scientists will often deflate the information to try and force you to wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning, go to work a 9 to 5 job or whatever the fuck it is, to satisfy their needs and the way the world runs. But they are actually actively damaging every single one of us that is not hardwired, coded that way by our DNA. It's actually affecting us negatively. They'll never want you to know this information. They'll try and keep this from you. Because at the end of the day, you fight against the social norms. You don't conform to society. All this kind of crap. But honestly, there's been plenty of studies done on this. Your circadian rhythm doesn't care about society. The circadian rhythm is coded by your DNA. So being forced to do something that you're not actively supposed to do by your DNA code, you're actually harming your own self-health by doing so. It's terrible. It really is a terrible existence. Let me catch up and chat a little bit. So, your variety is necessary. I think falling asleep at the wheel and the sunball. Yeah, I've always had a lot of trouble falling asleep at night. Always just more awake at night to high hours in the morning. That's why I normally work third shift or night shift. Right. So, throughout your... I don't know how old you are. Shinzo. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. But Shinzo. Shinzo is the perfect example right here. Always more awake at night shift to hours of the morning. That's not because they choose to be more active at those times. It's hardwired coded into their DNA. This is a DNA natural evolution, or whatever term you want to use, of their DNA. Their DNA is determined that I'm more awake at night to 8 hours of the morning. They should not be forced to work a 7 to 9 job. You know, they shouldn't be forced to wake up at 7 in the morning, wait till 5 o'clock in the evening or whatever the time it is, and then be allowed to clock off. That's not the way it should work. The society is not coded that way. So, ineffectively, what society is doing is they're damaging their DNA. They're coding their human biological clock is being basically fucked over for the sake of society's norms and what we should be expected to do. Call it a conspiracy or what you want. You might say you know, this guy's full of shit, it's talking a conspiracy. Look into it. I honestly implore you, look into your circadian rhythm. You'll see that I'm not talking shit. Because your circadian rhythm is coded by your DNA. Our DNA is what makes us who we are. Right? You can't argue with DNA. If my DNA is coded that I'm more better operating in the evenings than, say, 7 o'clock in the morning, you can't argue with that. Sit there, bitch, all you want. That's not how my DNA is coded. It's not. I should not be forced to conform to the same DNA that you are, because my body's not built for it. It's not a matter of built different or me being superior to you or anything like that. A simple case of literally my body, hardwired DNA coded, is built to respond to this time and that's when I'm most operable. Therefore, the work schedule around the globe should be more accommodating to everybody, but it's not. Every work schedule is 9 to 5, or depending where you're from, possibly 9 to 7. You'd be awake from 9 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock at night, slaving your life away, right? Then eventually when you reach old age, oh no, you're able to retire. What, when I have no life in me to give to the world? When I can't do things I want to do because I'm so old, my body is decrepit and broken down? Now I can enjoy my life? Fuck you. Society doesn't give a shit about you as an individual. It doesn't. The way things are coded by the government doesn't give a shit about you as an individual. Sorry to say it, hard truth. Facts. It's what it is. They don't care about you. They expect you to be part of the machine, work as intended as they instruct you to, and when you're old, you finally get to enjoy your life. When you got no life in you, you got back problems, leg problems, whatever it is, that's how you're forced to conform to society. That's the way it is. Work your body to your bones are dust. Work your body until your bodies ache from genuine, natural tasks in the workforce. Only then do you get to say, I retire and I don't want to work anymore. Another cog in the machine. Exactly, die. Or day, however you pronounce the name. Shinzo. Another cog in the machine. Facts. 100% facts. That's what it is. You're another cog in the machine. There's a machine that's been built. We've been all been manipulated to conform to this machine. That's not how the real world works. They expect you to fall in line, because if you don't fall in line, you don't have money to afford food. You don't have money to afford your bills. You don't have money to afford your house. You're another cog in the machine. When you're battered and broken and dusty and your body no longer works, then you can finally take a break from work. Notice how they keep extending the retirement every year, making it take more years to enter retirement. That's not for your benefit. That's for their benefit and how much money these politicians and the government, etc., are getting in their pockets. It's not for you. It's for them. That's why they're trying to extend the retirement age for all your jobs. That's why they're trying to extend the retirement age. It's not because you can't operate functionally. It's because they lose money. Let's look at the fact that court cases, right? If you're a man in the modern day and age and you have a child with somebody, they can make all kinds of lies and bullshit about you. They could be a terrible mother. They could be abusing drugs or anything. You lose out. If you try and fight for your kids, doesn't matter if that mother's doing drugs. She's the worst option for your child. She'll always be favoured. And it's not because of you being a better person. It's because the state makes money from it. That's why. That's why court cases are so skewed against men. Not for equality and the right thing, but because it brings so much money to the government in taxing you on how much child support you pay. You can essentially get fucked over by a woman. A woman can cheat on you, have a child and claim it's yours. You realise it's not your child and you're still expected to pay out for that child. That's not because of you and to benefit you, that's to benefit the state, because they make every single child support you pay is a portion that goes into the government's pocket. They make a percentage of that. It's not for your benefit, it's for their benefit, how much money they can get in their pockets. Same thing with work, same thing. How much money they can make through tax off you. That's why you're forced to work for longer. Now more than ever. That's why you're not allowed to retire earlier than you used to be able to be. Because it brings more money into the politicians' pockets and the people in power. It's not about you. The sooner people realise and wake up to that, the better society will be. Some people will blindly just follow the system. You're just another cog in the machine at the end of the day. Call me conspiracy theorist, call me loony, whatever you want. But I'm awake to the truth. I pay attention to society. It's something I've always done. Let's say you're like me with the circadian rhythm where your brain is more active in the afternoons till early mornings. Let's say your brain is like me. Right? How does the government conform to your circumstance? Care about your brain and how your body is hardwired DNA-wise to function. The government doesn't give a shit. It cares about how much money it can make off tax off you. Essentially, you're part of a machine. That's the way it works. Conspiracy or not, you cannot deny this fact. Sorry. Not sorry. It's fact. Sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry, but you know. If you're too naive to wake up to it, you need to understand. We're all part of this machine. We are made to go to school. What? To earn a job and work our lives away? Save away at a 9-to-5 job to pay off the government and whatever debts they have with other countries? It's never done for the benefit of you. You're not sent to school to benefit from it. You're sent to school to earn a job. And every job you take is earning tax for the government. Everything you do is tax for the government. They got a tax on it. Here in the UK, they have bedroom tax. So if you apparently have another room in your house that isn't occupied, you get charged bedroom tax because somebody's not living in it. It's to funnel their pockets. Fill their pockets with money. Not you, the general populace of the society. They don't give a fuck about you. They will send you gladly to war to fight for another rich man's war. He's competing with another because they want to make money. Your lives get spent, not theirs. Look at this from another perspective. Look at it from a realistic point of view. Whenever there's been a world war, was it you that had to sell your life on the line because it was better for the country? Or is it more so to fill the politicians' pockets full of money? They don't ever send their sons to war. The government, people in power, say the parliament or MPs or whatnot, you know, if you're in the US, say the government, for example, you know, your prime minister or president, for example, when do they ever send their children into war? Ask yourself this question. Do they ever send their children into war? They don't. You know why? Because they'd rather send our lives in to pay for their mistakes and their choices and their fight over money. Our lives get spent, not theirs. That's why a president can easily sit there and say, oh yeah, okay, you know, I'm going to send 100,000 people over to that country and fight in that war. At the end of the day, it's not their blood that's being spilled. It's not their children's blood. It's your blood that's being spilt. Pay attention. They never ever send their own into war. They send us into war that aren't even related to the situation. It's our lives that are spent on the front lines to feed their pockets and their rich money. Victory, history is hand in hand. History is decided by the victors. That's the way war has always been. You're naive to think that it's not. Because at the end of the day, the victors decide how history is written. Right? It's not us that decide how history is written, it's the victors. People in power that decide how history is written. Take a look at US today. They're tearing down old statues and other kinds of works, right? Because they want to hide the truth of the past, of the history, and watch what they did. What Americans did to secure their country. They want to hide all that information. Because if they hide that information, you can't get that information, and they can dictate whatever they want as fact. Facts. You can sit there ignorant as much as you want, but they deleted so much history and so much information to formulate their propaganda around the world. Because at the end of the day, the politicians only care about their truth, not the real truth. If we are lucky that education gets us a job, sometimes that just doesn't happen. Facts! Again. Die, however you pronounce nations, though. Facts. You can sit there, going to college, going to school, so you go to school, you go to college, right? You're supposed to get a good education. It's supposed to secure you a job, right? That's what the job is supposed to do. So all this information you learn from school, all this information you learn from college is supposed to get you an education. Earn you money. That's not how the world works. I'm sorry. Look at all these OnlyFans models. They make money based on pretty privilege. They didn't have to go to college. They didn't have to take an education to make money. They get money for free based on their looks. That's just one example. There are plenty out there. I could sit there and I could say, go to college right now. I could learn motor and vehicle and try and get an apprenticeship with, say, working on mechanics for cars. That's not guaranteed to get me a job. I might have a chance of maybe getting one. Not guaranteed to get me a job. Meanwhile, I could be slaving away at a 9-to-5 job for about 20 years and whatnot, barely making any money. Above my rent I have to pay on electric, gas, etc, etc. And I might just break even with a little bit of money spend. Meanwhile, somebody who takes part in OnlyFans could literally just be pretty and make millions. In that space of time that I spent 10 to 20 years grafting my arse off. Society doesn't care about you. Schools aren't built to get you a job. Schools are just meant to give you the basic necessities. You're not taught how to make money. Answer me this, honestly. Have any of you throughout school and college ever been taught how to make money? Have you ever been taught that lesson? You haven't been. You know why? Because school and college has never really taught about teaching you how to make money. It's designed to give you the basic skills needed to operate a job. Never taught to give you money. Teach you how to be successful in the world with money. Never taught that to you. Throughout school and college, you never taught that lesson. All you're taught is the basic necessities for the sake of getting a job and feeding into a machine. Facts. That's the way it is. Let's take art school for example. Art school is a fantastic example. People that worked in art, for example, you know, were able to produce fantastic drawings, fantastic paintings. How many of those do you have a job that makes a good 100k a year? They don't. Facts. 90% of art students will never ever make enough money to earn over 100k a year. Facts. Whether you like it or not, they will never ever achieve that, despite it being taught in school, despite it being taught in college. They will never make 100,000 a year. 90% of them. You might get some rare lucky shiners, but I guarantee you most of those people aren't ever earning 100k a year on their artwork. The school is never taught to you in order to function in society and make money. School is taught to you to get a job. To join the machine. Another cog in the works. Where you slave your life away for minimal return. And when you're old enough to retire, then you finally get to enjoy your life and do something that you want to do. When you don't have the life in you anymore to do that thing. You got arthritis, bone problems, etc, etc. Only then are you allowed to enjoy your life. You never allowed to enjoy it in 20 to 30 to 40. Never allowed to enjoy your life in those years. You must slave away every day, day after day, for a job to earn money. That's what you're forced to do. Every day of your life. That's what school is set up for. Not to benefit you. Not to give you excitement throughout your life. To add you as another cog to the machine. Work your life away. And when you're too old and decrepit to actually enjoy your life, only then do you fully get to retire and enjoy your life. That's facts. It does not take a rocket scientist to work that out. It doesn't. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. If you're that stupid and naive by that point, let's say you're 50 years old and you're still stupid and naive, believing, oh yeah, school was a good choice. College was a good choice. You're an idiot. Because there are people that put maybe a 10% of that time in, such as women, for example, and they literally made money off selling their body. Your college degree will never get you money like these OnlyFans girls out there, and other people that are doing that kind of content. You will never earn the level of money they are on. Despite spending years of your life at school and college, interrupting your life, forcing you to go to it, your parents being threatened with being arrested for not sending you to school, that's reality. I cannot explain this enough. I was horribly bullied and picked on for my mental deficiencies. I have mental disabilities. I still do. I had mental disabilities going through school. Means I struggle to understand things, interpret things, how to interact with other people. I had all these disabilities that were holding me back in high school. And I got bullied relentlessly through this, right? To the point I have social anxiety. I cannot function in a room full of people. I am scared of people. I am so terrified of entering a room with a bunch of people I don't know, because of how much bullying I suffered throughout high school. Because of my mental deficiency. My mental disability is something I was born with that I can't help. Bear this in mind. Right? I'm a kid that's not very intellectually strong. I struggle learning most things. I struggle to interact with people because I don't completely understand the concept of interacting and fitting in with society. Right? It's regardless of if I got a job out there, right? I'm going to have mental anxiety for dealing with people. I'm going to have trust issues dealing with people. I'm going to have all these kind of issues not being able to understand things because of my mental deficiencies. Which unfortunately I was born with without a choice. I can't sit there and say, oh yeah, I'm perfectly sound of mind. Because I'm just not. Let's be honest. I was horrifically bullied ever throughout my life. And I'm scared of people. Because of that. People scare me. Bear in mind, what you guys might consider normal, being associated with other people, I'm terrified. If I'm in a room full of people I don't know, for example, I'm terrified. That scares me to the core. Because of how much I was bullied relentlessly throughout my childhood. Bear that in mind, right? Does society ever accommodate me? No. Does society ever take pity on me and benefit me? No. Society operates as society is intended, determined by those in power that make millions a year, don't have to worry about paying bills and electric and all that kind of stuff. They never have to worry about those problems like we do, the working class, and those under them. They don't have to feel the same hardships that we do. So it's easy for them to bypass and say, okay, this is what you must do. Because they never have to worry about that. Right? I was bullied horrendously throughout my school and high school years. To a point I am literally scared of people. I have a fear of other people. No person should ever feel that fear. But there's nothing to protect me. People like me, who are scared of people. There's nothing to protect us. There's nothing to benefit us in any kind of way. And people with my disabilities are given medication. Right? Mental deficiencies, we're given medication. And this medication isn't given to us because it's probably for the best and benefit for our health. A lot of these medications are designed to make us infertile. Unable to pass on our genes, essentially. They're made to prevent people with disabilities from ever being able to repopulate. They're designed to fuck us over specifically. Society doesn't want more people with learning disabilities and things in its works because it doesn't fit into the machine. Right? That's how society is built. They want people that are slaves to the system, can function and fill their system, etc., right? They don't care about us. They never cared about the population to begin with. As long as we're making their money, that's all they care about. We're just another cog in the machine. They're designed to make us infertile. Our medications are designed to make it so we can't repopulate. So we can't have children. So we can't ever pass on our quote-unquote retarded gene to other people. We're perfectly scrutinized by society because we don't fit into their norms. That's the way society works. Because all they want at the end of the day, these rich politicians, is people like you paying taxes and feeding money into their pockets. It's not about you or me. It's not about our individuality. It's about how much we can contribute to the rich and the wealthy in power. That's how society has always been. Wars, for a prime example, is not built on me and you fighting for a righteous cause. It's me and you going to die for the rich politicians that never set foot in warfare at all in any concept of the word to feed their pockets because they have something they want, such as oil or other things. We're used as disposable income for these people that will never ever step foot on the battlefield. I don't care how blind or stupid you are. If you can't realise that fact, there's a serious issue with you mentally. I'm sorry. There is. If you can't understand this fact at this point, there's a problem with you mentally deficiently. And that's going for somebody who has mental disabilities and doesn't understand things, struggles to understand things because of my mental capabilities. If I can literally sit there and say, you're literally struggling in terms of being, what's the term for it? Correct? Or, I don't know what the term is. Understanding and being able to understand things thoroughly. If even I can sit there and say that to you, that you are struggling with this, you know you have a problem. Somebody that's born with mental deficiencies, mental disabilities, can sit there and say to you, the fact that you don't understand this is a problem. You know you have a serious problem on your hands. Right? I'm not here to try and force propaganda through people's throats. They're trying to tell people what to believe. But at the same time, you need to also understand, look at it. Just think for a second. Do your own research. It doesn't matter where you're from. Let's say Abraham Lincoln, any of the Prime Ministers from the UK, any country you've ever been from. When were their children ever on the line? Fighting in the wars that we are fighting for. Look at it for a moment. You don't see Joe Biden sending his son into war to fight Hamas. You don't see Joe Biden sending his child in to fight these world wars. You know, in the UK, you don't see the fucking Prime Minister sending their son or daughter to fight in Hamas or any of these world wars. You never see that. Because at the end of the day, our lives to them are expendable because we're working class or below. It's never about their kind. The rich, those in power. Wake up for a moment. Please just wake up. Look at it with a critical eye and you'll see for yourself. If you're lucky and that education eventually gets us justice, it just doesn't happen. Facts. Again, you could literally, if you, US is a prime example of this. You're made to go to college, right, in the US. You're made to go to college. And you're told that this will guarantee you a fantastic job that'll pay you well. I guarantee 90% of US citizens who attended college feels they can supposedly getting good jobs with these companies and whatnot didn't ever make enough money to be worth it. They're in debt for like 10 to 20 years because of their college fees to get by in life. That's a reality that we're facing. You can end up in like 36 to 100,000 in debt, for example. That's not because you made stupid choices. That's because the college put you in that position. You know, the same thing that's supposed to get you a good job. This university that you went to is supposed to get you a good job and guarantee you a life of fulfillment, the American dream. And most of you are literally just paying off a debt that you went through college. Facts. You're dealing with that right now. If you're a college student, that's what you're dealing with. It's not me talking out my ass. You as a college graduate can sit there and agree. Right now you say 30 to 60k in debt or something like that, maybe more. Because you chose to go to college that was supposed to guarantee you a job. Do I need to make any more sense than that? The fact that you've done this, the fact that you've entered college, your parents pay for it, whether you worked for it, worked your ass off to be this 9 to 5 job to be able to afford your college graduate fees, You sat there and worked your ass off, and you're in debt now for 30 to 60k or whatever amount it is. I don't know. Complete, because I'm not American. Let's just say 30 to 60k is the minimal. The fact is, you're being rinsed. All your money is going towards paying off this debt through college that never benefited you properly like it should have done. Bear that in mind. To be fair, even if I was pretty, I would not have OnlyFans. Imagine all those stares give me an anxiety attack. Right. I'm not an attractive guy. I'd say I'm probably average to cute. If that. That's not necessarily me saying that from my own personal experience. It's mainly so for what I'm being told. I'm average to cute. Generally. Right? When somebody's in love with another person, they look past their faults and don't care about their beauty. That's a natural thing that happens throughout life. Let's say I'm either average to cute status in terms of personal looks. I could essentially, you know, not trying to brag or anything, but I'm a decent size, you know. I could potentially enter OnlyFans and potentially make money through it. I could potentially do that. I'm not going to make as much as a woman would, obviously. Facts. You know, women will always make more than men ever would. But at the same time, most OnlyFans girls don't even understand the concepts of what they're doing. The thing that most of these OnlyFans girls fail to remember is one day their child is going to be grown. They're going to go to school. And a lot of OnlyFans models are like, well, that's in my child's private school. My child's going to be okay. Private school is one of the worst educations you could ever send a child to. Because the people that are there through legitimate money and have earned millions through their legitimate company are going to bring up what your child experiences. They're going to be like, I saw your mum flirting a pussy in OnlyFans. I saw your mum's sharing a fanny in OnlyFans. You know, breasts, for example. You know? Children are going to roast the frick out of that child. Doesn't matter how much money you make. People are going to do that. It's bad enough in normal schools. As somebody with mental deficiencies, I can account for how bad it was. Literally, me just having a mental disability in high school, I was picked on practically every day. Every single day, I thought about ending my life. That's how bad the bullying got. Sad thing to say. I literally felt like ending my life. Two thoughts mainly crossed my mind throughout high school. Either ending my life or bringing in a weapon to punish those that were fucking me over every single day. To just make it stop because school never did anything about it. Right? That's how bad it got for me mentally as a child. The fact it ever got to the point where I was considering ending my own life is far enough. That's too far. Right? And I'm forced to go to school every single day because I'm being bullied every single day because of my mental deficiencies. Everybody's picking on me, beating me up or whatever the fuck because of my mental disabilities. When it gets to that point, that's already far enough. School never did anything about it. Right? However, I then started to get thoughts of, oh, what if I bring a weapon into school? What if I bring a knife? For example, or a baseball bat into my backpack? And anybody who picks on me, I put an end to it. Because school's not doing anything about it. You know how society would have painted me? They would paint me as an evil person. A very vindictive and evil person. Then that's not the case. I just wanted the bullying to stop. Because I was tired of dealing with it every single day. I mean, let's be honest. How many days do you spend of school a year? At school. Aside from summer break, how long do you spend off school from summer break? Right? How long do you spend off school off Christmas break? Barely anything at all. Maybe a few days. Right? It got so far to a point in my life where I literally considered bringing a weapon into school and punishing all the people that were picking on me. I should have never had to get to that dark thought stage before something was done about it. I mean, nothing was ever done about it. But the fact is, like, I don't agree with school shooters. I'm never ever going to condone what they've done. It's not okay what they've done. Right? But at the same time, I also understand to a degree. If you're being picked on every single day and there's no end to it and you have no way out, you turn to the authorities, you turn to the school, you turn to your parents, and people are making your life that much of a misery day in, day out, for like 200 odd days of the year, I don't blame people for getting dark thoughts. They should never ever act on those dark thoughts. I'm never gonna say that. 100% they should not ever get to that point. But does that not open up a issue with society? Where people are literally getting to these thoughts because of how they are treated in school? School does nothing about it. It turns to their parents. His parents do nothing about it. What other option do these people have? Well, I need to put a stop to it myself. But if they ever did, they would be picking the news. They're the monster. They're the horrible person. The person that's making your life suffer, full of suffering every single day in, day out. You're forced to go to school. I used to fake being ill, so I didn't have to go to school. Right? It got so bad that the bullying was to the point I used to pretend to be ill, so I didn't have to go to school. You know what my mum got for that? She got threatened with court cases, threatened to go to court, possibly being arrested, going to jail, because I didn't want to go to school. So, bear in mind, my mother got threatened with potentially going to jail because her child refused to go to school. But why did I refuse to go to school? Not because of some stupid arbitrary reason. Well, because every single day I went to school, I was bullied on for my mental deficiencies. My mental disabilities. Every single day, I was bullied, picked on by every single fucking cunt in that school. Because I just didn't have the mental capacity, based on my mental disabilities I was born with, something I can't help. People would pick on me, thinking I was an easy target. Oh, it's funny seeing him react and flip off because, you know, I've been bullying him every single day and one day he reacted one day. Smacked a teacher with a chair or a table. He got so fed up with himself being fucking attacked by me and then the teachers having to go at him for reacting to it. I was punished. Not the people that were making my life a living hell. I was punished. Because of that very fucking reason. Because people picked on me because of my mental deficiencies. Something I was born with that I couldn't help because of my mental disability. I couldn't understand things. I was punished and made to go through hell every single fucking day. Literally. Every single day. My life was hell at school. Is it any wonder I eventually started to get dark thoughts and think about maybe bringing a knife in school, baseball bat, and beating these people up that were making my life a misery? Because even if I did try and fight back against this individual person, they got 10 to 20 kids behind them and their back, so even if I did fight back, I had 20 people stomping on my head. I had no way out. But apparently, I'm the monster for getting dark thoughts, so I never acted on them. But I'm the monster for getting dark thoughts rather than these kids making my life literally a living hell for 10 to 18 years. Because you're forced to go to school from like, what, 4 or 5 5 years old, depending where you are in the world, and you're forced to stay there till you're like 16 to 18, depending where you are in the world. So throughout most of my life, I've been absolutely obliterated, bullied, punished. 20 people jumping on my head if I ever chose to fight back. It got to a point where I was so in a dark space, I feel like ending my life. I got to such a dark point where I literally didn't want to be here anymore. I had suicidal thoughts since age 8. Bear that in mind. An 8-year-old who should have the world at their fingertips, not really caring about anything, I had suicidal thoughts at age 8. And I was made to go through school in the UK till I was 16, being bullied by people every single day, all because I had mental deficiencies, mental disabilities, and things of that nature. I was bullied every day. Every day somebody in my life, hell, misery to be around. It got me to such a dark point where it literally became to the point where my mind eventually went to the point where if I bring a knife in school, I've reported it to the teachers, I reported it to my mum. Mum's gone into about school, school's done nothing about it. How else do I get this suffering that I deal with day in, day out, 5 days a week to stop? And eventually, my mind turned to potentially bringing a knife in school, a baseball bat, something to make these people stop. But I'm the monster supposed to be throwing those dark thoughts, not the people that made my life a living healthy years, not the people that literally pushed me to that point where I thought about these dark thoughts. I'm the problem. That's unfortunately the way school operates, right? Luckily, on my side of things, I never resorted to those means. But I guarantee you I had those thoughts of it. I had those thoughts where I felt like literally taking a knife in school and fucking up anybody who fucked to me that day. Because I was so fed up of being abused, mentally attacked, everything of that sort. But apparently, if I would have reacted, I'd be painted in the news as I'm the monster, I'm the problem, me, I'm the issue. Never lost people that made my life a living hell for like 10 to 18 years. Bullying me, picking on me because of my mental deficiencies, which I have no choice over from the fact I was born. I'm the problem. Me. Because I got dark thoughts. Not those people that punish me day in, day out. I couldn't even stay off school because my mum eventually got threatened with court and I was forced to go to school. I tried to avoid going to school that much because I didn't want to be bullied every single day. Then my mum was threatened with prison time. Bear that in mind. My mum was threatened with prison time because I didn't want to go to school because I was bullied every single day. My life was a living hell. My mum almost went to prison because of that. For what these horrible people were doing to me. I was the problem, in their opinion, because I refused to go to school. But I guarantee you, if I'd have reacted on that, I'd pulled out a knife or a baseball bat and I'd punished these people. They're making my life a living hell for years upon years and then that I'm forced to deal with 5 days a week, every year, non-stop. I would have been ridiculed, I would have been put in prison, I'd have been locked up for choosing to defend myself for a change. Because I couldn't do anything. Even if I tried to defend myself against one guy, I would get 10 people jumping on my head. Because people had friends in school. People had big groups who were hanging out with. There was no even potential possibility of me defending myself in any way. Because even if I did, I would be jumped on by 10 people. I don't care how hard or strong you think you are. I would have never gotten through 10 people. I can't fight off 10 people. It's not possible. Doesn't matter how strong or hard you think you are, you're not fighting through 10 people. 10 people choose to jump on you and work together. You alone have no choice. Facts. You just have no choice. You're either gonna 1, die, or 2, get brutally injured from fighting 10 people. One of the two options. But if I chose to retaliate and I decided one day enough was enough, I'd be painted as the monster. I'd be painted as the villain. Not those people that made my life so terrible throughout all those years. I had to deal with it day in, day out, 5 days a week. Luckily, I never acted on it. But imagine if I had, I'd probably be in prison right now. Because I chose to stand up for myself and not want you to be jumped by 20 fucking 10 to 20 people. Because I chose to defend myself against the things I was doing with every day that the school never chose to deal with. My parents couldn't get the school to deal with. And the police refused to deal with. I'm the problem. That's the problem with today's society. Massively. Not me. I'm the problem. Alright, oh. Alright, son. Lazy on. See, I'm back, sorry. So that's the problem. Society is not built to accommodate me or you. It's designed to accommodate a system. If you're not part of the system, you're scum, as far as society is concerned. It's a sad prospect. There's so many issues with today's society, such as the law. Let's take the law for example, right? If you trapped an innocent dog or a cat in a corner and you kept punching it, for example, and that cat chose to retaliate against you, or a dog chose to retaliate against you and bite you and scratch you, some people will get that animal put down. Despite the fact that they've trapped it into a corner and chose to abuse it, they will try and get that animal put down and say that it's dangerous. We'll see it with dogs all the time. Dogs have inappropriate owners, and certain breeds get the really bad end of the stick. Some people train their dogs to be violent, and when the dog violently reacts, something like dog is a problem in society. That dog is finally a threat to people. So that dog breed, despite the dog being innocent, is completely outlawed by society because it has the potential to be violent. And let's be honest, most of these dogs wouldn't be violent if people hadn't trained them to be so. If it wasn't for the people in charge of training these dogs to be that way, most of these dogs would never have been that way. We just wouldn't. And that's society. Sadly, how society works. It really is. And I'm sad to say that, but it's just facts. I wish it weren't so, but it is. Like, let's talk about for a second, what do all living things want? All living things want to be loved, appreciated, and respected, right? Every society wants this. It's what every civilian wants. We want to be loved, respected, and accepted by society. That's what we want. Sadly, that's not the reality of the world. You will face discrimination based on your mental disabilities. You will be treated a different way based on your abilities and whatnot. And that's the way it works, because society is designed to fill you into a machine, earn money for the government so they can tax it off you, etc, etc. Let's take any other situation in the world. Let's take African countries. African countries is a great part to stand on, right? So, a lot of these African countries, a lot of children are forced to work in mines, for example, right? They're forced to work in mines at minimum pay, less than minimum wage, to earn money for, say, companies like Nike, etc, etc. They are forced to work to do certain things. You think slavery is abolished in this world? It's not. Still applied by many countries. Apple, for example, there's tons of child labour behind them. Sadly, it's a fact of reality. You don't see the government ever stepping up to their door and saying, you can't do this. No. Because they don't care. They just care about how much money is coming in. Society doesn't give a shit about me and you. All they care about is as long as we conform to what we're taught, work a 9-to-5 job every single day. That's what society wants. That's what we've been programmed to believe. And that's the way it is. Unfortunately. That's the way society is programmed. And what we're taught to understand throughout early life, we're supposed to get a job, work our lives away. When we're finally old enough to enjoy our lives, we're too old to enjoy our lives. Back problems, joint problems, etc, etc. Right? That's the way society is designed. It's not about you or me or your benefit or my benefit. It's about filling the machine so the rich can stay rich. If the rich really cared about your and my well-being, there'd be so many better laws in place, so many different things set in place to accommodate everybody. But they never are. Laws were originally implemented to protect us. That's what most people forget about laws. Laws were originally placed in place to protect the public. Not the rich, greedy corporations and how much money they earn. It was designed to protect us, originally. But obviously the rich have essentially migrated it into their sort of land, to a degree. That's why you get rich people that are able to do things like child stuff and things like that, which is incredibly immoral and horrible. And they get away with it because they can pay a fine. Whenever a company is known for killing millions of people for a practice they chose to do, they get a £100 million fine. When they're like $1 billion company. right? They're a $1 billion company, but they get charged maybe 6 to 7 million, if that. Most of the time, not even that much. For killing millions of people. Law isn't built to protect us anymore. It's built to protect the greedy corporations and those in power who bring in money to the country. Say you can run it as much as you like, but that's just fact of life. When let's take a factory job for example, right? So let's say I sent you into a machine, and I knew this machine could potentially kill you, right? And I sent you into that machine, I could be sued for it, right? I've essentially could potentially kill you by sending you into a machine because I sent you into a machine that could potentially be dangerous, lock you inside, and there's nothing you can do about it. But let's take $1 million to $1 billion corporation. They send you into a machine and you die. Your family can't sue them for all they're worth. They can't punish them for ending your life. They're lucky if they get maybe a few million out of it. Meanwhile, a company could be operating on billions upon billions of dollars. Their CEO or whoever's in charge of the company will never spend jail time. But if I say, for example, sent you into my machine and I sent you into prison, I sent you into a machine, for example, right? And you died a lot. I could be sent to prison for like 10 to 20 years, but the company will never face any punishment for it. They'll never get locked up. But I, as an individual, would. Person of the general populace, the civilian population, if I sent you in and you died, I'll be sued and I'll be charged everything I pretty much have. But if a company does it, you get maybe like what, a couple $1 million fine, 100,000, couple 100,000, and the CEO doesn't get locked up. The people in charge don't get locked up, despite not making safety regulations and whatnot. They don't get locked up. They just have to pay a certain amount to the court and they're fine. They're good to go. They've killed you, ended your life, took your life from you, and the whole entire time they are allowed to let off scot-free by court because they paid a certain amount of money in bail money to get them out of it. That's society for you. Sit there and try to be ignorant of it all you like. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. Because there's no justice in this one. No fair justice. There isn't. It's all about feeding the rich and fucking over the poor. That's the way society works. I'll give you another prime example. The police, right? A person bought a taser online, right? Never intention to use it on anybody. He just bought a taser online because he thought it'd be cool to have. It was something he could try out on his friends for a bit of shits and giggles, you know, if they consented to it. He got years in prison, despite not knowing it was illegal to own a taser here in the UK. He got years of his life taken off by prison for not knowing a law. At what point is that fair and justice for everybody? He didn't use it on anybody. The fact that he bought the item got him years in prison for buying it. At what point is that to protect society? It's not. Because the problem is, whenever you spend time in prison, the state makes money off it. Your Prime Minister, your government, they make money off the time you spend in prison. It's like child support. A man can can sleep with a woman, be dating a woman, spend his life with the woman, and the woman can cheat on him, get a different kid, and he will still be forced to pay child support. Not because it's the benefit of you or me, or the mother, more importantly. The reason why, because the state and the government makes a percentage of every bit of child support you pay. Prime example. The state earns money off of child support you pay. Which is why things will always be skewed in the female's corner over a male's corner. Doesn't matter if she cheats, abuses you, whatever, or if she's doing drugs. She will always get custody of the kids in court. But on top of that, she will always get the kids, regardless of whether she's doing drugs or not. That's not because you're a terrible father, it's because the state makes money off it. Is the reason why. The government makes money off your time in prison. Your money you spend to pay your child support. Doesn't matter if the kid's not yours or not, you're still forced to pay child support because you lived them, blah blah blah. Whatever excuse you try to use, it doesn't add up. That's why most men nowadays aren't getting married. Because the courts are heavily skewed in the women's favour. Let's say I was a 20-odd-year-old man, right? And I slept with a 13-year-old girl, which is wrong. I should never do this. But let's say I did. Right? I would probably be put on a register. I'd be locked up in prison. I'd be on the register for several years, if not for life. Things of that nature. A 20-odd-year-old woman, for example, could sleep with a 15-year-old boy or younger, get pregnant by the kid, and that kid would still be forced to pay child support. Despite her raping him. According to the law, that's rape. He's not allowed enough to consent. She forced it upon him. It's classed as rape. Right? But she'd get off of it without pretty much any issue at all. He'd be forced to pay child support despite her raping him. Which is incredibly messed up. Massively messed up. But if a man had done that, he'd be in prison, he'd be on the register and all sorts. But women get away with it scot-free. No issue at all. Apparently, a woman can never rape a man in some courts. But if I blackmailed a woman to sleep with me, that'd be rape. But if a woman blackmailed me to sleep with me, it's not classed as rape. Society is never built to accommodate me or you. It's not built to be fair. Unfortunately, the reality is, they will get away with everything while you are forced to suffer. Justice is not fair. I just realised I entered level 59. I shouldn't really be fighting these. I'm over the level limit. I should really be fighting Wasserman, but I made the mistake. I think I came back here like a stupid dumbo. Just open your eyes, people. That's what you need to do. You'll understand. It's honestly sick and twisted the way society operates today. A man is brought upon by the full force of the law, regardless of whether he's in the right or wrong. A woman gets to get away with everything. terrible situation, so most men aren't getting married. Why should I work my ass off for 20 to 30 years trying to build a future with you just for you to get married with me, never do anything, and then claim half of what I own and take everything I have? My house, my home, my kids. Why should I ever do this? It's not fair in any kind of way. There's no fair argument for the man. The women get everything. The society is not built to accommodate you or me. It's accommodated to feed the rich and the wealthy. Sad reality, but facts. And I know this is just mostly a Rumble video, but it still ties in because at the end of the day, companies just care about how much money they make. Not about you or me, the consumer who plays their games. Fortunately, it still applies because a lot of these companies don't care. They're just in it for how much whales can pay to their game. They don't care about you or me. Now, while DSR is definitely free-to-play friendly and accommodating the free-to-play players, I just thought I'd share a little bit of insight about the world, because at the end of the day, that's facts. RNGesus, not a mess of Magamon involved in Tyrannomon neat. Honestly, I would have followed my guide and guaranteed it turning into Greymon, personally. That's what I have the guides there for. I can show you how to guarantee a Tyrannomon Digivolution. That's unfortunate. At least on the bright side, you have a chance to turn into Metal Greymon and whatnot, so it's not the end of the world, but honestly, I recommended following my guides and guaranteeing Agumon into Greymon Digivolution, honestly. Moment of truth, we're against 3 Waspmon, how are we going to fare? Might be better to stay at Andromon, but we'll see. Unfortunately we missed that. Yeah, my Neodevmon is really weak, he's about to go down. So yeah, fighting Andromon would be the better course. That's what I should have done. Oh well. Let's showcase it to you guys. Yeah, there's my Neodevmon down. This is why I recommend fighting against the Digimon in Infinite Mountain instead. Because that wouldn't have happened if I'd have been fighting there. I just wanted to see how good I would fare against the Waspmon, so to speak. Well, unfortunately, yeah. No, I mean, Petrification for the win. Oh dear. I think honestly the problem with these Digimon is most of the time I get 2 out of 3 rather than 3 out of 3. When I should be hoping to get. Okay. Probably got a few more fights in me and I'm probably going to run out of EVP. At that point I'm probably going to go to bed because honestly it's 9:30 in the morning and I'm tired. So probably should get to bed. Honestly. I'll continue streaming when I wake up, of course, but I really need some sleep. I'm getting burnt out from grinding all night. But yeah, honestly, I recommend checking my guys who did Revolutions Guide. You can potentially get your Agumon to guaranteed turn into Greymon. You'll be good from there. Because I believe it's like a 10% chance for Skull Greymon, 85% chance of Skull Greymon. Pardon me. Most of the minion lads with choice over the top. Pardon me. So yeah, I would have got my Agumon, guaranteed it turned into Greymon versus the Shellmon. I would have got my Greymon to a point it could farm the Marimon, guaranteed my Digimon into Garudamon, and then from there, I would have got a Salamon egg first and foremost. This way I have 3 vaccines guaranteed, and then I would probably hold my my Patamon turn into obviously an Andromon, etc. Into machinedramon. I would hope that would happen. That's what I would have personally done. That's where you're gonna get the most bang for your buck. Okay, we're out of EVP. We need to go back to desert area and grind EVP back. I'm gonna call the stream here. I'm incredibly tired. It's 9:33 in the morning. I've been streaming for about 9 hours, so I apologize, guys, but I do need my sleep. I appreciate everybody who stopped by and to chat with me. I really do appreciate you coming along and having a talk. Hopefully I'll see you again. I really do appreciate everything. Thank you very much, guys, for showing up and having a conversation with me on the way. At the end of this 30-day minute grind, 30-day grind, so to speak, I've got 14 days left. I'll eventually update a load of my guides for the game, etc., etc. That is something I plan to do at the end of this grind. But I'll be back tomorrow to grind more Andromon Rifts, etc. So, don't forget to tune into that. But yeah, essentially once 14 grand is over, I'll be updating a lot of my guides for the game and fixing things. More up-to-date information with certain scenarios and things like that. But yeah, I appreciate everybody showing up. Thank you very much, guys, for showing up and having a conversation with me. Have a amazing night, everybody. Thank you very much, guys, for watching. Hope you have a wonderful day. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Thank you very much, guys, for watching. Hope you have a wonderful day. Peace. Have a nice night, everybody.